All right, happy Sunday, everybody, and welcome to the Paradise League HoN tournament, cycle number 4. This is going to be the first of 3 series today. The first series between Team Tim and Doghouse. Let's see, this is in the losers bracket. And we are going to see these two teams battle out and see exactly who is going to be able to advance to challenge the winners bracket, the champions of the winners bracket, who is Busno GG. I'm going to be your main shoutcasting host, Easy Full Clan, joined here today in the co-casting seat by Puppet Soul, very, very seasoned player, well-known name on the scene. How's it going on your Sunday, Puppet Soul?
I'm very good. It's very hot in Paris right now, but other than that, I'm really excited to see how this match is gonna go, because these two teams knows each other very well. So
yes, we have definitely seen these two teams battle it out before, and we know that they can certainly take games off of each other. So really excited to see exactly who wins this best of 3, as we have the conclusion of the bans and even our first picks. So let me go over the bans really quick. We have a Dr. Repulsor, a Lodestone, a Trimble banned out by Team Tim's drafter Imba Boy, and Snooky of Doghouse bans out Corrupted Disciple, Forsaken Archer, and Electrician. So pretty standard bans. Only one that sticks out to me is it's not really a first banning phase hero. How do you feel about that Dr. Repulsor ban?
The Doctor, it's actually maybe they wanted to remove a 4 hero right now in case, because they can first pick Doctor. It doesn't matter, because the Doctor can recover regardless. If you lane it well, defend it well, he recover all the time. So I like the
I always feel like, I think I'm just kind of on the noob side, because I always feel like that hero can just get shut down, and really struggle to get back in the game. But honestly, the ulti is so powerful to where, as long as you're able to get level 6, right, it's kind of always going to be relevant to some degree. But enough about the Doctor, right? We have Bensington as the first pick into Rally Nymphora. So, Nymphora, really tough to play against, honestly. How do you feel about playing against this hero in general? People have been picking it all the time. Is it something that...
It's very strong in Thailand with the heal and the stun as well. Basically, so if you want to win a Thailand against Nymphora, you have to bait his heal and try to kite him as much as possible. But it's a very strong Thailand support and saving you. If you have a strength carry, for example, he never dies with the Nymphora heal. So yeah.
And I'm always just feeling, I certainly understand the potency of the heroes in the tri-lane situation, but for me, that hero is just crazy because of the global teleport. I mean, you always have to play with that in the back of your mind, right? Like, oh, are they going to TP on me? Am I going to walk into the wrong spot, a little bit too far away from my teammates, and just get pounced on? You kind of always just have that fear in the back of your head.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with that too. It's a very strong mid game, so you have to be careful, especially if they have a lot of setups in the Hellborn side. But right now they are not picking yet, so we'll see how it goes.
Right. And then we have this Andromeda and Magnus pick, so really beefy stun lineup coming out from Team Tim already with the Bensington, Andro, Magnus trio. Do you think that there's a high likelihood that these 3 heroes are ran together, or are we going to see some kind of like position 3 Magnus, some sort of solo situation?
Right now it's actually unclear. I don't really like the Magnus Andro Bensington Trident, so maybe they just pick Magnus right now because it's very versatile. You can lane it anywhere. So yeah, we wait.
Yeah, we talk about that all the time about how flexibility in the draft is always something that you want to have because you don't want to give too much away. But we have some bands of Defiler, Bombardier, Wretched Hag. Snooki takes those away, so really just taking away some power mids from Team Tim's draft, and then Valkyrie, Balfagor, and Draconis. So taking away kind of some a spread of different hero roles. One of them being a carry, and then just a couple of jungler. Balfagor and Draconis, I guess, can both jungle, but Balfagor is more of a laner, right?
Yeah.
What's the optimal setup for running a Balfagor, you think? I've seen a lot of success. I think it was. I always remember Doze running it as the solo short, and then I think they tried to run it again as kind of like a suicide, and it just didn't work in the suicide setup. So, what's the optimal setup for running Balfagor in your draft, you think?
I mean, as long as Balfagor gets level early game and doesn't die, doesn't get behind, the hero is always a threat, regardless of what you do. That's why usually when somebody picks Balfagor, we have to. I mean, in my opinion, we have to address it. We cannot. It's like this. It's the same like with Electrician, for example. We have to address those heroes because they are very strong laners, and yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. That little insight into that hero, but obviously it's not going to be played this game, so we don't need to focus on it too much. But Engineer and Gladiator are the third and fourth picks, so really, really nice draft coming out so far from Doghouse, where they just have a nice mixture. I mean, obviously, every single one of those heroes has a stun. They have two powerful team fight ultimates, the Energy Field, the Call to Arms. Fantastic setup with the Pitfall Showdown. Honestly, that's kind of like let's just say like a delayed long range initiation. Like Showdown Pitfall, especially with later levels, can be really devastating, and that actually provides enough time for, let's just say, like I mentioned earlier, the Nymphora follow up teleport, right, to bring the teammates in, right. So it actually seems kind of crazy to play against, especially in that mid game stage, as you were saying. But we have the completion of the Legions draft with a Torture and a Kraken, so man, I love their lineup so far. I'm a big fan of Torture. I don't know how you feel about this hero. It's
yeah, I like it too.
It's just a classic HoN hero, right? And just does really well. Say it again.
It's underrated as well hero because we don't see it a lot. We see it usually in core lanes, not support. So this game, oh wait, we have a.
It's still pretty flexible as far as how they're going to run it. But yeah, I wonder if Impa is going to play it as position one. That I really want to see this, and it didn't really touch on the fact that Master of Arms is the fifth and final pick for Doghouse over there. But before I get too far afield talking about these drafts, I want to make sure that our viewers know this pause is well timed, so I can talk about the sponsors for the tournament, Community Gaming and Polydoge. Our two sponsors are providing our $10,000 prize pool for the grand finals that will be played in about 2 weeks' time. And Community Gaming is a platform for running tournaments for games like Valorant, Super Smash Bros., and Hearthstone. They're all in one, and they help supercharge events of all levels, from your community grassroots tournaments to the Tier 1 professional events. Make sure you go to communitygaming.io or join their Discord server to learn more and experience it yourself. Polydoge is a digital currency with one of the most vibrant communities on the powerful Polygon network. It offers a wide variety of fun interactions to its holders in the form of NFTs, apps, airdrops, and access to different DeFi platforms ready to use on Polygon. So go to polydoge.com and experience it for yourself. And make sure that you type in !add into the chat, guys, or scroll down and look at the links to these sponsors in the panels, because they will provide a higher prize pool if they get additional traffic in the form of link clicks or account creation. So make sure that you take a little bit of time to do that. It takes less than a minute to do both things, and check them out. And thank them so much for supporting the tournament, the Paradise League tournament. This is a fantastic event for everybody's favorite game. Okay, so back to the game. So now we have a little bit of time to talk about these drafts, Puppet. the fact that we have this pause. So give me a little, as a drafter yourself, give me a little insight into how you think these two teams are drafting. Where are the priorities as far as the farm is, and all that good stuff?
I mean, I don't know yet, but I guess for the Legion side, the best option would be to shut down the Gladiator, because if you shut down the Gladiator this game, he will probably he will have a hard time to recover, and it will provide so much space for the Legion side. Because I'm not afraid of a more scary late game, especially because Master of Arms got nerfed recently, so, and his ulti is like 15-second cooldown, I believe. So I'm not really afraid of Master of Arms, but we'll see how it goes. I just don't know how they lane yet, so I can't really have my
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned the fact that they do have Fa playing Master of Arms. So it seems like this is going to be a main carry MOA, which is pretty unique. Kind of like you said, I mean, I think this hero has been recently nerfed, and so maybe that's one reason that's responsible for it not being ran as a main carry. But we are going to see it here, and very excited to see, if it still can live up to maybe some of its former glory of being, I don't know, borderline OP at one point.
It has a very strong, I think the what's the name? The acid bomb is very strong to farm, I guess.
Right.
So there are still two spells left, I guess, the Q and the E. So
yeah, I mean, it has a lot of synergy with items like Thunderclaw and Nullfire Blade. Do you pick up a Thunderclaw to try and farm on this hero, or do you just kind of think Acid Bomb's enough and you kind of just stack combat items like the Nullfire, or maybe
really
building into Staff of the Master?
It really depends on how the lane goes. But usually when I play more back in the days, I buy build-up items. So I buy, for example, the Matrix with Steam Boots, and the usual build with Sacrificial Stone as well. I like it. You need build-up item on Master of Realms so he can be tanky.
Yeah, no need to mention Sackstone. I mean, we know that item is beloved across the board in this tournament. People have just been buying that like crazy, and for good reason. As I've recently learned, it's just super efficient. Builds up from the power supply, makes a lot of sense. But yeah,
if you want my opinion, I think he should go Thunderclaw this game because NG can farm stuff and stuff the more Master of Arms late game. I guess maybe I'm just thinking that like this, but
you think? Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to staff the MOA over perhaps the Rally, but Rally actually has the opportunity to buy a staff of his own if he gets a good game. Okay, little stun coming out on Torture. He actually is going to get hit by that keg as well, so a lot of poke coming out from this top tri-lane. We didn't really mention the Legion tri-lane, which is going to be Torture, Magnus, and Andromeda facing against the MOA, Engineer, and Nymphora. In the mid lane, Kraken versus Gladiator. Both of those heroes kind of having the same style of auto attack harass, and Rally taking a beating from Bensington here in the bottom lane as he looked like he got momentarily creep trapped. Magnus able to disjoint that Master of Arms stun very handily with the Lava Surge, so well played by Macera on Magnus. Quick fingers. How do you feel about this mid lane matchup? I mean, both these heroes kind of do the same thing in a way.
It does, but it really favors Kraken, I believe, because he has more harass potential than the Gladi, especially because it's a melee hero. So basically, what you do is you use your torrent on Gladi and you hit him, and he loses so much HP. But we'll see how it goes. But what I like about the tri-lane is the Torture in tri-lane. I really like it. I never do it. So.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun game, and we focus a lot on the Master of Arms as the main farmer, but Torture is just as rare, or if not even more. I mean, as a main farmer, me as a pub player myself, I actually like to try and run this hero as a main farmer, and I think it can work. It's just something that you don't really expect. But here comes the initiation onto Andromeda. The pod is dropped. It's going to be a lot of damage. He's probably going to fall to the Bloodlust. So that's a nice double stun. Engineer also in peril. Falls immediately after, but Magnus a little bit out of position following that trade, but Looks like he is going to be able to walk away. So it is a 1-for-1. Bloodlust credit goes to the Nymphora, so very, very nice. We'll see exactly what he spends that 700 gold in the pocket on. Probably boots if I had to guess, but Magnus a little bit close. Nymphora does put the stun onto Nymphora. The Comet stun is there. Nice little chain stun. And they have found their man, honestly. The guy to go on. It seems like the Nymphora is the main target. If they can fully burst her down and not allow her to get her line stun plus heal combo off, seems like that would be the way to go as far as securing kills in this tri-lane.
If I may say, the Kraken had a DD run minute 2, so it's a very strong.
Yeah, strong harass. And obviously you can see, a little bit of a creep advantage, kind of like you said. Kraken might have the initial advantage out of the gate here. So sporting a 20-4 creeps, 22-4 creep score versus 15-1 Gladiator. In the bottom lane, yes.
No, he just got caught with the tower range on Kraken, so he lost a lot of HP.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So probably gonna have to wheel. Looks like he probably has a health pot coming out on the courier as we speak. Ben's gonna have a pretty good time here in the bottom lane. He's kind of an auxiliary carry for sure, being maybe the position 3.
It's very good, very good, and the way that the lane is on Legion side, I really like the Bensington solo.
He actually puts the stun onto Rally. Probably not going to be able to kill him, and in the meantime, we actually have Magnus getting chain stunned. He actually is going to throw it back onto Master of Arms, who is inside of a pod. He's going to get healed up. Magnus in the steam bath, able to survive at least for a little bit. And Engineer is the one, Master of Arms is the one to fall first. So it is kill for kill here in the top lane, and Kraken putting a little bit of harass on Gladiator in the meantime, but just trading blows. Nymphora with the whiff stun. But yeah, this is a very even tri-lane at the moment, but the keg connects onto Torture, who is sitting in the pod. It's not going to be able to finish him off, but it's a lot of damage. Engineer, a little bit low, has to be careful. Nymphora sitting on very little mana, obviously not where she wants to be. Doesn't have any points in.
Careful, mid.
Yeah, he actually is taking the Bensington ulti. Yep, the Nightfall is there, so thank you for catching that, because I missed it. But Kraken and Bensington use their ultis together to finish off Gladiator. So a very big kill, going along with what you were talking about, of making sure that that Gladiator doesn't have the ideal game, and perhaps he just won't be a threat later on.
A very good rotation from Bensington.
Yeah.
With his ulti. I like it.
No, really strong coordination of both of the level 6 ultis. Obviously, he's not going to have it for a little bit. Rally putting the Compel harass onto Bensington, so I'm surprised. It's a very even creep score, but with that gank, I would say Bensington's doing a little bit better, but actually he's getting pursued by a Rally who has Compel up in 2 seconds, so might be able to connect another Compel into a Seismic Slam. He does try. He doesn't have enough mana for the Seismic Slam. Bensington is actually thinking about jousting him, but will not commit to it. Seems like a little bit unwise. The Lunar Tier is ready for Rally to have enough mana for his combo. But yeah, things have slowed down. Magnus fills up the bottle at the bottom room. Bensington is going to pick up a double damage rune at the bottom lane, and looks like he is taking it to the mid lane. So Kraken Gladiator rather, better be careful, but he does see Bensington underneath this ward. Nice little mid lane ward. And small lead coming out in favor of the Legion. They certainly have more kills, obviously, but...
I could mention that Tortio has 31 creeps and more 18. So
yeah,
Tortio is doing very well.
Right, yeah. Team Tim really have... Oh, but a double stun from Nymphora is going to connect, but no follow-up, and Nymphora actually is the one that is in trouble now. Takes the full stun combo from Andromeda Magnus and Torture. Torture actually uses his stun on Master of Arms, and the Agonizing Bonds is going to finish him off, and it's a full triple kill for this Legion tri-lane, and Doghouse better be in trouble. Yeah, here comes the Bensington ulti, and after the Kraken charge, and Bensington and Kraken once again coordinating their ultimates on Gladiator. So it is a really, really scary spot for Doghouse to be in. They are down 8-2 at this moment, 7 minutes into the game, and it's almost a 4,000 gold lead, Puppet, in favor of Team Tim. So really, really dominating style here in Game 1. just winning what it feels like is all lanes. I mean, the only lane that seems to be a bit even is Rally versus Benzington, but as we've seen, Benzington has gotten 2 ganks off on the enemy mid player. So really making his presence felt, not just in the mid, bottom lane, but certainly in the mid. So what do you want to see from Rally here, as he's kind of the only one that's, you know, hasn't died on his team yet and is doing reasonably well at 300 GPM?
It's a very hard game for Rally to lift up his team, because Rally is not a hero that can snowball on his own. Not really. I mean, especially now with Benzington having steam boots, so he's probably he has to. I mean, in my opinion, he has to maybe focus on the runes, take runes for example, and try to have a lucky haste rune, or just ask for a gank with NG maybe. Done.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly. I mean, Benzington has 986 HP. He definitely can't be killed by Rally by himself at the moment. But watch out on the top lane. Lava Surge into Comet Stun. Master of Arms falls very quickly. The pod is not going to be any help. Engineer running for his life, but there's a hasted Torture putting the ultimate damage out on the Engineer, and Engineer will not be able to escape. So, wonderful stuff. Torture just getting farmed up here in the top lane. 404, 430 GPM. Kraken was here with the smoke, but didn't even need it. Walking to the mid lane with Magnus now. Perhaps putting some sort of combo down onto Glady. Yeah, Glady not even having boots, just deciding to go Soul Trap, interestingly. But here we go. Combo coming out from Rally onto Benzington. Master of Arms with the follow-up, but the Joust allows him to get the escape distance. And Rally is in pursuit, has the Ghost Marcher, so he is going to be able to outrun Benzington, at least for a little bit. But nice little tree juke from Benzington is going to secure the escape. And Rally guesses in the trees, but he is too late. And Magnus throws down the stun into the whirlpool, and Benzington is going to be there to finish off Rally after escaping. And now Master of Arms taking so much heat from Torture, just getting ran down. Here comes the Lava Surge in just a couple of seconds, but not even going to be needed. It just seems like it's all falling apart here for Doghouse, just getting, sorry to say, maybe just outplayed at every turn. You know, is this, what's going on here? Is this a draft thing, or is this just simply proper execution on the side of Team Tim?
So this is the issue with maybe the Master of Arms pick, because he has to win the Trident. Since he lost Trident now, he will have a very hard time to recover. So I don't know. I think the hero lacks maybe. Like, the hero relies solely on winning early game. If he doesn't have a good game early game, it's impossible to come back, especially with a Kraken Benzington combo as well. So yeah.
No, I understand that completely. And just another kill coming out onto Nymphora, just kind of overstepping, it seems. I'm not sure exactly why he was in that position, but it's an onslaught streak, 6-0 Torturer. And, you know, kind of what you were saying with the necessity of Master of Arms needing to win that tri-lane, probably just because he needs the items in order to properly begin rotating into the jungle and snowball, wouldn't you say?
What I would like from Hellbone right now is to maybe focus on Rally and make plays with Rally, so he can have his PK.
Yeah, and they are making your wish come true, as Nymphora is there for the follow-up. Benzington, is Benzington going to fall? He is going to end up falling, but there are mass ports coming into the bottom lane, and Magnus not going to pursue. Gladiator and Engineer down here, but they are spotted under that the cover of that ward, so Kraken and Magnus going to duck behind the tower. Kraken actually TPing out, and Magnus is the one that ported in, so he's not going to be able to port out, but are they going to spot him in the little pond here? They are not going to know it, but Master of Arms getting Comet stunned into Chain Reaction, and he is going to fall very quickly to these two heroes. So, whew.
This is a very good decision to dodge the fight from the Legion side on the bot lane, because they want the tower top. So.
Yeah, and actually no points into Impalement on Torture, but I actually love his build. Skipping, okay, Benzington snatches the rune away from Gladiator just to add insult to injury. But the Gladiator combo is coming out, but Kraken is here to retaliate if they decide to go in too deep on Benzington. Engineer setting up a Mind Trap, going to have Kraken run into it, but it's not going to deal that much damage, about half of his HP. But Engineer is still kind of in no man's land, but getting some support from Master of Arms and potentially other teammates, but he takes the Joust stun. Engineer going to fall to Bensington, but Magnus is probably going to fall to this trio of heroes down here, but is there compensation in the form of counter kills with the imminent Bensington and Kraken making the chase? Bensington spots them with the wards. Yeah, Snooki is getting flanked by Torture and Andromeda. That pitfall is going to miss, and now it's a lot of damage coming out onto Gladiator, but Rally is here. It's a hasted Torture. Andromeda is probably going to fall. He is, but Torture is able to run away with that haste rune, so little gank attempt coming out. Not going to work out, so Doghouse kind of getting one back, but it is only a support Andromeda who's having a decent time herself. But, you know, just suddenly, as I look at the gold amount and Torture's pocket, 2.4k gold. Already has a completed Sackstone. What do you go here if you're a Torturer in this spot?
I would like him to go for a Storm Spirit or a PK, I guess.
Storm Spirit or PK?
Yeah, I think those two items. Or maybe he could go for a Dreamcatcher, but I don't.
How do you feel about Gnomes as Nymphora takes the swap into the combo between Tort and Andromeda? So, just gosh, 8-0 Torture. Andromeda gets caught by the but nice double stun from Magnus is going to extend her life for a little bit, and this Rally that's in trouble here ends up falling to the Steam Bath, and Gladiator better be careful as well. But was that a Soul Trap that finished off Andromeda?
There was no
Dreamcatcher, and no deny coming from the teammates. But yeah, I almost wonder. Yeah, see, Torture bought the. He bought a Gnome's Wisdom, which is actually something I was going to mention. I really like Gnome's Wisdom on this hero, but Nightfall is going to connect and catch Master of Arms kind of off guard as Magnus is here for the follow-up, but probably not even going to be needed as Bensington can finish him off himself. So much damage being level 11 already and amassing up 1,500 gold for himself. Engineer, dude, trying to do something with this mine trap as he has level 3 mines, has 4 stacked right here. On this mid lane ramp, but Andromeda knows that he's there, puts out the Aurora, and actually Engineer is going to get stun comboed down, so they are going to be aware of these mines, but Bensington trying, I guess, to joust away from them.
Bot lane?
Bot lane, yeah. Didn't see it until you mentioned it, but the Call to Arms combo is going to connect onto Kraken, and Kraken will end up falling. So a nice little coordinated kill, taking out a very valuable target of Kraken, who's very close to his portal key, but obviously you're going to have that timing delayed. But still, the story of the game is this farm Torturer at 560 GPM just finished picking up a light brand. So Gnome's Wisdom light brand on Torturer. Safe to say he's going to have a full farming sustain build and can just flash farm like crazy. Level 12 Gladiator. I'm actually very impressed by the level of this Gladiator, given how hard of a time he had in the middle lane.
I agree, and now he knows it's warded, so he knows he can be ganked by the Andromeda and Torture with the Rev. So.
Yeah, we see him actually use Showdown on himself to make sure that he was safe, but look at this. Was that a portal key purchase that I just saw in Nymphora? Doghouse is actually putting together some items here, despite being down almost 6,000 gold. They just picked up a portal key on Rally and Nymphora. This is actually kind of insane. Bensington actually is going to get connected by a Nymphora Zeal and will be just a couple of auto attacks from falling as the keg stun is going to put him in the red. He is going to fall, but there are ports coming from Torture and Andromeda, plus one more actually gets canceled. So Rally and Engineer booking it, but they are going to run into Kraken over here, who's going to throw down a missed auto attack, but he's going to chase Rally, throws down the Whirlpool. Rally is probably dead to rights here. Does end up falling, but they get that Bensington for the price of Rally, and sometime in the midst of that, Magnus fell as well. So overall, to mines, it seems. Yeah, dude got the kill credit. So kind of a 2-for-1 after all is said and done. So not doing too bad, you know, actually kind of lessening that lead just a little bit. But it's still pretty sizable, especially with how hard Torture is going to just be able to continuously farm, given his current item setup.
But I agree, like Nymphora PK or Nymphora TP, the porting bot.
Okay. Torture is going to need to be careful. The Gladiator combo is actually going to probably connect. Nymphora actually misses the Zeal stun. And Torture comes back in, gets Showdown pulled, but the pitfall, oh my gosh, Bensington finishes off Nymphora. Magnus with the stun onto Gladiator. Rally comes in with the Compel stun, puts the ulti. It's actually going to miss on Kraken. It's kind of a disaster, but they do find that very important kill on Torture, but the Legion team is in pursuit. Who are they going to decide to go on? They decide to put the hurt onto Master of Arms. He's going to get finished off by the Joust stun, but Rally is there to try and retaliate, but he takes a Lava Surge and will fall to the plethora of 4 auto attacks, or 4 heroes auto attacking him. Kill credit goes to Andromeda, so they get Torture, but lose 4 in the process, so overall probably not worth it in the end.
Very nice pitfall from Gladiator, predicting the Andromeda swap.
Yeah.
And he got the kill on Torture. I like it.
Yeah, I wonder if they, I almost wonder if they picked that intentionally, now that they saw the Andromeda pick on the board and decided to, you know, have that counterplay available with the Showdown.
I mean, they picked it because it's a very good hero, first of all, and it's very good against Bennington as well, because they first picked Bennington the draft. So, but Doghouse is actually doing better than it was supposed to be. So, NG mining as well again. Oof.
Engineer trying to play some mines, but not going to be able to find a kill with them. Kraken and Gladiator walking past each other.
So, what is Kraken gonna do with the
Kraken
haste?
has that portal key. Just noticed it. We have Bensington making progress towards the Thunderclaw. Magnus 250 gold away from his own portal key. Master of Arms deciding to pick up the glowstone, so he is going to be rushing straight into the staff this game, just trying to get enough HP to survive, as he only has 853 presently. His mid tower is going to fall. That's a big objective for Team Tim to eliminate. Gladiator playing a little risky, but you know, Gladiator still the top leveler in this game, very impressively, honestly.
Top lane?
Yep, top lane. Master of Arms is going to get PK'd on by Kraken. Here's the follow-up from Bensington. Nightfall will miss, but the Joust stun probably going to connect onto somebody. He's going to find Nymphora sacrificing herself so that Master of Arms can find the escape. So it is all 5 heroes for Team Tim here in the bottom or in the top lane. So buying a little bit of space for Gladiator to continue to get work done here on this bottom tier 2 tower. I'd be very surprised if this goes down. It is in deny range. Will probably get denied as 3 players are here, and Gladiator deciding not to press forward because he understands the dangers of doing so. They are not going to deny it for now.
Oh, Zane placed the ward, but he... Oh, never mind, they countered the ward.
Yeah. So Bensington has the completed Thunderclaw, yes?
We can see that the Bensington farm and momentum slowed down a bit after his 2 deaths. So
okay, the Nymphora port is coming next to Bensington. Rally is here smoked, so they are looking for this Bensington. They know that he's isolated at the moment. If they find him, this is almost certainly a kill, as they have 2 portal keys and a Gladiator showdown. But Bensington playing very well to avoid being spotted, at least for the moment. But Rally is going to run into him. Here comes the Compel stun. Gladiator starting the combo down. Here comes the blink from Nymphora. This is a dead Bensington, so a nice little pick off, but they are going to lose the tier 1 tower bot and have their tier 2 threatened by a double damage Torture with, by the way, he has a Grimoire of Power, so this is just a super farm Torture at 600 GPM with a major item already in his inventory. Very scary stuff, honestly. What do you go next here if you're Torture?
I think he would go for Shrunken, I guess. I'm not sure, but I think my best guess would be Shrunken. Not be kited or PK.
Yeah, I think Shrunken Head just makes a ton of sense here. It just avoids so much damage. Probably the only unavoidable damage being the Seismic Slam, but yeah, I think Shrunken is right on the money. PK Shrunken would make so much sense, just getting in the fray with an active Grimoire. Things slowing down just a little bit.
Right now, Hellbourne side have very little vision. Only a rune ward in the bot river and in the top
Kraken
lane.
gonna port onto Nymphora. Torture is here for the support, and Torture actually picks up that portal key already, so feeling very confident to go an aggressive route with the portal key prior to picking up the Shrunken Head that we kind of predict would be his next item. So he will be able to farm it very quickly. I anticipate he'll have it finished Shrunken within the next 5 minutes or so, if he keeps up his farming pace.
Top lane, there is gonna be a clash coming soon.
Kraken. Yep, he's taking the Rally Compel, but it actually does get, the combo gets interrupted, and here comes the Nightfall onto Rally. Rally takes the Moa shield, but will be able to live, but Kraken does fall to that call to arms, and they are pushing forward. Torture is behind, and he's going to catch Rally. Nymphora ports away. Pitfall is going to connect onto Bensington, but the PKs come out onto Gladiator. Here comes the eruption. He is going to get finished off very quickly. Engineer gets finished off by Bensington and Andromeda, and it is a 3-for-1. So as they press forward towards this tier 2 top tower, and Nymphora deciding to port into the bottom lane to get a little bit of farming and pushing done herself, just to try and counter what's coming here in the top lane. This is almost certainly a tier 2 dead top tower, and potentially a lot of damage on the tier 3 tower as well.
So Mbaboy favored the portal kill instead of the Shrunken for mobility.
Yeah, and I can't fault him for it. I mean, he's so far ahead, he just does so much damage. It's actually crazy. With Grimoire.
I don't know what is Gladi next item. I don't know in his position what he should buy. Maybe a Health Flower.
It feels like Hellflower would be nice against Torture, at least just interrupt his the damage from his ulti, right? And if he does go Shrunken Head, he could, you know, nullify his ability to use it, at least at the beginning of a team fight if he catches him. But you know, Torture already with the 2,400 gold in his pocket, so it's going to be a Shrunken Head very soon if he decides to pick that up.
It's a very tough position to be in on the Hellbourne side. But they can still manage to, delay the push with the more Escalon.
They have pretty good uphill, right?
Yes, I agree.
Or high ground defense, I should say. So, and Moa actually almost has a Staff of the Master. So, you know, after he picks up a Staff of the Master, what do you think? Does he just go ahead and build into Legacy to try and give, let's just say, Rally a free staff? Or does he decide to try and bulk up himself?
I am not sure. I think I would probably I'd rather see Shrunken on more Master Arms right now after the staff, so he can at least not die fast. The stuns.
We actually see the 5 Hellbourne heroes over here in the Hellbourne cockpit deciding to make an attempt at killing Kongor. Staff of the Master is coming out on Moa. Gladiator doing his best job to tank, but this Kongor hits him very, very hard, but thankfully he does have the heals. He can kind of swap tanking roles with Rally while Nymphora heals both of them. And they will be able to...
Yeah.
Say that again?
Imbaboy decided to go Shrunken after the PK.
Yeah, kind of as predicted. So, and he will be level 16 here in just a moment. So after seeing that the Hellbourne have taken out their own Kongor, deciding to go after their own. So yeah, Moa with the Staff of the Master, another 1,000 gold in his pocket. They are behind, but you know, they have something to say for themselves. Got a little bit of items starting to accumulate with that Staff of the Master, and it looks like Gladiator is going to be going some sort of, I guess this is going to be a Shrunken Head. And wow, Hellbourne actually ends up getting that bottom tower after all. I still remember saying that tower was in deny range for a while, and they just left it. That was a while ago, actually. Surprised they didn't deny it. It's a little oversight. But Smoked, Torture, and Magnus here in the top lane with Andromeda behind them. Rally smells a rat, deciding to play it careful.
But Legion is playing very scared. This is the power of Nymphora TP, I guess. And Angry Minds too.
Yeah, I mean, it is surprising to see just exactly how cautious they are playing, given how far ahead they are. I mean, this is almost a 700 gold per minute torturer that we have in the game, with basically the full setup, right? PK Shrunken Grimoire and Gnome's Wisdom. Does he replace the Sackstone as his next for his next purchase? I guess.
Oh, to be honest, I have no idea. I think yeah, I think he should replace Saxon. Keep the gnomes, I guess. But I have no idea what he should go for. Maybe Shield.
Right. I also wouldn't mind. I mean, honestly, maybe it's the wrong item, but it feels like Ultor's or Frostfield play could be two good choices for him. As he has the Shrunken Head magic immunity, just beefing up with some armor to be able to tank auto attacks during that duration seems like it would be pretty good synergy, as well as the fact that I actually really like Frostfield personally in this spot for him, as he already has the PK. Just the PK Frostfield slow in the front lines with an active Shrunken seems like it could be really, really strong. But we'll see exactly what he goes. But Benzingen is actually getting gone on by Engineer and Nymphora together, and he's trapped in the energy field right now. It's so much freaking damage. He is going to get slowed by the energy field trying to escape. Nice Lava Surge, two-man stun into the Tsunami Charge. It's just going to annihilate the gank attempt of Nymphora and Engineer. It was such a valiant effort, but just not quite enough damage to make it happen. We actually see Shrunken Heads picked up on both Kraken and Benzington now. So huge team fight items coming out for the Legion side. You know, these three core heroes having Shrunken Heads mean almost all of Hellborn's damage is magic presently.
Oh, Snooky's gonna take it out. Yeah.
He has the Shrunken Head active.
I'm surprised they're not denying towers.
I know. I'm seeing. Okay, Nightfall is coming down in the mid lane. It's going to catch Benson. It's actually going to. The Joust is going to miss on Master of Arms, but he is going to fall to auto attack. Storm Spirit caught Rally, who is caught in the Whirlpool. Magmus gets swapped out by Andromeda. He's okay right now, but the turret is actually going to finish off Magmus, and it's a 2-for-1 at the moment. Rally Engineer and Gladiator posturing the high ground defense right here, pushing away the Legion's advance. Torture just content to keep doing circles here in the Hellborn jungle, getting a little bit of gold. He's got 2,400 left, or 2,400 more in his pocket. Yeah, that was the first usage of the Storm Spirit for Magmus, I think, right there. So, yep, top lane. Okay, Nymphora in a bit of trouble here. Is actually going to dodge the Joust stun with the blink. Very nicely played. And Gladiator in trouble over here at the Hellborn Ancients, getting pursued by Kraken and Torture, but Andromeda is going to get caught by Rally and Engineer. She is going to fall. And Torture and Kraken not able to make a retaliating play.
Very nice spread from the Doghouse team. Managed to separate the players.
Yeah, and we've seen this a lot in the past, where Doghouse, not a lot. I mean, they're usually not this far behind, in all honesty, but you kind of just see the respect from their opponents, right? Where Team Tim just feels like they're super far ahead this game, right? Because they are, right? We can see how far ahead they are, but still just playing so cautiously against them, trying to make sure that they don't do any small missteps, because they know that Doghouse is fully capable of capitalizing on that. So, Doghouse just always impressing me. Win or lose, just such a strong team, and their opponents know it as well. We actually have a Nullfire 1 picked up on Master of Arms, so deciding that he needs to pick up some damage before Shrunken Head. And wow,
Nymphora.
Nymphora with the Hellflower?
Insane.
Are you kidding me? This is impressive.
It's actually insane. This is the power of Chris on Nymphora. Yeah, it's insane to me.
Magmus going to catch Nymphora. The Shrunken Head gets activated by Gladiator, throwing down the combo onto Magmus, but Storm Spirits himself out of it. Nicely played, but Gladiator and Nymphora got to be careful. Gladiator, is he going to get this port off? Yes, he will. Nymphora able to run away, but in the mid lane, we have a dead Rally falling prey to Torture and Andromeda, so they do get a kill in the end. And Rally, it looks like he is, I guess that's probably going to be a Shrunken Head, that Mighty Blade. It seems like Staff of the Master might be a little bit ambitious, especially since Master of Arms does have the availability to give him one later in the game. Engineer with the eye, playing very risky here in the Legion jungle.
By the way, with the half
Nymphora is porting, to the bottom lane together with Gladiator. So with Engie here, it looks like they might be trying to make some kind of play onto Torture, who has a Acolyte staff in his inventory at the moment, and they're going to need to make it work. Andromeda here. Hellflower is going to come out. So the swap is going to be ready. Torture gets pulled back in, activates the Shrunken, and Gladiator needs to be in trouble. Nymphora falls very, very quickly. Gladiator is going to end up falling. The Nightfall was their Engineer. A valiant effort to try and make that play happen, but they end up getting 3-0'd. And this is a pretty bad situation for them. The Sheepstick actually is the item of choice from Torturer. So just put into his inventory.
Very nice positioning from Andromeda on Zane.
Yep, and the Geo's Bane picked up by Bennington. But yes, it was extremely good positioning, right? Andromeda just very far away. But you can see how good of an effort it was from Snooki, right? To try, kind of anticipating that Andromeda was going to be behind Torture, and had the call to arms, the showdown ready, and pulled him back in very quickly, successfully. But unfortunately, just after that Shrunken Head activation of Torturer, it almost seems like they wanted it to be played out that way. Torture porting in very aggressively, putting the Sheepstick, double stun onto Rally and Moa. Magnus with the follow-up stun, but they actually are in deep, and the Seismic Slam is going to connect and finish off both Torture and Kraken. Andromeda falls as well. It's a 3-for-1 swing inside of the Hellborn base.
Very nice Rally Seismic Slam.
That was, and it wasn't even a staffed Rally Slam, which is very impressive to see. We know how small the area of effect is on that ability. Nymphora is porting. Where is she porting? Can't even see it. She's porting onto Bennington. She sees that he's low. He's got the Shrunken Head active. Engineer and Nymphora trying to finish him off, but the Shrunken Head going to prevent any kind of cancellation of the teleport. Okay, so Doghouse still behind, but maybe in a spot here. I don't know. I mean, it's still very much an uphill battle. They were only able to take that fight, it feels like, because of just a pretty steep overcommitment by Team Tim and their base, right? They portal keyed onto tier 4s, right?
And most of the cores did you shrunk them when they jumped in. Well, so
yeah, thank you for pointing that out. So Kraken and Torture, who obviously fell very quickly, neither of them got their Shrunken Heads off, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so a little bit of a misplay for sure, considering that.
But they got another Conquer due to this misplay, and now Master of Arms is actually back into the game with 400 GP.
Yeah, finished Nullfire 3, 1200 gold saved up, so probably now would be the time to go for a Shrunken Head now that he has the purple gun and the Nullfire. And Gladiator picked up something. I wasn't sure what it was. I think it was this portal key. So I really like portal key on Gladiator. Just nice synergy with Showdown. Yeah, here we go. Magnus stuns Master of Arms. The Nightfall isn't coming. It's not going to connect on anybody, but the Joust stun is imminent. The Kraken ulti is going to catch Rally. Joust stun connects on the Master of Arms. He's going to fall to the stun combo, and Rally is just trapped here. Shrunken Head is going to go down. The swap pulls him back, and it's a 2-for-0. Quick little gank here prior to them setting their eyes on this tier 3 mid tower, which is certainly going to fall extremely quickly at this point. They have got the gold value on their heroes. They do a lot of auto attack damage. This is going to fall very quickly. The fortification being burned here. Engineer and Nymphora and Gladiator trying to muster up some kind of defense, but this is going to fall very quickly. Good little double stun from Nymphora, but the tier 3 tower has been broken, and now the barracks are under fire. And I think that they can't do anything to stop this. Focusing on the objectives. There's the Showdown portal key combo, but it's really just a scare tactic.
Doghouse, no, they cannot fight without the rally list.
And props to Team Tim for, just focusing on the objective, not trying to do anything too risky, knowing that they can just diligently take out the tower and the barracks and be done with it. And now, they've got a lane on auto push while they just continue to farm.
And the money build up on Kraken. Very gonna be very strong for the team fight, and as well as the push potential on the Legion side as well. The demonic, very nice.
They are going to get their own Kongor here. So kind of a delayed Kong exchange, but we know that Kongor respawns and barracks do not. Double damage at the top rune. They do see it under their ward. Bensington is going to bottle it. I thought I saw Bensington purchase a Geo's Bane at one point, but I still see him only having a Firebrand. Torture deciding he likes his inventory as it is and buying post haste, which I think I agree with for sure.
It's very good for map presence. Can be everywhere in the map. Top lane.
Oh yeah, here we go. Nymphora getting compelled away. Joust is going to miss on Nymphora. Here's the Hellflower. Missed Nymphora's Zeal stun. Rally has the Seismic Slam. Deciding to put it down onto Bensington. In the meanwhile, Gladiator is going to fall to Torture. Yep, Rally is going to catch and kill Bensington. Nymphora does fall to Magnus, but it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Team Tim, but that's a big target for them to bring down, that Bensington. Had to commit a Seismic Slam to it.
I agree.
Rally has the completed Shrunken Head now. I missed completely what happened to Gladiator. I'm just assuming he got caught in some fashion. That PK Sheepstick on Torture is pretty devastating.
I didn't expect that, but Master of Arms bought PK.
Wow, yeah, okay.
Very greedy, I guess. But it can work. I like it. Good for setup.
And the tier 3 bottom tower is going to fall. So now Rally, Moa, and Engineer trying to make some sort of high ground defense happen. We saw PK finally get picked up by Engineer, which is very good, but this is the second set of Raxes that are going to be falling, and Kraken just activates the Shrunken Head preemptively so he can just finish beating down this Rax. With good reason. I mean, now that they're up 2 barracks, it's very, very hard for Hellborn to come back at this point. I mean, having 2 lanes on auto push like this, I mean, how difficult is this spot to defend? Even if you're even, right? Even in gold value with your opponents, and they're just up 2 Graxes.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to speculate, but we see, by the way, an info report on the top lane.
And yeah, looks like they're wanting to catch Bensington. The Master of Arms pumping in auto attacks onto Bensington. Engineer throwing down the energy field very aggressively. The Sheep comes out on Moa. Moa is going to fall very quickly. Engineer to follow. And Nymphora has to be careful as well. Gets swapped back into the Storm Spirit. She's surrounded by 5 heroes. There's the concede vote. And Snooki calls GG, decides they've had enough and deciding to go into the second match. So Team Tim taking that one away from Doghouse in pretty dominating fashion right out of the gate. We had the try versus try was almost a disaster for Doghouse immediately, and the mid lane, as soon as level 6s came out from Kraken and Bensington. And unfortunately, Rally, as you said, just not one of those heroes that can kind of snowball on his own, despite having a pretty decent time in lane. It just was all downhill from there. Any final thoughts on that game?
A very unexpected try-lane from the Legion side, and paid off. Very good execution on the try-lane, and very good rotation as well with the Bensington ulti and Kraken. It's very well played from the Legion side. Very well played.
Fully agree with that point, and hope our viewers see that Torture Carry might be a pretty meta pick. It's very surprising, but very enjoyable to see, and certainly effective in that game. So we'll see exactly what the second game of Team Tim versus Doghouse looks like in just a little bit as we go on to break. Keep it here, everybody. right, everybody, welcome back to cycle number 4 of the Paradise League HoN tournament. We have game 2 coming at you between Team Tim and Doghouse. We just saw Team Tim pretty much dominate Doghouse in game 1. I'm going to be your main shoutcasting host, Easy Full Clan, joined here in the co-casting seat by the drafter and carry player of Donava Brigada. You might know him as Puppet Soul. Puppet Soul, what happened in the first game? Give our viewers a recap, and how exactly are Doghouse going to be able to turn it around and take game 2 away from Team Tim?
So very well execution from Team Tim in the tri lane, and then very good rotation on the Kraken and Banditon. So yeah, it was very dominant and unfortunate for Doghouse as well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the tri lanes was a big victory, but I just love the way that Kraken and Bensington just coordinated together to immediately bring it down onto Gladiator. I mean, you know, Snooki, we know he's a fantastic player, but it doesn't matter how good you are. I mean, Kraken, if you get caught in that whirlpool, it's almost the perfect setup for the Nightfall, and then you just fall prey to the Joust stun and to, I mean, it's just way too much damage, way too much lockdown, and they knew that they had it at their disposal, and they just went ahead and fired it up, executed it perfectly, and it feels like that's all she wrote from there.
Magnus. And Snooki decided to address the situation and first pick the Corrupted Disciple.
Yeah. Let me go over the bans really quick because they're a little bit changed from last game, and very interesting to see that Snooki goes ahead and bans Forsaken Archer, Torturer, and Defiler. So deciding that the Torturer was actually a big enough problem in the previous game and addressing it here in the first ban phase, very surprising, right? As surprised as we were to see Torturer as a pick, a core pick, position 1 farmer pick in the first game. Even more surprised to see it as a ban in the second game here. So really, really interesting stuff. And Embo Boy, of course, banning out the Dr. Repulsor and the Tremble as he did last game, but also deciding to ban Sir Bensington, which is, I think we call that another fall hero, right? Deciding he doesn't want to run it himself this game as they ran it very successfully in the previous. And as you said, right, Corrupted Disciple first pick. So, geez, is this hero? I've seen it banned in the first wave of bans. Is it really a first pick worthy hero?
It's in my opinion, it's not the best hero, but it's a very strong tri lane. It's a very strong, and it's very hard to counter in the tri lane because Corrupted Disciple with a proper support, he can basically snowball the tri lane, especially with the damage on his Q spell. I don't know the name, but
yeah, the Electric Tide. That is a spell that is actually pretty insane in the tri lane. Just its wide area of effect, and obviously, it deals more damage the further away you are from the effect radius. So it actually does seem to get max damage in those tri lanes a lot. So yeah, I understand the strength of this hero for sure.
And also the attack animation on the Corrupted Disciple, which we cannot deny. It's basically instant.
Yeah, it is. That's something that kind of goes overlooked a little bit. Is there are obvious hero mechanics at play in the 4 spells that a hero has, but there's also very small subtleties, right, in the game as well across different heroes, like you said, projectile speed, animation, stuff like that, and turn radius and blah blah blah. There's just like a ton of little things that just make this game super unique. But I could drone on and on, but we've got already the second phase of picks, so better go over the first, right? We had this Valkyrie and Magnus following up the Corrupted Disciple picks, so 2 very strong laners and stunners, as we know, and Valkyrie's Prism, just a force to be reckoned with during that mid-game stage, is dealing with that global invisibility just makes it very, very scary to walk alone sometimes. And then we have Glacius and Lodestone. So Lodestone, just a powerhouse solo laner, always relevant at all stages of the game as soon as he gets level 6. And Glacius, very, very nice support hero to be in the tri lane as well. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree. Magnus, Andromeda, and Valkyria. It's a very standard, especially in this tournament. We see these picks all the time. So yeah, it's a very, very strong tri lane. And Also, a reason why Snooki picked Corrupted Disciple first is maybe because he wants to play it. Maybe because maybe they were gonna swap and they're gonna put for either mid or solo short lane. That's my opinion.
Mid corrupted or solo short corrupted. Interesting. Yeah, it does seem like it has a pretty good time against a pretty sizable portion of the hero pool, especially melees, right? I mean, Conduit kind of annoying to play against if you are a melee hero, but the second wave of bans, Impa Boy takes away Draconis, Balfagor, and Engineer, so pretty standard stuff there. Kraken, Electrician, and Bombardier being taken away by Snooki, so taking away some power mids, and especially the Kraken that was so effective in the last game. And then we see the Andromeda pick, as you mentioned, but the Wretched Hag looks like it's going to be probably the mid hero, or at least maybe the solo short for Team Tim this game, as they do have their 5th pick as being a Lord Salforus, so that might be the mid hero. But yeah, look at this Riptide and Moira pick. So we don't really need to talk about Moira because this hero is kind of seen a lot. We understand why she is. Just the full kit that she has is actually very crazy. But how about this Riptide pick? Tell me about that.
It's a very, very strong mid laner. But in my opinion, it's gonna be Sulfuris mid. I think Sulfuris still has the upper hand on the Riptide, but it depends on how they lane it. They can still dual mid with Riptide, I guess. More than...
But yeah, it looks like he is going to be going mid. He's walking there right now. And yeah, I actually kind of like this draft by Doghouse, where they have 2 core agility farmers, and both of them do very well in lane phase in most situations. Riptide obviously has a leg up on a lot of heroes with his attack damage, right? Being being so huge with the In My Element passive whenever he's in the river or in his little created pond, standing in water. So we'll see exactly how Salforus probably has the lane sustain on lock, as we know this hero is actually annoyingly difficult to push out of lane because of how much self-heal it has with the life tap. It's going to be a solo short Wretched Hag going against a tri-lane initially of Glacius, Moira, and Corrupted Disciple. And in the bottom lane, we've got Valkyrie, Andromeda, and Magnus looking to score a kill, perhaps on the Lodestone. So obviously, these lanes are going to change very quickly, right? I think, if...
Maybe on the Hellbourne, maybe they have to rotate to Hag against the Lost on solo, in my opinion. But the Riptide pick is actually very interesting, because with his passive spell, he can control runes very fast, because he gets movement speed buff. So it's a very good pick, actually. And I think we never saw it this tournament.
Yeah, I'm excited to see exactly how it plays out. I know it's a very strong hero, but things are just a little bit different in that 5v5 coordinated tournament setting. So Wretched Hag is actually going to get caught here by Moira and Glacius. Actually narrowly dodges that Electric Tide, but still takes about 2/3 of her HP in one swing.
Look at the mid lane harass from the Sulfuris.
Oh yeah, good grief, I didn't even notice that. How did that happen? Just the Dark Lord's presence, just walking up on Riptide. This is so crazy.
Yeah. And Magnus is coming. Oh, this is a kill.
Oh, Magnus, that short range level 1 Lava Surge, not going to be able to connect on the Riptide. You can see Salforus going ahead and skilling up his Q spell for some really early damage potential, realizing that he doesn't need to skill life tap in order to keep himself up against this Riptide.
So very interesting. They decide to sacrifice the Hag lane for in the helping side. So Hag will have a very rough game.
Yeah, I mean, she can recover reasonably so as long as she doesn't get shut down too hard, right? I mean, she starts to recover pretty well with levels.
He's doing very well. Almost level 3. And But look at how Moira is placed. They want to camp runes. It's very important for DD rune.
DD rune is bottom. Riptide actually has to be very careful underneath the tower. South Forest just pushing the creeps into the tower.
It's very tough.
We actually see that Riptide does not have the Undertow skilled yet, so he's kind of playing a little bit risky. If he gets a stun connected on him by Magnus, that Q spell is going to miss from South Forest. Kind of just waiting, I guess, on his bottle to be delivered before picking up that double damage rune.
But as we can see, South Forest is not doing very well in the last hit. Riptide has his upper hand with 5 denies, and
yeah, wow. Thank you for pointing that out. Really, the story to tell was the fact that he was getting harassed out of lane so well, but South Forest not a very dominant last hit hero over the Riptide, perhaps. Kind of push him out of lane, but Moira is actually here to protect Riptide for a while. Magnus has committed a lot of time to sitting here behind Riptide, but nothing coming of it yet.
And meanwhile, we have Imbaboy farming with 20 denies, 20 denies and 20 last hits.
Right, yeah.
It's actually insane. This is
a free farm Corrupted Disciple versus a free farm Valkyrie. I mean, which carry enjoys the free farm a little bit more? Riptide has the double damage activated, putting the full force onto Moira. Auto attacks coming out onto Riptide as well. Gets very low, but able to. I'm just gonna call it waveform because that's what it used to be called. Waveform away. I just don't like the way that Undertow sounds.
But late game, in my opinion, Valkyrie should have the upper hand because of his mobility and Valkyrie Prism as well, offering a lot of setups and map presence as well.
I think I can agree to that end, even though I do like Corrupted Disciple as a late game carry as well, but yeah, I mean, there is something certainly to be said for the strength of mobility in this game, as far as closing gaps or, just being able to live a little bit longer.
But it's very interesting that Riptide has 12 denies and 24 creeps, and Sulfur is not doing that well.
I know, you can actually see South Forest is just making a way into the jungle, going to be stacking this hard and medium camp, so that's kind of one of the advantage that South Forest mid has, is you get a pretty decent lead on levels in the mid lane, and then yeah, I missed that kill onto Hag. It was a dive from Snooki and Glacius. Magnus is here in trouble, is actually getting pursued underneath the tower still. He's health potting up. South Forest actually getting a lot of heat onto him from Moira and Riptide in the mid lane, but going to be able to walk away from that one at least a little bit. But yeah, I was kind of obsessing over how good of a jungler South Forest can be. I missed that kill onto Wretched Hag, but that's basically what he's going to do to catch back up, right? He's going to stack this hard and medium camp and take his levels. But here you go. We've got the arcane Shards of Harkon are going to connect, and auto attacks from Riptide going to be too much, and South Forest falls to Riptide now. So good little dual lane action coming out from Moira and Riptide, and Wretched Hag's got to be careful as well. Health potting up here in the top lane after taking a Glacius Corrupted Disciple combo.
And there's a DD rune on the Riptide. Oh, it's very tough for the Sulfuris right now.
Yeah, this is going to be like 200 damage auto attacks.
Yep. They can literally just dive with the Moira stun. And
they are certainly thinking about it. Here they go right now. Here comes the Shards of Harkon onto the South Forest. The port is actually going to deter them from pushing forward, but Wretched Hag is going to get caught by Glacius and Corrupted Disciple, so she will be the one to fall. South Forest still has to be careful. He's actually going to be gone on by Riptide, but the Lava Surge is going to connect. Here comes the Undying, but there is no follow-up or Certissima. Riptide might be able to walk away from this one. It's got about 5 more seconds on the Undying. I think it is going to be enough. Not going to be enough to finish him off. Valkyrie's Prism does come out to guess, try to secure the escape of Salforus.
And Salforus is going back to base, which is not his the position he wants to be in right now. He wants to clear the woods.
Right.
But yeah, the DD rune. And Lowstone is level 6, but
yeah, having a hard time at only 100 GPM, 9-0 creep score, but he is level 6. He's actually going to get Comet Stun by Andromeda, and the arrow is going to connect for 3.7 seconds. Here comes the Lava Surge. Is he going to be able to rocket drill out? Yes, he will with the Golden Apple usage, but they are going to pursue further as they understand that he only has one auto attack's worth of HP, but he's going to be able to live for a little bit. But is that kill going to come out on Andromeda? No, narrowly able to get out of the range of the tower. So Nede going to get caught out on Lodestone. Uses the Shatter Storm to no avail. Not going to have that cooldown up for 70 more seconds.
Hag.
Yeah, Wretched Hag very, very low in the top lane as well, but she is going to be able to walk away back to base. So yeah, if you are Team Tim at the moment, you know, it's a bit of a struggle. Obviously, Doghouse has the lead right now, 3-1 score difference plus the 1,200 gold lead. But you know, we're fans of Imbaboy in this caster box. We know that he's able to carry games back like this, especially if he has a start on a hero like Valkyrie like this. But Glacius putting a lot of pressure onto Wretched Hag, who uses the Bat Blast onto Glacius. Not going to pursue forward there as she understands that Corrupted Disciple will probably get the counter kill if she committed to killing Glacius.
I would like Team Team to play more around their other core, because Valkyrie has a good time anyway. But they have to, in my opinion, they have to finish the tower bot lane so they can roam.
Yeah, that is what they're trying to do. Wretched Hag, very low here, getting pressed forward by Mora and Glacius. They do get the bottom tower, and it looks like the top tower is going to fall very quickly as well. Glacius going to discover Wretched Hag here, but not going to put down the Ice Imprisonment on her. Wretched Hag still playing extremely risky here. Magnus is here in the top lane. They want to defend this tower. Might draw some ports here. Valkyrie's Prism is going to be activated here. Are they going to port up to this top tier 1 tower? Magnus down in the red here. Moira actually going to be able to finish him off. The Shards of Harkon connect. Moira going to end up falling to Wretched Hag. Very nice. Kill for kill here, but here's Riptide diving behind the tower. And Wretched Hag dives to the trees. And Riptide is the one that's in trouble here. It takes the Comet Stun. Here comes the arrow and the Undying. Riptide is going to fall.
Very well executed.
Very, very nice counter kills coming out in favor of Doghouse. So in the end, it's a 2-for-1 and a tower deny. Well played, and now that lead that Team Tim had, or excuse me, Doghouse had. I think I just said the team name is wrong. I apologize for that. Okay, Lord Salforus getting pressured very, very heavily by Snooki on Corrupted Disciple. Snooki is pressing forward, gets stunned by Magnus, but wow, so much damage coming out from Magnus and Salforus together. Forced to back away.
Very unfortunate, because they are missing the stacks on the Doghouse, so Valkyrie took
Magnus with a beautiful double stun into the Comet Stun, and the arrow just splitting the stuns across the two targets wonderfully. Riptide gonna get that counter kill onto Magnus, now pushing forward onto Andromeda, but he's level 7, and he needs to be very, very careful, as you say. Corrupted Disciple putting down the Corrupted Conduit onto Andromeda. Riptide is going to fall, but Valkyrie is in trouble as well. Corrupted Disciple cleans up both. Nice little exchange, 3 for 3, but they take out a very, very high-value target, and Wretched Hag finds that kill onto Lodestone. So now Team Tim, gosh, I'm not even sure who exactly got the better of that, as they did lose Valkyrie, but at least Wretched Hag finds a very nice kill onto Lodestone to kind of get himself some momentum back into the game.
It's very tough to say who has the lead, because Riptide died twice in a row. He died top lane when he dove, and he died there again. So it's very tough to say who had the lead.
And we actually see that Valkyrie has a very good, very healthy start on a Thunderclaw at the moment. Still has the Alacrity Band and the Voltstone. So safe to say he's going to get that item very, very quickly. Wretched Hag getting pursued by Lodestone. Valkyrie's Prism is going to come out to help secure his escape, but he's positioned pretty aggressively here. Still needs to be careful as Riptide is here in the Legion jungle as well. But Corrupted Disciple's got the completed Light Brand. And what does Riptide do here as he's kind of struggled? Had a decent time mid. Still at 340 GPM. What do we see from Riptide to try and transition into a threat as a mid laner in the mid game?
I want to say it because they are going mid.
Yeah, Wretched Hag is getting stun locked in the mid lane. Thank you for pointing that out. She is going to fall very quickly. The Undying comes out onto Glacius. Has to be careful, but here Moira taking the Comet stun, but now it's Lord Salforus is getting pursued by Lodestone and Corrupted Disciple. The Lava Surge is going to connect onto Lodestone. Double stun coming out from Lodestone. Going to catch Andromeda and Magnus. Magnus has to be very careful. Able to get the distance. Here comes the Shards of Harkon. Going to connect onto Magnus to finish him off, and they connect onto Valkyrie, but now auto attacks pumping out on Moira. She is going to fall, puts the Arcane Vortex onto Lord Salforus, and the rest of the team is able to walk away. So 2 for 1. Looks like that is a win for Team Tim.
You mean Doghouse?
Yeah, why do I keep calling...
Oh, Arrow?
Yep. Riptide. Yeah, casting problems this game, guys. I can't, you know, Team Tim was Legion last time, so it's, yeah. Whatever.
Hag is sneaking up.
Yeah, Wretched Hag is smoked. She's going to see Corrupted Disciple puts out the full combo, and here comes the follow-up from Magnus. He's going to cancel that TP, and Snooki is going to end up falling, so a beautiful kill.
That's a very kill.
First kill onto Corrupted Disciple this game. Shutting down his progress. And we have, looks like a Firebrand being started on Valkyrie, who's at an impressive 550 GPM.
I think he's going for Nullfire. I'm not sure. He could go for Geobane, which is also very well against the Glacius Ice Imprison and the Moira Stun. He can dodge it. But I actually think he would. Maybe Nullfire would be a very good.
Uh-oh. Glacial Downpour making his way onto South Forest together with Riptide, and Lodestone going to get caught, so it's 1 for 1 so far. Magnus trying to pour it out, but looks like he's going to get canceled by Moira. No! Moira does not use the ulti to stop that port.
That's a very good space creation for Hag.
Yeah, Hag is actually farming the bottom lane. They're still chasing Valkyrie and Andromeda. They feel like they can catch them. They know that they are very, very far away from tower support. Valkyrie is still getting flanked here. She actually starts the port, but is Glacius going to be able to find him in time? No! Whew. Good intuition on Imba to start that port as soon as he ducked into the trees for cover. And as you said, beautiful space for Wretched Hag into the bottom lane. As looks like somebody is porting down here. It is Lodestone. He's going to try and put the finishing touches on his portal key, as he is about 800 gold away from it. Now Team Tim eyeing down this mid tier 1 tower, as all 5 heroes are here to try and make it happen. There's a double damage Valkyrie to boot. She's going to be able to do a lot of damage to the tower very quickly. Yep, here comes the Shadow Storm onto Valkyrie. It's going to connect. She's going to get deleted instantly. Lodestone still alive. The Arcane Vortex is going to catch 2. Somebody else dies. It was Salforus. Andromeda living. No, she is not. Corrupted Disciple trying to go on Magnus, but Magnus able to run away, at least for the moment. We're going to get caught by Riptide, but here's the dust thwarting that Steam Bath attempt at living. So it is a 4 for 1 disaster. Doghouse winning that team fight very handily. The only survivor being Wretched Hag, who's actually getting...
Kimba felt too confident.
With that double damage rune.
Yes, and very good stun on Lodestone, sneaking behind them.
Glacius, wow, look at this. Glacius just so bold going for Wretched Hag, and actually Wretched Hag understands that he is alone, so Wretched Hag chasing Glacius with the Valkyrie's Prism activated, but actually not going to be able to find him. Valkyrie still going for this defense tower. Going to spot Lodestone with the Javelin of Light. They want this tower. Moira is here pressing, pushing them away with the illusion. Lodestone catches Salforas briefly, but they are going to be able to walk away from this. And the tower most likely going to get denied here.
Ain't nobody killing that tower but me.
Very, very close game.
It is extremely close, yeah. Now that I look at the stats, this is it's wonderful to see. Always want close games at the top level here. See exactly what play or moment it's going to be where one team finally starts to pull ahead.
I'm curious on what item Riptide is gonna go next. I would assume Thunderclaw, but maybe it's. I mean, it's very hard to itemize this hero because I think he relies too much on maybe kills. He's a very he's a hero focused too much on kills. So if he got Thunderclaw, he has to farm. So I don't know.
Suffers the same. Fa was actually playing Moa last game, who kind of has the same pitfall, right? If you don't get kills early on, then what's going to happen? Are you going to be able to progress diligently through the game? So I'm very curious as well. He's got 3k gold. They actually are going very hard on the Salforas, who tries to escape. I'm not even sure what rune he used, but that Glacial Downpour is going to fully prevent his escape. Undying was used, but Riptide going to be able to live. And if it were me, I feel like Riptide should go... I kind of want to see a Nullifier come out of him, but he might be deciding to go something like a Shrunken Head, maybe just be a major, like a frontliner for his team to just get these team fights rolling.
And Lawson had an Invisible Bottle. He thought he could escape, but they had dust and a reward. That's why he's... but Lawson...
Yeah, they're finally carrying dust. I've noticed a lack of dust in some of these games sometimes, Puppet Soul.
Yeah, especially versus a Valkyrie, understandable.
Right.
But we can see that Salforas is struggling very much. No. But Hag has recovered a bit.
She has now at 350 GPM. She's actually doing very well. She's got Sackstone completed. Big Arrow can be catching Glacius. There is a follow-up port. It's Salforas who's going to put down the aggression, but not going to be able to stop Glacius's run, at least for the moment. Glacius just booking it, going as fast as he can with those Striders, not able to activate them. Salforas is actually going to stop his Striders, and he's going to get swapped back. That is a dead Glacius. Yeah, mid lane. Wretched Hag is going to get caught. Shatterstorm is going to connect onto Wretched Hag. She's able to blink away.
Very
not
nice
going to pursue first.
Very nice turn from Magnus, saving the Hag.
Oh, Moira's not done yet. She's actually putting him further harass onto Wretched Hag, but that illusion is not going to be able to finish her off. So yeah, how did that stun play out exactly?
He stunned the Lowstone when he jumped with PK, and then couldn't kill. But
Corrupted Disciple. A little bit out of position here. They dive behind this tier 2 tower. Lodestone, seeing if he can make some sort of counterplay. Valkyrie's Prism is activated, but they are going to be almost dead to rights here as the Bad Blast connects on 2 after the Lava Surge. So it's a 2 for nothing here. And now Team Tim looking very, very healthy here. 21 minutes into the game. Starting to see our first noticeable lead for the game. Especially if they get this tier 2 tower in the bottom lane.
But we might see a kill on Salforas, who is maybe gonna be greedy again. And...
Uh-oh.
Oh.
One more auto attack on to do it. Here comes Wretched Hag, putting in the harass onto Riptide, but the waveform is up in just 2 seconds. He's actually going to turn it around onto Wretched Hag, and Wretched Hag is under fire now. A double kill for Riptide. Very, very nice play by Fa, who, by the way, answer to your question, now has a Ruined Axe in his inventory. Mora looks like she is going to be end up falling. But yeah, we have a Ruined Cleaver Riptide in the game now. So he is looking to draw this game out and just farm the map and get big, big, big. So not what I expected to see from a mid lane Riptide at all.
I never saw Riptide with Rune deck, so I don't know how it's how good it is. But it's a farming item, so I guess it's okay. It's okay.
Well, you can see he's able to just come over here to the Ancients with nothing but a Cleaver and a Sackstone in his inventory. He's able to pretty confidently take them out without losing too much HP. Lodestone, very low here in the top lane. It's actually going to be able to sidestep that arrow, but falls prey to the swap into the Comet Stun. It does end up falling, so Nede getting picked off in the top lane. I think he tried to go onto Magnus, wasn't able to finish him off, but you know, is able to buy some space for Riptide and Corrupted Disciple to use their farming items now to their strength.
And something we can point out is Moira is very close to PK, so can be a very good game changer with the PK.
Yeah. And Glacius not too far from his own if that's what he wants to go, about halfway there. So Valkyrie did not go for the Geosbane immediately. He actually finishes a Nullfire 3, so probably going to be seeing a Geosbane from him next. Salforus going a Lightbrand himself, and Wretched Hag looks like she just finished hers, just bringing it out on the Courier. The Valkyrie's Prism is going to allow Salforus and Riptide to get... Salforus and Wretched Hag are here on Riptide, and he uses the waveform, so he's actually going to be in a lot of trouble. They've burned all cooldowns to make quick work of Riptide, and that is a stop to his Savage 6 streak. A Lodestone trying to make a counter kill happen. Glacius going to be able to find Salforus, puts down the Tundra Blast, but Wretched Hag is here for assistance. There's still 3 heroes here. Let's see if Lodestone can put the cancel down. Yeah, the Ice Imprisonment was the one that canceled the TP there. I was kind of waiting for the Rocket Drill. But nice usage of Electric Tide to get vision in the trees there to stop that TP.
But very good patience from Hag and Salforus, and wait till Riptide uses wave for Undertow.
I know, yeah. But you know, Faw's still able to get a Firebrand after picking up that Rune Cleaver, so he's still a force to be reckoned with. Probably going to be seeing a Geosbane finished from him very soon, and that's a fantastic item for him to have. A lot of utility this game, I would say. He needs a Shrunken Head this game, though. Almost certainly, right?
I don't really think so, because he can, in my opinion, he could go for a Geobane into a PK and basically be very mobile and try to pick off the Hag, for example, or the Andromeda.
Okay, so basically go right for the back line.
Yes, I think that's his job. Especially with a Moira, I guess, who can give him his spell.
Interesting, okay. Nice conk kill cleanup for the Legion side, so Hellborn probably going to start their own somewhat soon. This Valkyrie is actually gigantic, nearly 600 GPM. Just Impa Boy just does this where you know we just talk about other things going on in the game, and then just his GPM just ascends and ascends throughout the entire game. And I'm no doubt that if I take my attention away from him for just a couple more minutes, he'll be above 600. He actually is walking towards Riptide with this haste activated, but Riptide is going to TP away.
But Impa Boy has a very good game right now, so let's see how he converts his lead. Because as you can see, as expected as well, Corrupted is gonna back down a bit on his farm. He cannot play as aggressive as a Valkyrie because of his ulti. Yeah. So that's why we see Aznuki having lower GPM.
Oh, we see a Shrunken Head actually being completed on Corrupted Disciple, the process of being delivered. So this could potentially be the timing that the Doghouse are looking for, as they do have the portal key ready on Moira as well. Perhaps they're waiting for a portal key on Glacius, who is just 300 gold shy from it. They actually get that tower to assist with that.
It's very tough to say who is on timer this game, because I didn't see how Riptide does late game. So
How Riptide
very
does
tough.
late game?
Yes.
It's actually kind of an insane hero late game. If you're able to just stack Agi. Now, obviously, I haven't really seen it. This is the first time I've seen it in, tournament setting, so it could certainly be a different, have a different feel. But there's just like some. I've seen it in pub games where this hero can just show up on your tier 3 tower and break it within a couple of seconds if it's near 6 slotted. So.
Oh yeah, something I forgot to mention is the Riptide ulti. Yeah, he can split push.
Yeah.
Without being seen, unless Hellborn has good camera.
Yeah, and it's actually a very strong team fight ulti, right? Especially if he's able to start stacking Agi, because it gives a percentage of his agility as bonus attack damage on all of his allied heroes. So, just another thing to consider.
Yep,
it's actually an overlooked mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't always realize it.
But we have a DD run on Valkyrie. I think they're gonna look to fight now.
Yeah, with the completed Geosbane as well. I see this a lot on. I kind of want to hear your take on Salforus. I see people building into. Oh yeah, Wretched Hag getting pursued by a Corrupted Disciple, but actually it is going to be Glacius as the one to fall.
It's very unfortunate with from Doghouse to not play with Moira. Sadly, this little mistake they did on going for Hag without the Moira, for example, is very tough. I think they should use Moira more. But
yeah, it's surprising because usually Dude is very good. And
yes.
Miss Lava Surge stun in the mid lane, but yeah, Dude is actually very excellent at making full use of the Ephemeral Forge, the illusion spawn. And yeah, I actually feel like I haven't seen that come out from him that much this game. So, kind of wonder why that is, but I guess they just feel like they're still playing a bit of a passive game because they have this Rune Cleaver Riptide just trying to farm away.
And Riptide is spotted with the word from Zane, so maybe they're gonna look to go for him in the near future. Let me see.
It's got an Invis bottle right now. I think this is a Geosbane coming out for Riptide. It's actually Lodestone might be the one to be looking to go onto Valkyrie. He does start the Shatterstorm. Watch out, Valkyrie. Here he comes. Shatterstorm is going to connect. Actually, it's not going to connect. A beautiful Nether Swap is going to allow Valkyrie to get the distance. Moira's illusion is going to fall. We see Magnus falls very quickly. Valkyrie is caught by the Ice Imprisonment. Riptide's here in the backline. It's a double tap for Riptide. Andromeda now getting finished off by Riptide as well. Make that a hat trick. Glacius and Lodestone fall for it, but hey, when your carry Riptide picks up 3 quick kills on the main farmer being one of them, fantastic stuff. Moira is going to fall to Salforus, a little bit of compensation, but Riptide is actually going in very hard on Salforus, but not going to be able to stop this port. But yeah, Riptide cleaning up the 650 GPM Valkyrie right there. Fantastic stuff.
And a fun fact as well is we can see like 3 players on the Legion side, they have all under 100 pips. And Hag going for Corrupt. Oh, never mind.
I'm sorry, could you repeat what you just said?
Oh, I said something interesting we can see is like we can see 3 players under 100 clips on the Legion side. So Lodestone is not farming as much as the Hag if we compare.
Yeah, definitely not. Hag is a major farmer this game, and Salforus not doing too bad as well. And it actually kind of reminds me of what I wanted to ask you about Salforus before. I mean, how do you feel about something I've seen very commonly on Lord Salforus is people, building into Lightbrand very early on, eventually trying to make progress towards a Dawnbringer, who Lord Salforus actually getting gone on by Riptide. But both of these heroes just backing away from each other. But yeah, how do you feel about this kind of farming route by Salforus building into a Lightbrand?
Oh, they're going.
Magnus is going to catch Corrupted Disciple. Rocket Drill's going to connect onto Magnus. Gets dusted out. Moira going to fall. Swap comes in, pulls it back in. Lodestone. Here's the Glacial Downpour on Glacius. It's fantastic. Wretched Hag blinks in. The Shadow Storm connects. Valkyrie finishes off Lodestone. Valkyrie putting the force onto Glacius now. Riptide, the lone hero standing for the Legion side, going to be able to walk away. Dancing Blade picked up by Valkyrie.
So we saw that the Dawnbringer base on Salforus managed him to just slow down his opponent, and he can just run over them. So I think it's a very good tool to fight for on Salforus.
Certainly, yeah. It's just I just only wonder about it because it's it's 6K gold value, and they usually start with the Lightbrand, so it feels like it's a kind of a greedy, ambitious setup, if that makes sense.
I agree. But he recovered. This is because he had a lot of space due to Valkyrie rotation and Hag and Magnus tanking for him. Especially when he got the kill on Riptide, when Riptide used the Torrent Undertow on Ancients. He got his Savage 6.
Yeah, that was a really big and necessary kill that they found. And you can see that Team Tim actually has a very large lead at the moment. 12K gold. And Moira, these are just illusions that are getting caught. Yeah. Riptide ulti is going to be used so that they can take out this Kongor.
And Imbaboy is very close to Wingbow.
Yeah, that's going to be very difficult for them to bring him down, especially because they don't really have... The only burst combo that they have for bringing him down is the Shadow Storm combo. Riptide takes that 5-second arrows, but there's no follow-up. But yeah, if that Shadow Storm doesn't connect onto Valkyrie, it feels like he is nearly impossible to take down after this Wingbow makes its way into his inventory. I mean, they are not close to a Sheepstick or a Savage Mace on any of these heroes.
That's a full Wingbow purchased on Imbaboy.
Yeah, there is no buyback.
And again, Corrupted is a very strong hero, but as we can see, he's playing very, very scared.
This is true, yeah. But he's still at 500 GPM. Not doing too bad, but...
Not too bad.
But yeah, you're right about him playing scared. I mean, it just feels like they're kind of playing a little bit disjoint right now. Corrupted Disciple and Riptide both kind of playing their own separate game, trying to maximize their farm. I really haven't seen them together too often this game. A Wretched Hag looking to potentially set something up here in the bottom lane, but
I think right now Team is waiting for a good drone opportunity to go for maybe a push. That would be my guess, but...
Lodestone seems to know that Wretched Hag is down here. He's looking for him. Corrupted Disciple porting back to the top lane.
He's gonna dust on Lodestone to see if it's... He bought dust to see, yeah.
It's an Assassin Shroud pickup on Corrupted Disciple.
Are they going to look?
Wretched Hag is going to get caught. Full stump combo is coming out. Shatterstorm is committed. Is going to be the finishing blow on Wretched Hag. So Team Tim going to be down a player.
as they look to back away from this top set of barracks. Uh-oh, it looks like they're getting flanked by a Mora Illusion, who actually is going to catch Magmus inside of an Arcane Vortex. Puts the Shards of Harkon out. They are going to connect onto Magmus. But the Valkyrie's Prism going to help them survive the make the escape. And Valkyrie, in the meantime, finding a quick kill onto Glacius, who could probably only stand to take about 3 auto attacks before falling over.
I would like Thor to maybe play more confident and bit push more and trust his hero, because he can do this. The fact that he's invisible on the map. But it's very hard to do.
Yeah, I mean, and he has almost 5k gold here, so I'm very curious to see what he's going to be going for. Con kill is going to be managed by the Hellborn team.
I mean,
yeah, what's the item for Riptide in this spot?
Thor likes to go for Hellflower, so I don't know. Could be Hellflower, could be PK, I don't know. Very tough to build.
I think this is going to be a wing bow. This is my. Come on. Yeah, there it is. There's the wing bow. This is what I mean, so to your point of him, playing a little bit more aggressively, going for towers and everything, wing bow going to be an item that's going to help him out fantastically to that end. He actually has a double damage. This is going to be like a 450 damage Riptide auto attacks. Nice swap into that arrow. Corrupted Disciple falls very, very quickly. Here comes the ports. Riptide going in, has the Shrunken Head active, trying to dump in auto attacks, but not using this double damage for some reason. He's actually going to take that Bat Blast. I don't know why he's not using this double damage. Perhaps he wants to save it for the next engagement, but I think it's now a 2-for-1. Or 1-for-1. Yeah, 2-for-1 rather.
Did he?
Seems like he did forget, yeah. But now the tower has been broken, and there is no Shrunken Head, so he's not going to be able to go in safely, as Andromeda and Magmus are there waiting. 5-second arrow is going to connect onto Moira, but they're not going to advance, just going to focus on the objective. Magmus is going to connect the stun onto Glacius. Combat stun's there. Sonar Scream going to come in, but here's the Riptide with the damage. Uses the Geo's Bane. And actually, I think he used the double damage
first,
and then immediately cleared it with Geo's Bane. First set of barracks has been broken by Team Tim.
But yeah, Corrupted died in the first place, and then the fight became another story for Doghouse.
Fantastic coordination, getting that swap into the arrow though. Just no chance there for Corrupted Disciple, and
Imbiboy just right-clicks a Savage.
Right-clicks that Savage, so he's going to just be throwing trains this game. 2.5 auto attacks every second. Dealing about, I don't know, how much damage is he going to be doing? Like 320 with the Savage Mace procs. So, pretty crazy stuff. Lodestone trying to catch South Forest. Not going to be able to, though. Actually will for the moment, but puts a lot of damage on the Lodestone. But Corrupted Disciple are here in tandem, putting in a ton of damage on South Forest. Yep, Magmus ulti is going to connect too, but there's really no follow-up, but he does manage to get the Lodestone.
Hag is coming. Bat Blast.
Hag is here. Puts the Bat Blast. No, he's not. Misses the Bat Blast, actually. Magmus is going to fall. Corrupted Disciple is here with the Shrunken Head active. There's a buyback from Lord South Forest. Glacius throws in the Glacial Downpour, but here's Imbiboy in the top lane, all the while just taking out the barracks. And he's going for the Mega Creeps, just ignoring the fight, understanding that, hey, objectives supersede one team fights, guys.
Very unfortunate Bat Blast from the Hag, but they're gonna kill Moira.
Yeah, they will find that kill onto Moira. And now it's just 4 heroes in the mid lane against the 3 base defenders of Doghouse, and this tower is almost broken. Tower is going to fall. Riptide jumps in onto Wretched Hag. Swap helps save Wretched Hag. Andromeda's in the front line, but yeah, this Savage Maze, Valkyrie just doing so much damage with these auto attacks.
Just, gosh, look at her just
yeah,
chunk the Corrupted Disciple. Or Salforus in the front lines. Looks like he's taking a lot of auto attacks, but just buying time for Valkyrie to just chip away at these barracks. There's only one building left until Mega Creeps. And Lodestone activates the Shatter Storm, but just falls extremely quickly. Here's the Mega Creeps, almost certainly going to fall. Riptide trying to make something happen, but the ultimate objective has been completed. The Mega Creeps are here. The team fight is won. It's a 5-0, or full genocide rather. There's the GGCC. And Team Tim takes out Doghouse 2-0 here in the first series of the day. Advancing in the losers bracket. Very, very nice stuff coming out from Team Tim. And geez, any final thoughts on that game?
It's a very well played on the Imaboy's team, Imaboy squad. They managed to play mid game very well and also the key kill on Doghouse was Team Team was the kill on Riptide on Angels, giving a lot of money to Sulfuris, I think.
Absolutely.
So yeah, very close game. I had a lot of fun watching this, actually.
Yeah, and thank you so much, Puppet, for joining me to cast these games. I believe you are going to be playing the next series, so I hope it didn't tire you out too much.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
All right. Well, we can't wait to see you in action. Showing your stuff and showing your drafting prowess, and you are going to be facing off against the victors of Team Tim, the victors of that last series. So I wish you the best of luck, and to our viewers, please stay here. The game will be starting very shortly. You don't want to miss it.
Welcome back, everyone, from the break. We are now here with the loser bracket finals coming at you, a best of 3 series where we have Team Tim, who just came off a victory there over Doghouse, 2-0. They have moved on here to face Donova Brigada here in a best of 3 series. The winner of this one looking to move forward to the finals here of cycle number 4, awaiting Team Busk No GG. I will be your main shoutcaster for the series. What you got? And I'm going to be joined by a co-caster here. I'm going to be joined by Doze from Team Busk No GG. How's it going today, Doze?
I'm doing very well. Super excited to watch some good games today. It's going to be super interesting games to watch.
Yeah, I think so too. These two teams, you know, they are 2 of the top 4 teams currently right now. So they're battling out for some points here in cycle number 4, trying to clutch that top 2 spot for themselves, where they will earn themselves 2 points, I believe, at the very least. And the loser of this one will be earning 1 point. So that is the whole spiel here on this loser bracket finals match. Let's get into the draft as always. We have Donova Brigada banning out Valkyrie, Forsaken Archer, and Electrician here. So quite the variety of heroes there. Then we have Imbo Boy from Team Tim banning out Devourer, Moira, and Defiler. Does anything stand out to you in those blind bans, or is this just 6 very strong heroes, 6 meta heroes that we kind of see throughout the Paradise League cycles so far?
I think these bans are kind of meta right now. Most of the teams ban these heroes. I think that the Electrician could have been a Lodestone instead. I think they took a while to ban that hero, so they might decided to ban Lodestone instead, but they banned Electrician. So I think they was yeah about it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. We tend to see a lot of Lodestone either early on in the draft or blind ban, but the Electrician, definitely for good reason. We've seen the power he brings to the table in these games. But let's see what we got going so far. We have Donova getting the first pick here in game number 1. They pick up the Magmus, so we see Magmus getting first pick very, very often in these tournaments. Very solid initiator. It's followed up by Andromeda and Corrupted Disciple. So we have a support and a carry there, or potentially a tri-lane hero. And then it's followed up instantly by Monkey King and Glacius. So we got half the draft already completed. Let me know what you think is going on so far here with the 2 teams.
I really like the Monkey Glacius lane up. If they're gonna lane like that, I think they're gonna play it mid, and I think it's super strong. And then of course they're gonna pick up a Magmus and Donova. Magmus is like, I think it's one of the most picked heroes, and I think he has the highest win rate as well. So I think it's a very good pickup.
Okay, so if they were to run something like that Monkey King dual mid, which you're maybe thinking is possible here, then maybe we'll see the Magmus in more of either a solo role or maybe as like a secondary support in the side lane. Still kind of unsure where we will see the Magmus if they decide to lane like that. But they have a pretty solid fighting lineup already on that side. And now we have the secondary banning wave already completed here. So there's the Lodestone that you talked about. So they do go ahead and ban. I think it was no, it was actually Donova who banned away the Electrician. So Team Tim bans away the Lodestone here, and they actually have the first pick. So they were not looking to pick that one up for themselves. They ban away Silhouette and Shadowblade. So they throw in 2 carry heroes that they know that Donova likes to run. And then we have Tundra, Kraken, and Lord Sulfuras banned on the side of Donova. So not wanting to give away those strong solo lane heroes to the side of Team Tim. Everything look pretty normal there, or anything stand out to you?
I would say it's kind of normal. I guess the Silhouette ban is kind of respect ban, because Kevin plays it so well. Otherwise, I would say it's kind of like meta heroes they're banning.
Yep,
I'm kind of surprised they banned Shadowblade. I don't think Donova picks up that often.
Yeah, if anything, I feel like Shadowblade's more of a Team Tim hero, but I think we have seen Donova run Shadowblade occasionally. But yeah, I still do. I agree with you there. I think Team Tim is more likely to be the team to pick that one up. Now they do have the Corrupted Disciple already, so maybe they feel the Shadowblade is a good pick going up against the Corrupted, being able to do the damage drain with the second skill there. Maybe could be a reason why they banned it away, but I think definitely the bans from the side of Team Tim maybe stand out a little bit more. You talk about the Silhouette. That is for sure a respect ban against Puppet Soul. So they go ahead and pick up Behemoth and Torturer to supplement the Corrupted Andromeda so far. Looks like they're building a lot of teamfight heroes over there. They got one more pick left. Do you like the follow-up picks coming in?
The Parallax kind of surprised me. I love the hero though. Like Parallax, and then the pick Behemoth and Torture in Team. That was the kind of standard picks from Team, I would say.
Yeah, it looks to me, this screams tri-lane whenever they have the Behemoth and the Andromeda. And then you throw the Corrupted Disciple on that. That's a very nasty tri-lane. Torture could also, we have seen Torture earlier today ran in the tri-lane, so wouldn't even count that one out, but they could still be looking to run that in a solo lane. And then the Parallax. They saw 4 heroes picked up from the Legion side. They go ahead and pick up a Parallax. I think that will be Puppet Soul's hero. He's known to play a very strong Parallax, and they're going to be running that alongside the Monkey King. But now they finish off the lineup with the Draconis, so they are ultimately running a Tricore. 3 heroes that all scale very well, kind of soak a lot of farm. What do you think about the last pick Draconis there, kind of forcing them into that Tricore lineup?
I mean, they're gonna have a super like roaming Parallax, I would say. Kevin plays it super active. So I think he's gonna create a lot of space for Draconis, because I think Draconis needs a bit early game to be able to utilize the farm tools he has with the spells. But also he has like the global fly and everything, so he can be all over the map at the same time farm it. So I like it. I think it's
definitely. Oh, go ahead.
I think it's a bit of hit or miss. Either they're gonna get run over early game, and I don't think they're really gonna come back that easily, or they're gonna dominate and actually maybe keep the momentum going up and win the game.
Yeah, so things that I like about heroes like the Monkey King and the Draconis, they're very good at fighting early, but also still can kind of flash farm just naturally with their kit. And then I think the big question mark for me is the Parallax pick, because I think you were kind of hinting at this. It's a very hit or miss hero. This hero can either really do well, get that early icon and just kind of take over the game, or he could just have a really rough laning phase where he struggles to get going into the mid game. So we'll have to see how they pilot this Parallax. Definitely could be kind of the wild card pick of the match. And we have the last pick from Team Tim going to be a Sir Bensington. So they decide to pick up kind of a Tricore of their own. They're running the Torture as a farmer, being played by Haha. So they're going to have a CD, Torture, and Bensington Tricore. So now that we've seen both the lineups kind of completed here, do you think either side has like a drafting edge, or I want to get your takes on the 2 lineups?
Like I said, the Nova, I would say they have a kind of hit or miss team. Like, I don't know, like in a Parallax in a tri-lane, I don't know if that's gonna work very well. I think Parallax needs some sort of XP for be able to do anything. Like, he can't do anything level 1, for example. He doesn't have a stun, he doesn't have anything. He can spec the silence, but it does no damage at all, and it's only 1 second silence, I believe, level 1. It's always 1 second.
So, I will say one thing though, when I look at Team Tim's tri-lane, it does almost kind of scream to me a more defensive tri-lane with the Behemoth. So this kind of might give a little bit of an edge for Parallax getting some kind of farm. Whereas if this Behemoth was like a more aggressive second support, it could be a bit more troublesome for them. But I feel like with the Magnus and the Glacius, they have a great supporting cast for Parallax, at least to look to get like return kills and whatnot. But I think the CD, I think we still favor the CD up here against the Parallax early on, as he's proven to be a very strong tri-lane option in the laning phase.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I think the more interesting is the bot lane. How is the Draconis against the Bensington gonna do?
I feel like Bensington could do very well in this lane. He could just joust in on the Draconis. This hero has 290 movement speed, level 1. Doesn't really have a great way to output like a lot of early game laning phase damage. Like when we think of Draconis, we think of his flash farming ability with jungle stacks, and it's a lot weaker, I feel like, when he's in a lane 1 versus 1. I feel like Bensington could definitely do very well down here. I'll have to see if Draconis like pushes the lane, then goes into jungle, kind of snowballs his farm potential, and if Bensington lets him do that. But before we have any action up in the tri-lane, let's also talk about mid lane, as we actually have a freeze on the Corrupted. Counter fissure on the Parallax. There's the Comet stun. A lot of pressure on the Parallax already. He's forced to use the health potion there. But mid lane we have Torture versus Monkey King. So you're pretty well known for playing Monkey King yourself. How would you feel, or how do you feel about this matchup of Monkey King versus Torture?
The thing about Torture, I guess what I've seen about Mate, that
lane, sorry to cut you off. We're gonna have the Bloodlust kill come out on the Glacius. Meanwhile, Corrupted being gone on here in the background. Now Parallax could maybe get turned on. There's 3 versus 2. Corrupted pops the health potion, and they will get the kill there on the Puppet Soul. So it is a 2-for-1 as Corrupted does fall in the end. And now it might be a third, but the boots Magma's gonna keep him alive just barely with 30 life. So it was a 2-for-1 with the Bloodlust going to the Andromeda there. A great start for Team Tim here up in the tri-lane. But yeah, back to your thoughts on Monkey King versus Torturer.
I think that a range hero against a melee always have some kind of advantage and harassing, especially if you max E on a Torture. He has like 5-second cooldown at max level.
Glacius is, I think, walled off here. No, he just eat a tree and he's gonna be fine. This tri-lane from Team Tim continues to kind of wreak havoc up here.
Yeah, they're doing very well so far.
So you give the early edge to Torturer?
I would say so. If he max E, I think he can box out Monkey, but Monkey always has his W into Q and he can cast Torture so easily. What I usually do when I play Monkey, I usually just place a ward in mid and then I can jump on the ward. That's usually how you should do it.
Mechanic for the hero.
Yeah. That's so easy to catch a guy. Oh, Magnus
actually steals the Mystic Illusion rune from Torture. I was watching him sit up there. He was waiting for the bottle to get delivered. That is very unfortunate. But a good job from Magnus to steal that away and deny him the bottle refill. But more importantly, the rune, which would help him control that mid lane a bit better. Bottom lane, we have Benzington going for a kill here on the Draconis. He uses the Lance Along. He's got a Joust. If he hits the Joust, this is a dead... There it is. It connects, and Benzington will take him out. So this is what I had feared for Draconis in this 1 versus 1 matchup.
Yeah. I was very well played by Patrick, I would say.
I think if he gets the Toxin Claw and the Benzington as well, like the Draconis will just be a sitting duck.
Oh yeah.
But we'll see if he decides to maybe pick those up. Maybe he values the Marchers first, but the action in the tri-lane has kind of quieted down. We see... Let's take a look at some creep farm. We got 11 and 4 Corrupted against 9 and 2 Parallax. So I think that's
kind of even.
Not to be like surprised by all means. They have been kind of controlling the top lane a bit better. Mid lane we have 18 and 4 Torture against 19 and 2 Monkey King. So pretty even there. Torture picks up a couple with his chain react. Not the agonizing bond. Sorry, picks up a couple last hits.
That's going for Draconis bot again.
Bottom lane we have another engagement. Yep, Benzington he did already use the Joust, so he's just putting a lot of pressure on the Draconis. Torture finds himself a haste rune as he pre-runed the 4-minute rune, and Draconis, could be in some trouble. Here comes a Joust from the Benzington. He doesn't have mana for the kill, but he's got Torture here, and that's why we see him going in there with the Joust. So Torture cleans up the Draconis, and Draconis now falls for the 2nd time here in game number 1.
Yeah, looks like bot is doing very well for Benzington, which, like you said.
So yeah, if we take a look at the GPM chart, we're 4.5 minutes in now. He's already on 370 gold per minute, so he has the Nightfall ready to go. Might look to regen at the base and maybe look to use that Nightfall very shortly. Maybe even on the Monkey King. Mid lane Torture might get a return gank. We'll have to wait and see. But for now, we see Magma stacking up the Hellborn jungle.
Here comes they're going mid. Benson ulting mid.
Yep.
He's gonna miss the ulti.
He can catch him with the Joust. He does miss. There's the Lance Along. Monkey King might just be able to survive now due to them missing all of the Benzington skills. Monkey's gonna go in with the Vault there, put some pressure on the Benzington. He's gonna dash backward and he will be just fine.
Yeah, the flying Nimbus is so good. The little extra movements that he gets is so crucial when you need to escape people.
So yeah, he just gets himself the distance and he's gonna be fine.
It creates a little bit of space for Draconis though.
Yep, so he's on 250 GPM now. He's got his creep kills up to 31. And we see, you know, with Benzington using a lot of his time there, only on the 22 creep kills, definitely giving some space over to Dragon. Top lane, we could maybe have an engagement. They're trying to look for this Parallax. They get a Ward of Sight down.
Magma's
Behind
gonna
the
contest the
tower.
rune again. He's gonna get the rune. He's a really...
Donova does a good job of boxing Torture off of that top rune area. Bottom lane, we have Glacius here counter ganking for the Draconis, and Bensington is going to fall as the Cataclysm assisting for some good damage there.
That's a very good kill. Now Draconis is top of the GPM board.
Yep, so maybe recognizing that they weren't doing too well up here in the tri-lane, they decide to rotate their heroes elsewhere, and they set up a good kill there on the Bensington, so definitely slowing down his good start that he had. Now, all of a sudden, Draconis is the top farmer of the game, so the tides have turned here between Bensington and Draconis, at least early on. I will say I'm a little bit
Bensington.
surprised.
Oh.
Is he stuck in creeps?
He
or...
got stuck between 4 creeps.
Oh, okay. I was looking top lane when you said that. But I was going to say I'm a little bit surprised Corrupted is not past 300 GPM. He's on 33 creeps, but I suppose the one death setting him back a little bit. He is currently 5 creep kills ahead of the Parallax, which I was actually expecting this to be a larger margin. But they might go for some kills here. They do have the ward down, so they see the Parallax and the Magnus, I think, in the trees. But no follow-up here. Just the Aurora into Fissure coming out.
Monk is clearing some stacks in woods.
So do you like Donova's decision to keep the Glacius down here and just kind of babysit the Draconis for now?
I really like it. I think Draconis needs a good start to become this like super machine dealing damage and being in front of the team. Like he needs some sort of advantage early game, I think, to be able to control the game. If he gets shut down early game, I think it's gonna be a very tough game for him.
We're gonna have a clash at top rune here, maybe. They might catch the Behemoth there. There's the vault. He gets flipped around, he gets silenced. And they're both gonna fight over the rune, and Monkey King is the victor between him and his Parallax teammate. So only one of them can bottle that DD rune, but I like them giving it to the Monkey King.
At the same time, Torture and Benson got a kill on Glacius, because Draconis and Glacius was trying to get bot rune as well.
Oh, glad you caught that. So yeah, the Torture got a kill on the Glacius. So it ended up being a 1-for-1 in both the top and bottom rivers.
So right now they have Torture top GPM again.
Yeah, it's been very back and forth between the cores here on both sides. Very even game so far. We do see a 1,000 experience lead. Bensington jousts in, Torture ports in, and they will bring down
Oh no, he failed the deny.
Draconis, but there is the counter kill. Yeah, Torture tried to go for the deny, but Glacius was able to get him just in time. So they traded 1-for-1 here in the bottom lane. We'll see if maybe in 20 seconds or so Bensington tries to use a Nightfall. Maybe top or mid. He's going to be respawning soon. Monkey King heading up to the top lane with double damage. This could definitely brew a team fight or an engagement.
He's tipping what?
It's
They
going
don't
to
have the lane
decide...
ward though.
Yeah, they're going to spot him here. This is a good ward place from Bensington himself. Torture already backing off, so I think that's going to maybe give Monkey King the clue that something's not right here. Draconis flies to top lane. He's got Cataclysm ready to go. If they can get the catch with the Magnus on the Corrupted, there is no swap yet on the Andromeda. That could definitely be a kill.
I think the Sadakun is flying on the tower with the ward behind the tower.
With the ward. Yeah. So that ward definitely paying off for them. Here comes the Cataclysm. Parallax jumps in with the silence. Corrupted Disciple is going to get 2 men line stun from the Magnus with the Andromeda. And now here comes the counter fissure from Behemoth walling off the Magnus. But I don't think Magnus cares. He is charging in with the Draconis. Now Magnus is running straight into the Behemoth. He's going to get the Lava Surge off just in time. No fissure for 4 more seconds. So the dive works out for Donova. They pick up 2 kills, and they're going to find a regen rune on the Parallax as well.
That's an early Christmas, man.
The Magnus actually took the bottle. Actually, I missed that.
They gave it.
Okay, they gave it to Parallax. So yeah, the game is, I would say, about as even as it could almost get. We're at a very negligible gold advantage for Legion. The XP lead is favoring Hellborn for now, with both Monkey King and Draconis very high up on the XP, being both level 9. Parallax jumps away from an initiation. Draconis is here. He wants to fight, but he doesn't have Cataclysm. Nightfall comes in from the Bensington. Doesn't hit onto anyone just yet. The ports are coming in from Dawnova. And will the team fight continue here? I don't think they see the Bensington porting out in the trees. So this was a lot of flares up here, Doze, in the top lane. But ultimately, nothing happened.
Yeah, nothing happened. Monkey is farming wood still. I really like that they're creating space for Monkey. Like Monkey can flash farm so well and just be all over the map. And if Team would ever dive, he can just TP. And Monkey is farming so good.
Torture's gonna hit level 10 here, pop a Veiled Rod, and look to maybe run top lane.
Oh, he's gonna get...
Corrupt
Oh
the
my
Disciple.
god!
3-man stun from the Magnus, catches all of them. And they do bring down the Corrupted. Now Behemoth, if there is some more mana on the Parallax, I think he's maybe not feeling comfortable diving in there. But Torture comes in from the flank. Magma stuns. This is a defensive stun, though. Avoids the chain reactions. And they do a great job of killing CD and also getting out, escaping on all of their heroes.
That was a very good play by Dawnova.
Now top rune, Magnus gets a little overconfident there. Torture finds him, connects the spells. I think Magnus even might have stolen the rune away from him, but it does cost him his life. Now Bensington, they're trying to make a play here down bottom. Monkey King, here comes the Cataclysm.
Oh no!
Monkey King, I think he wanted to jump over the Wanjin slam there, right? Maybe misclicked or something. I'm not sure.
I think the
exactly what
slam got on the cliff, so it's kind of hard to like hit it with your mouse.
Oh,
You got glitch
that's
like
funny.
in the
Funny
mountain.
interaction.
Yeah.
So they get the Bensington kill. They might also pressure this tier 1 tower. We see a fissure top lane. There's the electric tide. Parallax jumps in. That was what he wanted to do. Maybe he didn't know where the fulcrum landed and he jumped into them on accident, but definitely not the right decision there from Puppet Souls. He was completely outnumbered 3 versus 2. So we see the tower fall bottom. Draconis lets it die to the creeps. Always like to see. Spreading that team gold. He picked up the soul trap, might be looking to invest into a dream catcher, perhaps. But top tower is under fire here from Corrupted Disciple. He's got the team support behind him here and Shockwave available on the Behemoth. But Dawnova, they want to defend this. They're bringing the numbers up to the top lane. They start in with the Magnus. There's the Eruption being channeled. It is cancelled by the Comet. And Behemoth will be sacrificed here as Nightfall comes in and takes out the Magnus. And he also catches the Glacius. 2 kills go in the way of Bensington. And now the numbers is here for the side of Team Tim as Corrupted is draining, leading the front lines here. The Earth Shatter is activated from Parallax, but he is not really wanting to go in just yet. Dragonflame comes out only on the Corrupted as Parallax still has the drain going. He's going to jump in here on the Andromeda, but there's the Joust, and both the Draconis and the Parallax fall, and it is complete disaster for Dawnova. A hasted Monkey King is trying to maybe get themselves some return kills as they now have Magnus porting in with the Glacius. They want to make some kills happen here to avenge their fallen comrades as now Bensington gets frozen up by the Glacius. He will go down. Monkey King is very low. He has the haste turn. He's trying to outrun the Corrupted Disciple and he will be successful, but no! There is the Behemoth Fissure lining up onto 2, and now it is Magnus also falling, so Team Tim holds their ground up here in the top lane and brings down 2 more kills as well as the tower, creating their Bensington. And meanwhile, this was going on. Torture solo split pushing in the mid lane.
Yeah, Torture farms so well with his ulti and E. He can clear triple stacks or anything so easily.
So he is the top farmer, 475 gold per minute.
He's getting the space he needs to get this fat.
Yeah, we see them actually now putting Corrupted Disciple in the jungle. He's got the light brand picked up. We'll probably see the Searing Light into possibly the Dawnbringer, maybe even the early Shrunken Head. The Torture goes out and denies that mid tower.
Kinda wonder
Yep.
I kinda wonder what Bensington will go with this game. Looks like he's going for a Sackstone. But it feels like he needs to be the main initiator for them. To maybe ult in, joust in. Maybe BKB first, that wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, there are a lot of... I think there's definitely a good case for a Shrunken Head this game, going up against the heroes like the Parallax and the Glacius, kind of keeping them in place. Alternatively, I guess we could see something like a Thunderclaw, but They maybe don't want to allocate the farming space to him this game, whereas they have the Corrupted and the Torque kind of taking a lot of space. So they might just play him like a main initiator like you were talking about.
They got a big wave top now. They're gonna push top
they're
tower
gonna
a bit.
pressure this tower. Parallax hasn't really had that kind of standout game just yet. He's only sitting on 300 GPM with the 3 and 3 creep score. So, you know, we talked about in the drafting phase this hero being, yep, there's a Nightfall top lane trying to catch the Magmus. He's gonna hit the Joust. There's the chain reaction stun. They will kill the Magmus. They defend the top tower as well, and the Cataclysm was also used from Draconis. But you know, we talked about in the drafting stage how the Parallax can be kind of a hit or miss hero. It almost feels like kind of the latter, right? It's kind of been that miss so far.
Yeah, I would say so. I wouldn't really favor a Parallax in Australian. I still say they did fairly good. They did better than I expected.
Swap comes out here on the Glacius. That's going to be a very quick kill for Team Tim.
Oh. One hit on the Rev Ward.
See the offensive power there of Andromeda. Oh, he's got the Glowstone now. Still needs the B-Start for that Icon to break the Sorcery Boots up. So it is a fairly late Icon of the Goddess. ZD's definitely feeling a much more comfortable spot here on almost 450 GPM. With his farming tool picked up. I think he's even got parts of the Firebrand component. Top lane, we have Torture kind of setting up here. Maybe they might want to port some players, and they don't have Nightfall for another 17 seconds. He's going to catch the Magmus here. A lot of damage coming in from the Torture. Monkey King not feeling comfortable to go in there. This is a level 14 Monkey King, by the way. He's been just kind of quietly farming.
He haven't really been top either. He's been either mid or bot lane or the other woods. So he's been farming so much.
They picked off Draconis in the bot river. I missed that actually. But there's not really like a standout farmer for Dawnova at this point. Monkey King is kind of their best hope so far at 450 GPM. So what do you think he's going to decide to go for? He's got 3,000 gold pretty much pulled up. What would you like to see him go for?
I don't know, like, he really needs a BKB this game. They have so many stuns on the Legion side. But I think he might go for a Shroud. Because I think they need this greedy pickhouse, or they need to do something, because they're falling behind so much right now.
Yeah, we see Parallax popping the Veiled Rod here, so you kind of mentioned pickoffs. We'll see what Parallax is maybe looking to do with the Veiled Rod here.
I think they're gonna try to go for Behemoth.
Yeah, it would be a good kill. He's very close to his portal key timing, and I think they kind of have an idea that that's the case. And this should be a very easy kill for Parallax. Yeah. Just a lot of damage coming in, and that's going to get him very close to his Icon now. He needs actually he's going to get just enough gold there. He's going to go to base, break the Sorcery Boots, pick up his Icon, and maybe he'll look to kind of do it all over again now that he's got the Icon picked up. Glacius going to smoke into 3 players here, runs into the Bensington. Gonna get dusted up. He's gonna go down. Meanwhile, top lane, we have Torture and Monkey King going at it. Monkey King should be just fine. But here's Draconis. Maybe they were baiting this. Both teams have one guy flying in from across the map, Bensington and Draconis. And both the Dragon and the Monkey King die. So Team Tim came out much more in favor here. As they get the 2-0 sweep up there in the top lane.
A very good joust by Bensiton. He waited with it to hit the monkey.
Yep, so he looks like he is going the Thunderclaw route. He picks up the Alacrity Band, and not sure quite how much more he needs for the Thunderclaw, but I would have to imagine he's getting close to finishing it.
I actually went to farming tool. I think it's kind of good to have one Benz. He doesn't have a lot of, like, the Q works, but I think you need it to, like...
Flash farm, yeah.
Flash farm.
So this means to me that Team Tim is feeling comfortable going late game.
I think Team Tim is, like, in a super good position to go late game.
Yep, and they have the corrupted with the behemoth and the behemoth factor as well for team fights. So they definitely have a great late game team.
Behemoth got the PK. I didn't hear you mention it.
On Behemoth, yeah. Even Torture picked one up a few minutes ago. He's already on 2,000 gold since then. Do you think we'll see Shrunken Head on Torture next, or maybe an aggressive item following up PK Gnomes?
I mean, it doesn't feel like he needs Shrunken. He's kind of tanky with the Gnomes. I wouldn't be surprised if he would go for a Grimoire or something, but I don't know.
Yeah, it definitely could be an option. Gonna bulk him up on magic damage, give him that magic lifesteal. We see the eruption coming in. It is gonna go off. Draconis flies in with Monkey King here. Torture is just very tanky. There's the shockwave from Behemoth. They take out Draconis, Magmus, and Monkey King, and it is full disasters. Glacius gets swapped in. 4 for nothing team fight here. Parallax was not in the area. He might be going for a solo pick off here on the Bensington. He's definitely thinking about it. Maybe waiting to see them show up on the bot lane. I think at this point they kind of need these greedy plays to maybe get themselves some momentum. Parallax, I think, should spot the Bensington here. Oh, wow, he's just barely missing him on the tree line. I think he didn't see him.
And that's so unlucky. I think he would die if he went though, because Torture was getting close. So I think it was a good call he didn't go.
Maybe, yeah. Could have been a good reason for him to not go in. So we have Torture and Corrupted Disciple both leading the way above 500 GPM. There is not that shining light of hope here for Dawnova. They don't have a farmer above 400 GPM just yet. And even the Bensington is on 390, so 13,000 gold and experience lead in Team Tim's favor is starting to become very scary, I think, at this point. You have the full Dawnbringer picked up on Corrupted, as well as his making the progression toward a Shrunken Head now with the Mighty Blade. A lot of things coming together for Team Tim. And he did go for the Shroud on Monkey King, so you were actually right about that one.
I like it, because I need pickups for Parallax Icon. I think they need to be greedy. Like any kill on the, or any charge on the Icon is so good for them right now. Like they need everything they can get.
Yeah, so we see both teams kind of playing in their own jungle right now. We see another Veil drop from Parallax. I think it just wore off, actually.
Torture did buy Shrunken, like you said.
He's going to go full defensive. We saw him tank a lot of spells in that last engagement, and that was with just the Gnomes and the Sackstone.
Yeah.
He dropped his Chalice, I believe, was his item he swapped out. But maybe now we could see something like a Grimoire or a Sheepstick. Would make a lot of sense.
BKB is not a bad option. I think he could have went Grimoire though, but it's fine.
He uses the illusion, or the Invis, sorry, Shrunken's in. He's gonna go for the Glacius. I think ideally he wanted the Monkey King, but with the Shroud it's just kind of too hard of a pick off for him.
Parallax is smoked again.
It feels like he's been doing this every single minute.
Yeah.
Bottom lane, the tower just falls uncontested. His Team Tim picks up another tower. That was their 4th tower of the game. It's like they have a tower advantage of 2 towers more. So I guess they're at this point just waiting for the Corrupted Shrunken. I want to say he just needs the recipe, but he may still need the Warhammer. So I feel like both the Parallax and the Draconis have really quieted down this game. We haven't really seen either hero just kind of take off. Draconis does have 7 deaths to his name, so that's, I think, a big part of his momentum being kind of halted. But yep, he does finish the Shrunken Head on Corrupted, so this, I think, is kind of their timing to maybe start to get the ball rolling in their favor even further.
He pick up the Liper and the Torture, so he's probably gonna go for the Grimoire.
Yeah, I have to believe that will be turned into a Grimoire power. Oh, he is level 18 at this point. He's had a very good game, 9-0.
When he's picked up the Shaman Headdress.
Yeah, very defensive item. I guess gonna kind of continue to bulk him up with the other items he's picked up as well. Monkey King on 3,000 gold. I have to believe that that's a shrunken head. Is there anything else you could see him going for at this point?
I don't know. Like if he goes shrunken, I think he lacks a bit of damage, but I think he needs shrunken. Like he really does. He got a DD right now as well. He picked up the Warhammer, so he's probably gonna be shrunken.
It's without a doubt going to be a Rune Cleaver. No, it's gotta be a shrunken head at this point. I don't think it could be a shield breaker either. That would just be way too greedy.
Then he would have bought it now, I think.
Or he's waiting to get it to level 2, maybe. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it has to be the shrunken head. So he needs another, I think, 400 gold for that to be completed. We see Team Tim finishing off their Kongor here. And, well, the only thing stopping them from a token of life is Dawnova contesting it. We'll see if Team Tim wants to try to get that token for themselves. We see Corrupted building toward a Shroud. The Holy Trinity of carry items, the Dawnbringer, Shrunken Head, Ginjuro, as that it will be his next follow-up item to the Shrunken Head. They're going to now turn their attention toward the Tier 2 middle tower. And Monkey King gets the Shrunken Head finished. He's sending it out to him right now. Bensington also headed towards the Shrunken Head with the Mighty Blade pickup. And no contest of the tower there. It falls to Corrupted. And I think now is their cue to head to the Kongor pit. So I guess, Doze, the ultimate question, does Dawnova try to stop the token? Can they stop the token? Or do they just have to take a base fight and hope for the best, since they are kind of in a fairly large deficit at this point, 14,000 gold and 12,000 XP.
I think they're gonna give up the Kongor. Just go for maybe an objective on tower or something, but it looks like they just give it up to farm. They could have pushed them maybe bot a bit more instead of farming creeps and woods.
Nightfall is coming in. Parallax, this is TP stop. That's disaster for Parallax.
And he gets a kill mid as well. They're just falling apart, Dawnova.
Yep, Torture catches the Glacius. Not a lot of signs of life here from Dawnova. The Team Tim just playing this one very well, taking all the objectives. They got the farm on the heroes they want the farm on. Well, I think we have a couple of base fights coming up maybe before this game could maybe come to a conclusion, unless Dawnova pulls off a miracle team fight. We'll have to wait and see, though, if they can maybe pull it off. They are staring at a 2-minute token of life on the Corrupted, so that is pretty scary. And they also have to deal with this farm torture at the same time.
Magnus just picked up a PK as well. I think they're gonna try to take a team fight.
Yep, maybe he goes in with the Eruption here. They are kind of stacking up a little bit, but maybe he goes on the Bensington and the Torture. Catches the CD with his stun too. They're gonna maybe burn the Bensington. No, he lives. Gets the Joust off. Torture has the Shrunken Head. As they do get the Andromeda kill in exchange for the Magmus, and now the Shrunkens are being used. They are gonna slowly wear off. Token does fall here from Corrupted. He dies in the background. And he comes back up. He's got the Shroud ready to go. So we have Behemoth. He's looking for an opportunity to maybe get a Shockwave. See, he's got the Veiled Rod on for another, I think it's 19 seconds. So I think maybe they'll go with the next creep wave. They do have the melee racks already taken out, but I think they want to take this fight. They're feeling very confident here. See if they just clean up the range racks and fall back. Sorry?
They have a lot of cooldowns on Dawnova, so they couldn't do anything.
Yep, they use Earth Shatter, Glacial Downpour, everything but Flying Nimbus, which is a passive ultimate. So basically, you are correct. They have used all their big cooldowns. And that was a fight without the Behemoth Shockwave as well, or the Bensington Nightfall for that matter. So that just kind of further emphasizes the kind of position that Team Tim is in right now. Monkey King, he's trying to maybe find a pick off here. He's going to run into the Behemoth, but he does miss the Wanjin Slam. Wondering if that could have maybe been a kill.
There he goes.
The Shockwave does connect onto Monkey King, and Monkey King will fall. Bensington is now here with the Nightfall. We have a buyback from the Monkey King. He wants to try to rejoin the party. Bensington is chasing on the Parallax. He's currently very low on mana. Behemoth is going to miss the Visor. Meanwhile, Glacius dies to Torture once again. Where's Monkey King? He is going on the Bensington. In the back row, but Bensington jousts away, and Torture is just holding his ground. He picks up a hat-trick as he takes out the Draconis and the Magmus. Monkey King, he really wants this Bensington kill.
No.
Who is he chasing? He's chasing the Torture. He wanted the Torture. Maybe he gets the Bensington here if he catches up to him. Oh, he's gonna run into the trees. Well, that's gonna cue the GG. So I think that one was kind of like a slow ending to a very painful death. But Team Tim, long story short, looking very good here in game number 1. They take it here at 32 minutes with a very large 24,000 gold and 20,000 experience lead. Any final thoughts there on game 1, Doze?
No, not really.
Very well played here from Team Tim from laning phase to the final minutes here. So they're up 1-0, looking to maybe finish off Don Nova. We got game 2 coming up shortly of our loser bracket finals here between Team Tim and Don Ova Brigada. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back after a short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 2 now of your loser bracket finals here in cycle number 4, where we are here again with a best of 3 series between Donova Brigada on the Legion side and Team Tim on the Hellborn side, currently leading 1-0 over Donova. So Donova's looking to keep this one alive, force a Game 3, and Team Tim is looking here in Game number 2 to finish off the series and move on to face Busk No GG in the grand finals there of cycle 4. And once again, what you got rejoined here by Doze from Busk No GG. Welcome back for another game, Doze. What'd you think of, what do you think we're going to see here in game number 2? Do you think we're going to see either side kind of switch things up or maybe see some kind of a different style here in game 2? Or do you think maybe we'll see a little bit of just the same meta stuff that we've been seeing all cycle?
I think we're going to see a Magnus first pick here.
Or
a Bensington.
Or we're going to see a Sir Bensington. So, unfortunately for you, you are not correct. But before we get into that Bensington first pick, we have the bands to go over, as we always do. We have Devourer, Moira, and Defiler banned out from Team Tim. And we have Valkyrie, Forsaken Archer, and Electrician banned from the side of Donova. So, does anything stand out to you in those blind bans?
I think the bans were kind of similar last time, except that Valkyrie was Shadowblade.
I actually don't remember. So
I don't remember.
I don't know actually if those are the same 6 bands or not, but I'm gonna just say that they look very similar. So I think they kind of picked up, kind of banned the same stuff from game number 1. Maybe something slipped through the cracks, but we see Team Tim picking up the Bensington again. They had that in game number 1, and it worked out well for them. And we're going to see Magnus and Aluna picked up here from the side of Donova.
Yeah.
So, are you expecting those to both be support heroes there from the Legion side, or do you think we might see a core Magnus this game?
It's hard to say. I would guess it's a position for Magnus. That's my guess. But it also could be position 3.
I think only time will tell, but I would have to guess that we'll see Sunk play position 4 Magnus like we did in game 1. And they're going to go ahead and pick up almost the same, well, this is 3 of the same 5 heroes they had in last game. They pick up Andromeda and Torturer. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Do you like that they're going for a similar strategy here in game number 2?
And it's working for them, so why shouldn't they?
Yeah. We have also seen Team Tim run a support Torture in the past, but they tend to like to do that when they have Volka, who is currently not here for this cycle. He is on vacation of sorts. So we do miss Volka, but Masera has been stepping in for this weekend, playing very well for them. And with the Torturer picked up, I think we might see that played once again by Haha. They like to run that in the mid lane as well. Bands to follow here: Lord Sulfuras, Kraken, and Rally from Puppet Soul. So these are solo lane heroes to kind of supplement the Torture and Bensington cores already picked up. The Rally could be either a core or a second support, so very flexible band there. And then Team Tim or Imboboy bans away Corrupted Disciple, Lodestone, and Oogie. So we see an Oogie band coming out. That one I think is maybe stand out for me, myself at least. But anything stand out to you from those 6 secondary blind bands?
I mean, I wouldn't say so. I guess the Oogie band is kind of like the one sticking out. Otherwise, it's kind of like meta hero scanning band all over again.
Yeah, it could also be a response band to the Lord Sulfuras first ban out of the second gate there.
Oh yeah,
So
you're right.
maybe I just noticed that myself, so maybe a reactionary ban, as they could pick up an Oogie in their lineup. But so far, Donova goes for an Engineer, and they will pick up a Drunken Master after taking up some of their time thinking about it. So the question here is that a core Engineer? We've seen Puppet Soul play that on occasion, and he likes to run that with a support hero like a Magnus or a Rally. They have a Magnus currently in the team. We kind of hinted at Magnus being the core, the position 4 support. Now, it would be very normal, I would think, that they could run a Magnus Engineer lane with the Magnus farming, but this is Donova we're talking about after all. Do you think we'll see a farming Engineer or a farming Magnus?
It's 100% gonna be a farming Engineer, and I also think he's gonna play solo mid.
Okay, that's a good guess. I mean, I can't argue with a mid engineer.
Because I know that
I am just gonna go and say something different from you. I think we're gonna see a side lane engineer. It's gonna ultimately depend on the next pick here, of course, but I'm gonna say side lane engineer with Magnus on his lane as a support, and then maybe Drunken Master in a solo lane and a Luna plus another hero on another dual lane. That's my guess. Let's see who's right. Maybe we're both wrong. Well, only time. I would actually love it if we were both wrong, just so we could be not so smart casters. But Team Tim, they got 2 more picks. They need probably, I think, another support and another core hero. What do you think we're going to see come out? They got 12 seconds left. Can you predict anything real fast?
Ooh, I think that.
Quick.
Oh,
you're too slow. They had to pick up a behemoth. There's their second support.
Legionnaire.
And Legionnaire
Whoa.
is coming out in game 2. So we got the Legionnaire. Wow. Is that a core Legionnaire?
That has to be
Like
sane.
a laning Legionnaire? 4 out of the 5 heroes are the same, by the way, from Team Tim. The only difference is, what did they have last game? It was a Corrupted?
Yeah, it was.
It was a Corrupted Disciple. So they had everything but the Corrupted Disciple, which was banned away. And it was actually banned away by Imbaboy himself, so he could not pick up that full lineup that he wanted. But what do you think of the Legionnaire? That's kind of the wild card pick of the match. We talked about Parallax last game being a wild card pick.
Yeah, I was surprised. I was not expecting that.
Ooh.
And a Soul Stealer.
And a Soul Stealer on top. Well. That could be a Puppet Soul. Is it a Puppet Soul Soul Stealer, or?
No, he ready up on Homer.
So he is playing the Engineer, so it is core Engineer. We at least got that part right. I'm giving myself an imaginary pat on the back for catching up on the Engineer core. But what do you think of the Drunken Master, Soul Stealer, Engineer trio for Donova?
I mean, Soul Stealer is super good on flash farming, but I think it's like really pick.
I feel like there's so many heroes to catch in this game. They have the Legionnaire, the Behemoth, and the Bensington. I'm very worried for the Soul Stealer. No, that doesn't mean it could not work, but I think it's going to be very hard to get the Soul Stealer to the point where he becomes scary. So they look like they want to run Tri-Lane Engineer top. That is a pretty nasty Tri-Lane. And if Team Tim decides to fight that, that could be very troublesome for them. A Engineer Magnus and Luna Tri-Lane is a lot of aggression. Now they have Drunken Master going to the solo short lane. He's going to meet a mixture of heroes here. It's Imbaboy playing the Bensington this game. And they have Behemoth down here as well as Andromeda. So pretty strong tri-lane there facing the Drunken Master. What do you think about Legionnaire facing the tri-lane up top? Is he just going to have to give up this lane and go into the jungle? Or does Team Tim immediately rotate their tri-lane to fight this?
If he do go jungle, I think mid is gonna get punished in the Hellfire side. So I think he needs to stay on the lane to just take the blow from Torture.
So I personally think with this current lane setup that this favors the Legion side. The Drunken Master is a much harder hero to bring down than the Legionnaire without an escape. Now, the Legionnaire, we talked about he could rotate into the jungle, but that could open up a can of worms for rotations onto mid lane and whatnot. Speaking of mid lane, we have Soul Stealer versus Torturer. This almost kind of goes back to old school classic HoN, I feel like, right? Soul Stealer versus Torturer, that's not really a matchup we see nowadays, but I want to say Torturer has the edge here early on, maybe Soul Stealer later. I don't know, maybe you can give your thoughts on this mid matchup.
I would agree with you. I think Soul Stealer is gonna suffer a bit early game, but when he gets to level 3, I think it's gonna plane out a bit.
Torture's already doing very well with 3 last hits.
Yeah, Soul Stealer is
That's
such
all
a weak.
4 of the first creep wave.
Yeah.
So yeah, Legionnaires already jungling. They have top lane completely open, which means Engineers complete free farm. We see the supports already moving through the Hellborn jungle. Legionnaires.
I would love to see a rotation that Socially goes top instead and Angie plays mid, because they have way more kill potential that way, and Socially can farm top easily.
I mean, that could very well be possible. They have decided to prioritize the farm on Engineer. Maybe they want him to have the good start, because Soul Stealer can definitely be a flash farming recovery, and meanwhile, a recovery hero. But meanwhile, the Legionnaire is fighting off the Magmus and the Aluna here. There's no mana for the Lava Surge. He gets the safety net of his tier 2 tower and pops the health potion. Meanwhile, mid lane, we have a Fissure into a chain reaction stun. Soul Stealer taking pressure, but not enough damage for a kill. It's gonna maybe force him to send out a health pot before he gets the bottle delivered, which he's currently 250 gold away from. But Torture needs to be careful because there's a Boots Magmus coming in. He's gonna get in range for a Lava Surge here. Will Luna get the stun off? This is going to be a kill. And the Demon Hand connects. And what a good hero to get your Bloodlust kill on if you're done over Brigada than your Soul Stealer, Doze.
That was a very nice hand.
Front hand or backhand?
I would say
No, you have to
backhand.
choose. Oh, okay, backhand. Backhand's the more disrespectful hand, by the way. But anyway, the Legionnaire. So yeah, we talked about the Legionnaire. He, by giving up the top lane, this kind of opens up the rotations to mid lane. So at this high level of play, this is what you always expect to see. Now Torture, same thing. He's kind of going offensive here, but all of a sudden he's realizing that he could be the one in trouble as the stun comes out from Aluna, following up the Lava Surge, and the Fissure Wall very well placed there from Masera, blocking off the Soul Stealer. Magmus, he kind of wants to go for this chase, but Torture very wisely picks up the early Marchers. He is able to outrun the Magmus. Torture is the third fastest hero in the game, by the way, Doze, with natural movement speed. He's going to go ahead and deny himself over to the ancient groups there. And Legionnaire TP's out of the Legion jungle. Meanwhile, Drunken Master was fighting off Andromeda and Bensington. There's just action all over the place here in game number 2.
Looks like down Nova Brigada has slight advantage right now, because they have a complete free lane top. But
I love what Engineer's doing here too. He's even manipulating the creep waves in the jungle to kind of net himself extra farm. We're going to see him break the 400 GPM mark here as well.
It's 3 minutes.
Yeah,
without any kills.
Very farm. He's contesting the Bloodlust Soul Stealer. I mean, the creep farm is almost double though, so have to factor that in. Meanwhile, bottom lane, we have a 2-man Lava Surge on both the Bensington and the Andromeda. The follow-up stuns come in, and now Drunken Master doesn't have the lunge skilled, as he's only level 3. Would have had mana with the Lunar Tier, but they're not going to go for that Bensington second kill there. Donova's already up 2 games to nothing here, so definitely having a good start to game number 2 now. They have 2 players at around 400 GPM. Bensington jousts in bottom lane, but Andromeda cannot get in range for a stun. Even if he was, I think he would just get the done disjointed by the stagger.
I think Engineer needs to carry top right now. They're gonna haste on Torture.
Oh boy, this could be a very dead Engineer. He's gonna throw out the energy field.
Oh.
Too bad he didn't have mana for the TP. I think he could have went for a TP. He's going for the kill. Legionnaire needs one more hit. He's gonna get it. He makes the best of a bad situation. I do think he is gonna fall here, but the plays are coming in from Puppet Soul 1 versus 3. Gonna at least make the make them take the time to kill him, and gets the kill on the Legionnaire there. So it is still a very good kill for Team Tim, but they commit a lot of resources as well as a death on their Legionnaire.
So
Faust is down from Bensington. Maybe go on the Andromeda here. This is going to be a dead Andromeda. There's just no way for Bensington to save him now after he used that joust. We have a 4-1 hero kill lead now for our league side.
Same place as Rabbit right before he died.
Oh, in the lane there, yeah. And they actually, I don't think they have a ward, right?
No.
Top lane, Behemoth taking heavy pressure from the Engineer. Magmus coming in. There's the taunts are coming out. They know that this is a very dead Behemoth, and there's the smack down on top from our Engineers. He's kind of recovering back up to 360 GPM after that death.
It's also on 440 though.
Doesn't have any stacks to work with yet, but he's been making his way over to the easy camps, taking them out one by one. He'll look to get himself the bottom room. Currently level 6 with 3 points into hand and Soul Steal. Legionnaire fighting off the Magmus over here. Magmus just being a complete nuisance for Legionnaire. Torture without any mana, so not really threatening the Magmus. They might look to steal this hard camp stack away as well. Meanwhile, bottom lane we have an initiation. Fissure comes out and Drunken Master staggers away. A lot of action here across the map. We got fighting for neutrals, fighting tri-lane versus 2 in the bottom lane. Soul Stealer's got an invisibility rune. We'll see if he maybe looks to...
They're going on Legionnaire. They got him.
Yep. Legionnaire gonna die. They're gonna steal away some of these neutrals as well. They burn the energy field, but another great kill. Legionnaire is 0 and 2, 150 GPM, so this Legionnaire is not having a good time here early on.
Oh, Saucer is popping the invis and he has one ulti. One in ulti, I mean.
Yep, he spec'd that at level 8. Might look to get a soul burst. Now there's a rev ward down. If he walks into this radius, there it goes though.
Oh my god.
He was just barely out of the rev ward range. If he walked any farther up, they would have saw him. That is so unfortunate for Team Tim, but a great soul burst coming in to pick off the Bensington.
Like, great.
And that is their top farmer.
Yeah.
So he gets slowed down now. The Drunken Master gonna start to pick up a little bit of farm down here with him being dead. Getting closer to 250 GPM. I would like to see Donova pressure this tier 1 tower top. I think that if they get that tower in the next minute or so, that's going to open up a lot of map space as well as give extra gold over to the supporting cast. But look at Magmus just kind of toying with Legionnaire. He tries to go for the steals here. I think he might have just sacrificed himself. Torture kind of ran over here. He's going to fall. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the trio of heroes takes out Drunken Master, and there is the tower kill from Engineer, so I like that Engineer did pressure that tower. So Donova's in a lead here of 4,200 gold and 3,400 experience. That is a pretty large lead for 8 minutes into the game. And we see Soul Stealer maybe trying to work on some stacks here. But first he's got to deal with Andromeda and company. There's the Nightfall, and Soul Stealer, he's going to be melted down here. Just so much lockdown. Remember when I told you I feared for his early game? He's kind of gotten out of that stage, but still has to be careful getting caught. And the stacks being stolen, that is a big resource swing. Puppet Soul gets a kill with Magmus onto the Legionnaire once again, but that resource mark at the top just did a drastic swing. I think it got cut in half.
Yeah, 2k. Almost 2k.
He stole 2 triple stacks and got the kill on Soul Stealer, who was the highest farmer in the game.
And they get another kill bot.
Drunken Master goes down again. There's just too many stuns for him to deal with. As slippery and tanky of a hero as Drunken Master is, there's just... when you have Joust and Fissure, it lines up the Comet stun very easily. Very hard for him to disjoint it. Engineer and Magmus, I think, are thinking about maybe setting up another kill on Legionnaire. They just are constantly hunting this Legionnaire. He even has wards for himself in the jungle here. What's Soul Stealer up to? He's currently in the Hellborn jungle. Is this, what do you... oh, he's gonna go Alchemist Bones.
Yeah, I saw he bought the recipe just now.
They actually killed the Legionnaire? I mean, they killed the Engineer, sorry, and Legionnaire did end up falling. Did they mess up their stun combo, or was he just too tanky?
I think it was. I think they underestimate the tankiness of Legionnaire. He has no items, but he's still 900 HP.
I feel like did Engineer get caught in a in the tower with a taunt? Because I saw him get decapitated at the end there, but I feel like that should be very hard for that to happen.
I didn't watch. I was watching both Sunday.
So what do you think about Soul Stealer going for Alchemist Bones? I'm trying to figure out the reasoning for that.
I don't know. In my eyes, it seems very weird. You don't need a farming tool on a Soul Stealer, I don't think.
Yeah, typically we see like mana sustain or like just bulking up a mana pool to constantly spam Demon Hands. You just farm naturally so fast with Demon Hands. Bensington's gonna go for the TP. And he will be successful. The stuns were down. He calculated it very well. He avoids death. He's got Nightfall ready to go. He could be anywhere on the map in the next minute or so. Soul Stealer has a haste rune currently in his bottle. And Legionnaire finally getting some breathing room here. He's going to hit level 8 after he kills these stacks.
Moving towards bottom lane.
Engineer goes for the spell shard, so he's bulking up on the damage and farming potential. I think he'll keep that level 1 and then maybe go into his next core item. Maybe something like a Blink or a Storm Spirit type of item.
Yeah,
Bottom lane, they're setting up on the Drunken Master. There's the Line Stun trio coming out. And there's just so much burst damage for Drunken Master. It feels like he has just really been the sacrificial lamb for Dawnova so far. Top lane, they want to dive this Torture. Magnus is going in with Engineer. They keg him back into the energy field. Bensington, he landed the Nightfall very well to not get silenced by the energy field. And they were able to clean up both of them here. They mass TP 3 people, well, 2 people in the Nightfall. Magnus actually lives though, Zay. He stuns into the trees there. That was a great TP from Magnus.
Stun wouldn't even miss him. Was a great escape by Magnus.
A great escape indeed. So, they traded 1 for 1. How was Torture farming? Relatively well, about a little bit less than the Engineer's GPM, so I guess the trade may be favoring Team Tim by a slight margin.
It's like they're doing very risky plays at the top lane. That's the second time they dive tier 2.
Yeah, they are really trying to force the pressure, maybe give a lot of space over to Soul Stealer and divert some attention off Drunken Master, who hasn't had quite the start he's been hoping for, but he's on 270 GPM. It's not the worst by all means. We got 3 players up here from Dawnova. Smoked up Engineer. Magnus is going to run into the Behemoth. This should be a dead Behemoth. Let's see if Team Tim responds here. They're kind of moving over, but they're not that close in the area, so Behemoth just kind of gets caught out. They are maybe turning their attention toward the jungle stacks. That could be why.
Leader got a big item pickup right now. He got a PK.
Oh wow, 13-minute PK is actually not too shabby with the 4 deaths. He rushes the PK. He's gonna have the taunt available. Currently only a level 1 taunt, so only a 2-second disable.
That PK is gonna be super dangerous. If you can get something, catch someone off guard, they're gonna. That's gonna make a huge difference.
And then set up for the Nightfall as well later on when he gets more points in the taunt.
Running towards. Oh, he's running around. Oh, he's gonna catch Magnus here? No, he's not gonna go for it.
I don't think he could solo kill Magnus with no creeps.
I felt like
There's only
Behemoth.
a 300 damage decapitate. But yeah, if he had team support, for definitely could be a kill.
Think
But
like
a level 10 Legionnaire with level 2 taunt does not deal the most damage without thin procs.
yeah, I guess you're right.
Soul Stealer goes for Shroud. I feel like he's gone a very greedy route this game. I think he's gonna need Shrunken next. What do you think?
I think so as well.
Walking behind the tower.
Oh, is he gonna catch Legionnaire farming Asians here?
Oh, that
he's
would
not gonna-
actually be a massive kill. He's gonna maybe spot them out.
Oh.
Maybe he waits for Legionnaire to take them.
Oh, this could be huge. Oh, he's going now. No, why don't you wait?
Oh no. And he mistimed the demon hand too. That is very unfortunate.
Oh, that's so unlucky. I didn't watch.
I would have. Yeah, I didn't see the invis timer if it was gonna run out. But man, that feels like you want to wait for the ancients to get low and then go for the ultimate, right?
Yeah.
To steal away all the resources.
That's so unlucky for Inland Hunter.
Yep. I mean, it still does kill the Legionnaire, but they don't get any gold for it. And they would have denied Bensington, what, like 600 gold here? Is he's going to clean them up?
Yeah.
Something like that. So that also allows Bensington to finish his Thunderclaw with
So
relative
TP
safety.
home.
And we see the Thunderclaw picked up on Sir Bensington. He has quietly been farming well. He's 500 GPM, only with the 1 death. Torture has also been quietly kind of split pushing, 400 GPM with the Gnome, similar to last game. We might we might see him pick up a portal key again. Wouldn't be surprised to see portal key into Shrunken Head. Top lane, Engineer getting caught by Bensington. Bensington and Andromeda might just go for this Magnus. They decide not to chase.
I wonder what Drunken's gonna pick up next item. If he's gonna tank up or he's going some greedy. Feels like he needs to do something. I don't think he can static farm. Like he needs to run around with the team a bit more, I think.
Yeah, he's been very, very quiet this game. Behemoth has a portal key, by the way. I don't think we mentioned that, but he just got it. That's pre 17-minute portal key on 200 GPM, not too shabby.
That's very good. Like they have 2 PKs now already on 2 big guys.
And then the Magnus and counterpart still needs about 1,000, 1,200 gold or so. He's in an offensive position here. Gonna stun out the Andromeda. Here comes the energy field. Bensington jousts in. This is a very good energy field from the Engineer, and they bait out 2 kills. They bring down the legendary streak from Imbuboy. And Drunken Master picks up 1 of those kills, and now he's 300 GPM all of a sudden with the 600 damage. Or 600 gold, sorry.
That was the play we needed from Drunken. Or they needed, sorry.
Yeah. So he goes for a Shaman's Headdress. He's gonna just tank up. Engineer
I like it.
just picked up that portal key and made great use of his first blink.
It's like Hellborn has so much vision on their side. They have vision top lane, they have vision jungle, they have vision at the bottom. Meanwhile, Legion only has 1 ward on the Kongor and Ancient at their side.
Yep, Soul Stealer, little did he know he was running away from a very low Legionnaire. 1 Demon Head, I think, would have taken him out. But he's almost 600 GPM.
What did
this has just been a very quiet game. Probably, if I had to guess, going maybe Barbed Armor.
Oh, he went Shadows. I didn't see that, sorry.
Okay. Doesn't have too much gold.
Yeah.
Top lane, Magnus and Andrew. I don't know if they spotted each other.
No, I don't think they did.
Engineer is invis right now. They have a couple mines, but only a couple in the area. Andrew's gonna walk into a couple of them.
Oh, that's
There's a kick stun. They
catch.
take out the Andrew right away. Very good energy field coming out. Silence is up 3. Engineer will die. And do they have the damage to bring these heroes down as they're sitting in the energy field? Here comes Soul Stealer. He misses the Demon Hand. But there is going to be the 3-point strike come out from Drunken, and he picks up a double tap. So they got some key hero kills there. And that was with the Shockwave being used. I think that took out the Engineer.
That Engineer field was so good.
Yep. The last couple energy fields have been beautiful from Puppet
Yeah.
Soul.
It's gonna be an easy tower.
So that's back-to-back deaths on Bensington.
Ooh. He went Genuro on Soul Stealer. I would say that's kind of greedy.
Yeah, he's going very aggressive.
I mean, it's kind of paying off. He's 630 GPM.
He's feeling very confident, it feels like, with this with the Shroud. They're gonna run into Andromeda here. Andromeda's gonna be sitting duck. And all of a sudden, Drunken's an Ultimate Warrior. This is a tri-lane Drunken Master who was 2 and 2, or was he 0 and 3? And he's now 4 and 3. 405 GPM. So ever since he got that 600 gold from the Bensington streak, he's just kind of propelled himself.
Yeah, like we said, he was farming quietly bot, but then he rotated and started doing something. He's doing so much right now, Drunken.
So, Shockwave's up in 35 seconds. We see the Veiled Rots being used by Team Tim. Maybe they're expecting a Kongor here as they're trying to get aggressive here. Legionnaire's going to run into Soul Stealer. Are they going to have the damage for this guy? They do have the Nightfall, and they will bring him down.
Did Mavis get a PK or?
Oh, Luna! He has the power No, he does not for 2 seconds.
Yeah, Mama's
Sorry?
got his PK.
Yeah.
I was
think he
wondering
just
where.
picked that up.
Yeah, I was wondering where he got Underground or lost Underground from.
Yeah, so they do get a nice pick off there. So
He can
Steelers
torch.
still 600 plus GPM even with the death. He picked up Whispering Helm. I don't know, Jose. I feel like this is a very, very greedy Soul Stealer build.
Feels like Danova just told Inaland to, man, build Sociler however you want.
Do what you think is best.
Yeah,
Play as
exactly,
greedy
man.
as possible.
I wouldn't say
What's
that's...
happening here? Oh, Luna runs into a
They
triplet
missed
of heroes.
everything.
Deja vu. Oh, not the best deja vu though. Puts him back in a
But maybe
bad
they can
position.
get some return kills. They get a
Duncan's
kill on...
going in.
Let's see.
Gets the 3-point strike on the Legionnaire. Legionnaire eats an eruption. He goes down. Keg will be avoided here from Behemoth's portal key. Oh, they actually got the Bensington kill. I missed that.
Yeah, they got him top. And Aluna was just toying with the other guys at Conger.
I
think that-
completely missed that. They killed the Bensington, so that was what the focus was on. So they're just slowly shutting down Umbo Boy. He's died a few times in a row, and ever since then he's been sitting at around 450 GPM, kind of stagnant.
But
Engineer just picked up a prism, so he's going for that Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
A very great initiation tool for Engineer to blink on someone and storm them. They can't get their Shunkins off once they get to that point. Magma's going to catch the Andromeda here. Kegstun is going to hit 3 heroes. Not the Bensington, though, as he did use the Joust. And Engineer might be in dead trouble. That was all 5 players from
Those
Team
is not
Tim.
even close to be at that fight. I think that fight was a bit of miscommunication.
3 for nothing fight as well.
Still they're 4.4k lead Danova. Not the biggest lead at 23 minutes into the game, but still a lead.
I gotta say, I think this has to be a Shrunken on Soul Stealer. I'm just gonna keep saying Shrunken.
Please.
I'm just gonna keep saying Shrunken Head until he buys one.
If he doesn't buy it now, I'm gonna whisper him.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Legionnaire picks up a Mighty Blade, so I think even he's going for a Shrunken of his own.
Is Torture setting up mid? Or...
He's kind of hiding in the trees here. I don't think he can kill the Drunken. He's in a portal key backwards.
I didn't see Bansit on the ulti cooldown, sorry.
Soul Stealer wants to do Kongor. This ward from Andromeda does not show the pit. So as long as he doesn't drag the Kongor out...
Oh, now they see it though.
Oh no. I said as long as they don't drag the Kongor out, and what does he do? He drags the Kongor out 2 seconds later. I think that ward should have spotted Kong.
Isn't that
Night falls up in 15 seconds. But nobody is making their way over here, so maybe they are content with giving it up.
What did the Luna snipe? Conger? Or...
Sure, actually. Drunken picked up the full barrier idol.
I think that's
Gonna
gonna
be a
help him a
nice
lot.
assistance for his team. Yep. You know, I will say, lately we have been seeing, as actually Legionnaire gonna get caught here by the Magnus Engineer. He's gonna go down. We have been seeing a lot of these more magic-based Soul Stealer builds. This almost feels like we're going back to old school Soul Stealer, with more of like the damage right-click presence. I want to get your take on that. Like, what do you feel like that's still good, or like versus the magic kind of caster build that we see nowadays?
I mean, the staff effect on Sorcerer is amazing. With that fast ultimate, like, I don't know, like, it's very hard for enemy to be able to react to a big ultimate by Sorcerer. It did so much damage. But, I mean, the auto attack build is, I mean, it's not bad. You have the E, that's -6 armor.
Yeah, it hits very hard.
Yeah, it does.
They get the mid-tier 2-tower uncontested. I think Bensington bought something, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. Is he going for Geobane, or did he kind of put his item progression on hold and go for a Shrunken himself.
I didn't see what he bought.
I do think he will need one.
Getting
of those
catch mid,
against the
Legionnaire?
Soul Stealer.
He's
Yep,
gonna fall.
here. I think he just died back-to-back times. I think he just respawned and died again.
Leader's having a very rough game.
5 and 9, not the best score.
He had an early PK, but if
We have the Storm Spirit completed on Engineer, plus another 1,700 gold. I think if I know Puppet Soul, he might go for post haste now.
wouldn't surprise me if we went BKB, so we can actually BKB, PK in an ulti, like and no
Yeah,
one can
actually,
cancel.
that might be the better route to go. Since
I think so.
I feel like he's been kind of grouping up with his team anyway. He's not really been split pushing this game. The BKB would make a lot of sense. And Imboboy did just pick up a Shrunken himself. So he stops at Firebrand for now. I think he definitely needs a Shrunken versus this Engineer Soul Stealer Magnus. Lots of AoE control for him. Now he can Nightfall in with Shrunken on, and he'll look to finish up the Geobane next item.
Did we mention the BKB on Shosler? Because finally got it.
I was just... I kind of gave up because we said it so many times, but he finally has it. This is probably the best item he could have in his inventory at this point.
Are they gonna spot a Luna bot? I think... Oh, they're smoking off 3 people at top lane. Oh, they're gonna jump on Magnus if we
Soul
didn't.
Stealer is going to Shroud up. Here comes the Nightfall from Benzington. Soul Stealer hasn't used the Shrunken just yet. They are going to trade Engineer for the Legionnaire. Soul Stealer's going to Shrunken and TP out. He did use the Soul Burst. I didn't really notice the Soul Burst damage. I don't know if that
I think he...
was really placed that well.
He felt like he just wanted to ulti to scare them a bit, and then BKB TP out or something, I don't know.
Well, either way, this was a great fight from Team Tim. They
Oh, yeah.
only lost Legionnaire, who kind of hasn't really been doing that well anyway this game. And they got Engineer and Drunk in 2 of the 3 cores from Legion. And Soul Stealer, although he is very farmed on 650 GPM, I didn't really feel his presence in that fight.
He kind of missed... He kind of throwed away, ulti away, but... Benz had BKB and no one else were really close to him, so I don't think he could do much.
Mm-hmm. But what do you think he should go for now? I think maybe some kind of auto attack damage item could make sense.
I'm not sure. Is Geo like... Isn't Geo kind of good?
I feel like Geos doesn't do too much this game.
Could
Top
Lucia
lane,
work?
Behemoth
Oh,
getting
top
caught here. He is gonna go down. Will Andromeda TP away? Oh my! The keg stun
Oh.
missed by a frame and a half. I feel like that was so close from Puppet Soul. A
Gonna see
blind
a kill
guess. A blind guess on the keg there.
bot? There's no way. Oh, is he gonna
Okay.
catch him now instead?
Well, he has not much mana on the Torture. But there is Benzington coming over. With the Veiled Rot. Look at this, Puppet Soul is right behind him though, expecting this to kind of happen.
It's gonna be a huge fight.
Shrouded
They see,
Soul
they see
Stealer.
Benz?
They see Andrew and... I don't know if they saw Torturer. Dust came out from Soul Stealer, he missed the Torturer. Oh my.
Oh my god, they're walking
This
past
is
Engineer.
everyone toying with each other.
Oh.
Oh, Torture.
Oh, no,
he's,
is he gonna-
he's still in with... Legionnaire's
How is
gonna
he
get
going?
caught on here. Legionnaire does go down. I mean, this is actually such a crazy interaction between the two teams, just avoiding each other so narrowly. And then Benzington Nightfall's top wants to split push.
I like the placement of rewards from both teams. In a straight line. In the jungle.
Magnus, did he spot Andrew? I think he did, but there's no team support to go for that kill.
Oh, they're moving towards top. Aluna got a PK. They're not gonna go
Can you
top.
believe there's still this bottom tier 1 tower 30 minutes in? They're gonna try to bring it down here. Behemoth has Shockwave ready to go if they kind of line up for him. No Nightfall for 60 seconds though. I don't think Team Tim wants to take this fight. Andromeda's gonna run into Magnus and Luna. Andromeda will die.
Andromeda is a very rough game. He has no items at all.
Who?
Andromeda.
Andromeda, yeah.
I guess he's playing kind of solo support because I don't think Beam buys a lot of wards right now. I think he's trying to make some kind of item progression. Hey, bought an eye.
So Donova is going for the Kongor steal here. There's no vision of this from the side of Team Tim. This should be a dead Kongor. This will be their second Kongor of the game.
Do you think that Solstice would go for a symbol here? He went for a Hyper Crown.
Wow.
Oh, I
That is
mean,
not what I would have expected. I think he already has a lot of attack speed.
I mean, I guess it works with the magic penetration with his E, the 2 armor.
Oh yeah, that gives 2 magic armor pen now.
But I don't know. I'm not sure if that's worth it.
I was thinking of like some just raw damage item, but like...
I was like, wait, he sold it again, right? He got 4.5k. I think he sold it.
I don't really think Hypercrown's that good.
No, I
Not for
really,
a Soul Stealer.
I don't know. I wouldn't be like, he can even buy a wing bow, I think.
Is it too late for something like a shield breaker?
I mean, if he gets to eat the tower, or he went for the EU.
The Hellborn have destroyed a Legion tower.
I don't know about the shield breaker.
Yeah, maybe like the demonic shield breaker's not needed here. There is also like the Geo Nullfire route, but I don't think Nullfire is a very... It doesn't feel the same, I think, on Soul Stealer than it does on some other Agi heroes.
I don't know.
We're just gonna sit here and say, I don't know, and then when he buys something, we're gonna say, we don't like it! We don't like what he chose. And we don't even know when he should go. He
I
goes
still
with
like the
Geo
wing bow. I still really like the wing bow.
Do you think the wingbow coupled with the symbol of rage would be a very good combo for him? I do think he should get a symbol at some point. Maybe now that he has the Geobane, the symbol could be very good. Just bulk up on survivability. It's gonna output a lot of damage here on the tower. They're gonna swap him in. Disjoints the combat stun. Very good Geobane usage there. Going for the Andro kill with the Shunkin. Torture's gonna go in here. They're gonna kick him around with the Drunken Master.
Oh, the Magma's
Magnus is channeling an eruption here. The energy field catches a couple. Nightfall is going to land in with the Shrunken head on. He's going for the Magma skill. He does bring him down. Meanwhile, Legionnaire and Soul Stealer going at it. There's a buyback here from Puppet Soul on the Engineer. He's going to try to rejoin the parties. He's coming down mid lane. And so far, this fight, I think, was in favor of Donova. It was a 2 for... Was it 2 for 4? We have 2 buybacks from Hellborn as well into both Legionnaire and Torturer. So a lot of buybacks being used. Here comes the jump on the Soul Stealer. There's the Storm Spirit though from Engineer. Prevents the taunt. Here comes the Joust. Will they be able to bring down the Soul Stealers? Now Benzington is in the fray with no Shrunken. He's going to get down. And he does have a buyback. He's going to use it immediately. Another Storm Spirit on the Drunken Master. This one from the Aluna. And they will break the tower. Now it is just Benzington and Andromeda. And there is no Geos or Shrunken on the Benzington. Will Donova look to secure themselves the first Raxir as there are still 4 players alive? 4 versus 2.
I think they're gonna go back here. Be up now, and they should know he has an ulti.
I respect the Behemoth. I think it's definitely on the table here.
He did pick up the symbol of rage on Soul, by the way.
Okay, so he's got no buyback currently, sends out the full symbol, but that was a lot of buybacks from Team Tim to hold this melee Rax here in the mid lane. They committed 3 buybacks, whereas Donova only committed the 1 on Soul Stealer. Maybe they want to regroup here and go with the symbol, as they are currently all 5 players versus 3. But they are respawning soon on the remaining 2 casts.
He's barrier.
Barrier is
symbol
used here.
already.
Yep, the symbol is down. He's going to pop the Geobane here. That is going to be extra damage for Behemoth Shockwave if he wants to go in. But they are bringing down the Raxir with Soul, so they get swapped in. He pops the Shrunken immediately. He has no Soul Burst for 20 seconds. Energy Field is down. Benzington, he gets the Shrunken off, but he is already dead. He has the final buyback here. No Shrunken from Mimbleboy for 70 seconds. Behemoth will go down. Doesn't get the Shockwave off as the Storm Spirit lands on Aluna. Engineer did fall. Aluna goes down, drops the eye, and now Bensington gets sent in the air from Drunken Master. We have the second and final buyback from Engineer. He's going to buy the post haste, and all 5 players from Team Tim are dead. Only buyback on the Torture, as it is a quad kill for Soul Stealer. The GGs are called, Doze, and Game 2 goes to Dawnova, and we are going to a Game 3 here in the loser bracket finals between Team Tim and Dawnova Brigada. Final thoughts on Game 2.
I mean, I feel bad now. You and me were wondering what the heck Anal Hunter was doing. But I don't know, man. I guess he knows better than us. He was destroying in the last fights. Holy moly.
Very solid performance there from the Soul Stealer to conclude that game. But great team support from top to bottom with the Storm Spirits. The team fights come through, and we are going to a Game 3. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 between Team Tim and Dawnova coming up after a short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now in Game 3 of your loser bracket finals here of cycle number 4, where we have Team Tim and Don Overbrigada duking it out in this best of 3 series, trying to move on to the finals here of cycle 4 to face Busk No GG. This one is for the finals. Once again, going to be what you got. Going to be joined by a different co-caster. Welcome back, John, Easy Full Clan, for Game 3 here. I had Doze on for the first 2 games, but always happy to have you by my side.
Yeah, and I appreciate Doze and you stepping in for the first 2 games of this series so that I could get a little lunch break as it just passed noon where I'm at. So perfect timing as it was, and really happy to be here once again talking about this third match of this series, which is definitely going to be a fantastic conclusion to see exactly who's going to be moving on to face your team in the next best of 3. So really looking forward to this.
Yeah, these 2 teams have been kind of just grinding each other up. Now they have to do it one more time. Let's see what we got going on in the draft here as we are underway with some picks. We have Devourer, Moira, and Soul Stealer finds his appearance in the blind bans there from Team Tim. Valkyrie, Magnus, and Electrician get banned from the side of Dawnova. But for me, we talk a lot about the Devo ban. There's the Soul Stealer, a response ban to game number 2.
Yeah, Donava Brigada working in Soul Stealer into their drafts lately, and I'm loving it, right? I've talked about how this hero is just, it's kind of a HoN staple. It's been in the game since its inception, so it's a fantastic hero to see ran, and it's even better to see it worthy, or players feeling that it deserves a space in the blind ban phase. So really good stuff. But other than that, as you said, the rest of these bans looking very, very, very typical. So how about these picks, though?
First pick, Forsaken Archer coming out from Team Tim. They go with their hard carry. We see Andromeda and Rally, the response picks here. So could potentially be their 2 support heroes. And then we have Glacius into Cthulhu Font. So what do you think so far from the first half of the draft?
I think Cthulhu Font's kind of the only hero that stands out. It's kind of unique, not the most common hero. These other 4 heroes we've seen picked up a lot. I know Cthulhu Font has made it once or twice, but it's still a pretty unusual pick. But I always find it interesting whenever I see the carry as the first pick, right? But I guess FA is just one of those heroes where it just works on a lot of different tri-lane setups, and it just always has a fantastic chance of recovering. So it just never seems like it's a bad first pick. But with that in mind, is this kind of like a carry hero that just can't truly be countered?
Well, I wouldn't say you can't counter him, but it's very hard, like you pointed, to shut him down. He has very good laning phase with his spells, so he's able to participate in kills, and we've seen how fast this hero can flash farm with his split shot. So you just send him into the jungle with some stacks, and all of a sudden you have a 600 GPM FA out of nowhere. This is a very difficult carry to shut down, I would say, and does very well throughout the early, mid, and even late game stages. He carries quite well. But it kind of shows you that Team Tim is not, they're not scared of picking up their carry and revealing that right away, as you were kind of hinting that teams tend to like to save the carry for later on in the drafts. But Cthulhu Font kind of pairing with the Forsaken this game, it's a hero that kind of fell out of the meta a lot. We used to see a lot of 2-1-2 where Cthulhu Font really shined going up against those carry lanes where he can just really shut down the carries. But we've been seeing a lot of tri-lane meta where the Cthulhu Font doesn't necessarily work as well. But I'm going to be interested to see where they put the Cthulhu Font. I think Team Tim does sometimes run that mid lane, which he can be kind of a disruptive hero. But I'm not ultimately sure what we're going to see yet from the Cthulhu Font, as typically the Forsaken Archer leads to more of those tri-lane setups.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I was expecting it to see it kind of in one of the solo side lane situations, but what you talk about with it being potentially ran mid certainly has some merit. It seems like it has the potential at least to just be there, kind of just as a I don't know, like you said, a disruptor. Just trading CS, not able to be killed because it's just so tanky and has the escape. And But I mean, as you can see, before we get too far afield behind the rest of the drafting phase, they actually do pick up a bomb. So it seems like they're going to have a bomb mid. So I'm not really sure how a Cthulhu mid would do against that.
Well, if it's paired with another stunner, the bomb could really suffer because the Cthulhu's damage is very, very high early game with the creep throwing from the trample. So a hero like Bomb, who's not naturally tanky and doesn't have an escape, can really suffer to Cthulhu +1 hero. But they also pick up the Self Forest here, so they're hinting at running a Tricore. I think they will pick up a damage dealer on the 5th pick, and then they have a Bomb and a Self Forest that scale pretty well from early to mid to late. So they do recognize that the Forsaken, they maybe can't shut her down, but they can also just look to farm up themselves. And then we see Team Tim go for a Wretched Hag and a Kraken. So that is actually not what I was expecting. This almost makes me want to believe that maybe the Cthulhu's more of a support hero this game, or I actually don't know how they're going to allocate the farm to all 4 of these heroes. So maybe the Cthulhu is not going to be farming.
Yeah,
because they don't have a jungle hero.
Right. So. It seems like the it seems pretty cut and dry. Wretched Hag and Kraken, both heroes that enjoy their levels, so. Going to be solo one way or the other, I would think, especially because they don't seem to provide that much tri-lane utility. I could see a Cthulhu font kind of working out with the trample line stun and a tri-lane setup, so it kind of makes sense. But yeah, as you said, it seems like in most situations this Cthulhu font is a hero that kind of enjoys having farm, and that 5th pick on the Hellborn side, really a unique pick that we don't see very often. But we know that Puppet Soul, I've actually seen Puppet Soul in some of these games played in the past, but I think that was at least one of the previous
1 year and a half or something.
Yeah, maybe at the clan tour.
It's been a long time since I've seen a Puppet Soul Gunblade. Now, he probably likes the pick against heroes like Kraken and Hag, who cannot use their escapes against the grappling shot. So I think
same thing with Cthulhu, right?
Yeah, on paper the pick makes a lot of sense. It has the restrain on the grappling shot, as well as he's just a really good laner. I was expecting him to be playing this more in maybe like a solo lane, but it looks like they are going to try lane the Gunblade. So that actually kind of throws me off a bit, because I feel like Gunblade is one of those heroes you want the level 6 on as soon as possible, so he can start snowballing himself some kills.
Yeah, but I mean, when you look at the rest of their draft, I mean, what other hero would you stick into the tri-lane in his stead, right?
Yeah, they don't have a great candidate. I mean, they could run the Bombardier, but then you're also gimping the Bombardier of levels, which he tends to like. I mean, you could run like a dual lane Bombardier. Even that is not like out of the question, but you typically want to run Bombardier in a solo lane where he just kind of monos one hero with a sticky bomb.
But by the same token, the fact that Gunblade is kind of a hero that enjoys solo experience, I think he does, especially with a little farm lead, I think he does very well in 1v1s, as he has a natural tankiness with the demonic shield and everything. It kind of helps him ward off ganks himself. So I think that this hero will enjoy some solo time if Rally and Andromeda decide to get pretty active, leaving this lane behind, as we can kind of see at the moment that they're going to be going against a single hero, Wretched Hag. So it's probably going to be some early boxing out of the Wretched Hag by Rally and Andromeda, and probably some early rotations I would expect. And then Gunblade will end up, getting those levels from solo experience. That's just kind of the way I see it playing out.
Yeah, both teams kind of drafting greedy now. We have a Suicide Bombardier against a Suicide Hag. These are not your typical offlane heroes in these high tier games. So I mean, if Bombardier steps up, he could very well just go down to 3 disables from this Legion tri-lane. Like, that's no question in my mind. But Wretched Hag also, I mean, she's a little bit more slippery, but she's an intel hero. She doesn't have even 500 HP level 1. So if she gets caught, she could very well just get stunned down and die. I think both sides are going to kind of spot out what's happening. We see the 1v1 mid lane between Kraken and Self Forest. That's a pretty, I want to say, more normal matchup, at least, than compared to the other lanes. But What kind of item build do you think we'll see from a farming, like tri-lane prioritized farmed Gunblade this game? Does he go for more of like an active Gunblade build? Or is something like a Cleaver even out of the question? I don't know if you've ever seen Cleaver Gunblade before, but that does work with his lethal range ability. He can make himself a melee hero, and then he can flash farm with like something like a Rune Cleaver. If he wants to go like a really big GPM route.
I feel like if he's going to go the farming route, I think Thunderclaw is something that's far more typical, but I actually feel like I would like to see him forego a farming route and really just try to... I mean, this is game point, so a lot of times you want to try and play things a little bit safer. We actually are seeing, by the way, the rotation away from, you know, the top lane of the two supports and letting Gunblade now with that gold lead 1v1 the Wretched Hag, which probably will work out in his favor in the end, so I kind of actually like this rotation. And now it's a bomb, but Rally gets caught.
Yeah, I think he might be fine. Very close, actually. He goes down the cliff. Yeah, so they almost had enough damage to bring him down. But I think this is now going to be much better of a lane setup for Dawnova on Hellborn, because Gunblade in a 1v1 against Hag should do very well. He's a much stronger laner than the Hag is in this matchup, I feel like. And then they have a bomb in a tri-lane. So right now they are losing on XP. The FA and the Glacius are almost... the FA is almost level 3. The Glacius is 2.5. Whereas the bomb just hit level 2. So the XP is definitely in favor of the Legion side for now, because they had the good start down there. But once they get like level 2 and maybe 3 on Hellborn tri-lane, I think they can definitely start to contest with their nukes.
Yeah, if I can, while this game is, you know, at a slower pace right now, I kind of wanted to answer your question of the route that I want to see Gunblade go. I think I want to see him go some pretty early combat items. I actually don't want to see him go Thunderclaw or Cleaver. I think he's going to get out-farmed by FA no matter what. I think they really need to try and press the issue and shut down this hero by, you know, taking over their jungle, keeping a close eye on her rotations, and just not letting her enjoy the free space. But obviously, Impa Boy is a master of that, so it's going to be difficult one way or the other. But I think Gunblade should play to his strengths, you know, just build combat items, get ready to find free kills on Wretched Hag, really threaten Kraken as well with the grappling shot, and just, you know, kind of see what happens from there.
Look at the damage from Gunblade against Hag in the top lane. Oh my god, is this a kill? No. He does have the bottle sip on the Hag. But that was level 5 already. Once he gets 6, like, this is a dead Hag. He's got a 2-level advantage already.
Yeah, exactly. And, I mean, he's actually almost level 6 right now. He will get it by the time that the creeps get on the tower. Kraken has to be careful here in the mid lane. But, yeah, by the time this creep wave gets on the Legion tower, he is going to have that level 6. And so Wretched Hag will have a hard time if even farming underneath the tower. This Gunblade will certainly be able to just push him away under threat of grappling him.
So Kraken finds himself a DD rune here. He's halfway to level 6. Forest is closer to level 6. One thing I would like to point out is the Self-Forest. I feel like he's a very good hero this game for Dawnova. This Kraken lines up a double damage charge, just walking down the Self-Forest. Almost has enough damage with that splash. Double damage splash. And there we see the dive. I didn't see it, but I know what happened. The grappling shot catches Hag, and he gets the Bloodlust skill up there. Almost a 5-minute Bloodlust, John. That's a very slow start here to game.
It is, yeah.
Teams. You know, they don't want to make any slip-ups here for good reason. This one is the winner move on. Move on, or you stop playing, however you say that. At least the Kraken comes out mid lane on the porting Self-Forest. There's the Undying coming out. Look at the damage from Kraken. But it is Self-Forest who wins the battle. He holds his ground with the life tap and the Undying. And Kraken was not expecting that damage coming out from Self-Forest in the tower there.
Yeah, actually a very surprising turn of events, because I believe Kraken still had the double damage active whenever he went in on him. So he was expecting to fully be able to burst him down inside of the combo. And look at this, Gunblade actually making the switch into bottom lane, and Bombardier going top now. So now Wretched Hag's going to have the advantage against Bomb, but Bomb's still a pretty good 1v1 hero, even a little bit under leveled, but he has to watch out for this Bat Blast on Wretched Hag, who actually goes in really hard on him and is pushing forward.
Yeah, there's another Sonar Scream up. He's got blink. Oh, I think he missed that sonar scream, right? It was just out of range. Had the
Yeah.
blink up, but wasn't patient enough to do the blink scream. Yeah, so Hag's actually gonna get to recover going up against the bomb. I guess they want to get the bomb more farm because Gunblade has his advantage already. They want to try to shut down the FA. That's the only thing I could think of as to why they would do this rotation, putting Gunblade down here.
I kind of like it, honestly. Just make things a little bit shakier for
Rally is
Forsaken
invis. He
Archer.
gets spotted on the Ward of Revelation. He's gonna get chained, locked down. Gunblade goes in on the Forsaken Archer. He's holding his ground for now. He needs a couple more hits. There's the power supply. Oh no, he does not get the kill. 40 life. He will survive, and there's another trample on the Gunblade. Crippling Volley will miss as the Tundra Blast does catch him, but there's the Demonic Shield giving him the movement speed. Kraken is coming in with the Veiled Rot, and he will miss to release the Kraken, but this forces Gunblade into a bad spot. There's the Compel up the cliff. Great team synergy coming in from Donova to save the Gunblade as he gets the health pot delivered.
That was
We'll stay down
fantastic.
here. Forsaken, I believe, also used the health pot as she was on about 40 or 50 life from that engagement. Just
Yeah,
great team
it's-
support from both sides there.
It really is, and unfortunately, Rally got caught out, underneath the vision of that Rev Ward. You could see exactly how fat or how low Forsaken Archer got just from Gunblade's damage alone, and maybe the assistance of the Aurora spell, which certainly synergizes very well with Gunblade's kit.
Yep.
But yeah, if there was just a single auto attack from another hero
Agma
that
got a
wasn't
kill on
dead,
Bombardier up here. He's got a golden apple still. There is a mana for one scream, but not the blink scream. So see if he can walk him down with some auto attacks. He's gonna put the sticky bomb on himself. He's gonna turn it around. I don't think this is enough damage for kill. He's using the bottle sips. Oh, but he uses the chalice. And if he has the bombardment, that's gonna be a kill. The chalice actually, I believe, killed Hag in the end, because he was not expecting Bomb to have that much HP.
wow, that was very well played by Bombardier. Just nice little sticky bomb placement on himself, and yeah, just all that juking and jiving in that tree line, just doing work. And Wretched Hag, as we said, had the advantage, as he had the clear level advantage, but Bombardier finding that kill
Temple
very
misses. They're going in on the Gunblade. There's a haste rune still activated. Definitely does not want a grappling shot into the tower into three people. That would be a little risky. He's definitely toying with them here. He gets frozen in the tower, and he will go down. The rally was not there. Compel him out. I think he wouldn't have been able to use the compel either way, as he was immobilized. So Puppet Soul got a little bit too greedy there.
Yeah, just sometimes that happens whenever you're whenever you're under the effects of a haste rune. You kind of feel invulnerable, but if you get caught by something like an ice imprisonment, it can spell your doom, as it did right there.
The Forest, we haven't talked much about him, but after he got that kill onto Kraken, check out his GPM. He's on 460, and he just triple stacked the jungle camps. He might be looking to go do that very soon here in the future, which will skyrocket him to probably 500 if he gets those stacks for himself.
Oh yeah,
Kraken
he'll be
only
able
on
to do it.
300 GPM with the 50 creep kills and the one death.
It's probably going to take place right here after he takes this mid wave. Yeah, this will skyrocket him close to level 11, I think, and that's a pretty crazy power curve for a South Forest this early.
So I did want to mention this. I haven't had really any time, as we might have action top in a second here. But South Forest is a very good pick this game, I feel like, going up against the Forsaken. Just being able to dump the Undying on her, and they can kind of go all in and kill the FA. There is no protective support for FA this game. So
Yeah.
if they're able to kill her, no matter how farmed she is, that is always a possibility. Andromeda and Kraken going to run into each other. Look at the damage from Kraken. That is, of course, only a level 3 Andromeda with not many items, but they release the Kraken just doing work. Here comes the double ultimates of Airstrike and Undying. They take out the Kraken. Meanwhile, is that in the bot lane? The Glacius goes down. And here comes the Piercing Arrows. They are locking the Gunblade down. Now he will get compelled to safety as the Demonic Shield was on cooldown. And Rally, he's doing everything he can to try to keep this Gunblade going. He does his job there. Meanwhile, top lane, Bombardier and Hag. Hag will blink in with a Sonar Scream and take out the Bombardier. Bombardier only on 200 GPM. He's really struggling this game despite having that one kill up in the top lane. Wretched Hag still on 260.
Wretched Hag's having a pretty good time, but man, story of the game right now certainly is the South Forest.
obviously kind of their main carry is Gunblade, but with enough farm over the other players in the game, South Forest can really take over. So he's got basically a full sustain setup, already having that Sackstone, Blood Chalice bottle, and completed boots now. So curious to see if he's going to be.
Speaking of him,
yeah, curious to see if he'll go for a Dawnbringer route or if he'll try to maybe bulk up with his early advantage. Not really sure, but he's eyeing
down. Want to set up a kill on the Forsaken here. Lord Forest, he's being spotted. He's going to get caught here by a trample into a freeze. And he is going to maybe fall here. He's just taking enough. He lives with 50 life. He gets the bottle slip off. They take out the Glacius and the Cthulhu, so he does survive all of that damage. Now, they did not get the Forsaken kill, but I think they will definitely take 2 for none as a trade, or an exchange, rather. Now, Kraken is trying to farm up his Blink. Makes the pressure in the mid lane as this tower is under heavy pressure. And top lane, Hag and Bombardier are going at it again. Another Sonar Scream is up. He's going to blink in, Sonar Scream. Bomb trying to juke him. Has a couple of bottle sips still to work with. He has an airstrike up in 2 seconds. Maybe if he tries to line up a sticky bomb into an airstrike, that could be a kill on the Wretched Hag. Doesn't have the most HP.
Oh, Kraken looking at these stacks. But does may not know that Andromeda and South Forest. This is only a level 3 Andro, but here's the sticky bomb.
Yep. He throws to release the Kraken, trying to halting them, but there is an airstrike, and that will deal a lot of damage. Kraken goes down. Bombardier holds his ground here. The Undying. I don't think that is enough to bring down Wretched Hag. It's up for. Oh, but he tanked the neutrals.
And that's not. I mean, that's a level 2 Undying as well. So
I think he would have lived if he didn't tank those Wild Hunters there. Maybe I might be wrong on that, but I think it would have been very close.
Yeah, but well, he is gone now, and this is a level 13 South Forest. This is yeah, so he is going the Dawnbringer route, opting not to go any kind of bulking route. But yeah, FA has been shut down like pretty well. Obviously, she's still at 425 GPM, but she's pretty underleveled in comparison to the core heroes of the Hellborn lineup. So
2 level 9s and a level 13. Trample gonna miss here. It might go in. Gunblade, he's thinking about it. He feels like it could be a bait. They're gonna kill the Cthulhu without using the grappling shot, so Rally commits his spells. I think that makes them feel a lot safer than putting Gunblade in a risky position with the shot. But we have smoked up Kraken here. Gunblade might feel like something's up. He's gonna use the Demonic Shield. TPs are coming in from the team support, and they will compel him backward. Almost feel like they maybe would have rather gone in with the compel as they had the backup coming. But they decided to play it safe, and then they cancel their TPs. So no harm done. They're just going to burn a couple of port cooldowns from the supporting cast.
I mean, I think it's kind of the right move to just continue playing so safe. I mean, South Forest is just able to own the mid lane in this jungle so efficiently at the moment. I think what I'd like to see is his team actually start stacking the Ancients for them. He can actually clean those up solo like very well.
Maybe have a round. Andromeda just throw an Aurora out. Bottom lane, we have a Cthulhu Font initiation here. They are chain CCing. The Gunblade goes in, but with just the 2 of them, 3 versus 2, we can see how it's not really an easy escape for Gunblade. And 2 out of 3 of these heroes from Legion can immobilize, which prevents the compel coming out from Rally. So he would have to compel himself in to prevent some damage. And even
South
then, it's
Forest
kind of
has his eye on him though. He actually gets the smoke broken.
Yep, so he was trying to make a play in the bot lane, but not going to find one. And then Kraken, he's still trying to find gold for his portal key. He's going to look to steal some of the stacks here. So he continues to kind of roam in here, but he's going to steal at least the medium camp away. Maybe he'll take the hard camp as well.
South Forest is here.
Realizes something is not right. Kraken is not showing in mid lane. He at least gets himself
I think that ward actually shows the vision of that camp, does it not? Actually, maybe it doesn't.
I think it shows when he walks up toward the ramp.
Right.
But not the camp itself. So when he ran up, I think then he revealed himself. Not really any stacks on the Legion side, so FA doesn't really have a stacked jungle to go into. She does have the Nullfire 1 picked up. Fight for bottom rune will take place. Release the Kraken comes out here. Rally compels through it, but he's gonna get charged up at the tree. Will Gunblade? I don't think he wants to go in here. The numbers advantage is just favoring Team Tim. Power goes down to the creeps in mid lane as Hag is smoked up. They have all 5 players here. Bombardier is invis currently, even under the effects of the Mystic Illusion rune effect. He's gonna go in here on the FA. He takes out 2. Will the team support get here? No, he does die, but they are pursuing for another kill. Cthulhuphon Trample is down. Self-Forest getting pulled into the tower by the Fear as Andromeda. He's unsure whether he wants to go in with a stun or a swap. He could maybe swap somebody to save his own life, but he's going to sacrifice himself. Kraken goes down here as well. Cthulhuphon lines up a 2-man trample as Wretched Hag has a Sword Scream coming up in 2 seconds. He's going to blink in for the Gunblade kill. He will take him out, but now Self-Forest pounding in the damage, and Hag will go down. It is a genocide and a hat-trick for Self-Forest, as that was a 4 for 5 if we count the rally death in the bottom river there.
Yeah, Self-Forest just showing that he's the premier carry for his team at the moment. Just a huge amount of sustained damage. And almost a completed Dawnbringer. Probably going to finish it up around the 18 minute mark.
Goes in here, gets the slam onto both. Self-Forest is coming back in after avoiding that crippling volley. Rally will sacrifice himself. They do take out the Glacius, and they force the ports here. But Dawn Nova, they're bringing all their numbers down here to the bot lane. All 4 players remaining. They're leading a dive here with Andromeda leading the front lines. The Forsaken is revealed. Do they have the catch? He is all by himself. He will be sacrificed as the domination streak comes out here from Self-Forest. He is on his way to the full Dawnbringer. Needs 200 more gold for that. And this is an 18-minute, more or less 18-minute Dawnbringer here on the Self-Forest. 660 gold per minute for Jenko. And Forsaken dies 2 times in a row, slowing her down to 440 gold per minute.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for her to find the space to farm against the Self-Forest. This guy can just walk anywhere on the map at this point. And, I mean, I think if I were him, probably the right move is to just buy the Shrunken Head, more or less become invulnerable. But, you know, given his lead, the level lead, the item lead that he has, he might be able to just go straight up into a Portal Key at this point.
Yeah, I was even thinking Portal Key could be good too. Now, look at the XPM bar. We see Self-Forest 830 XPM. Look at the Legion in comparison. Nobody even close. You talked about Forsaken Archer. She's level 9, John. It's at level 17 Self-Forest against a level 9 Forsaken as Bombardier goes down in the top lane. There's a Compel lining up onto the Wretched Hag. They do trade 1 for 1. They are looking for the Kraken, who does have his Portal Key up in 2 more seconds. Can Self-Forest get here in time? He does disable the Portal Key with the passive ability there, and Kraken is going to die. He had the blink up the whole time, but decided not to use it as he gets spotted there. And that is a champion in New Earth streak now on the Self-Forest as he's approaching 700 gold per minute here in game number 3.
900 XP per minute. I mean, his level curve is insane in comparison to the rest of the players in the game. You know, never mind the fact that the enemy team themselves don't even have anybody that's close. He's almost double their level, it feels like. You know, just the fact. So how much damage is the Undying doing at the moment? 50 magic per damage per second for 12 seconds. 600, I think.
Yeah, it's about 600, right? Quite a lot.
Yeah, I'm having trouble reading the tooltip and seeing exactly how long it lasts.
50 times 12.
12 seconds. There it is.
Yeah. But yeah, that's about half of Forsaken's HP bar.
Yeah, exactly. And that's completely unavoidable damage, right? So never mind the fact that he's probably going to be able to get an easy Q and life tap click off. So she basically dies if Self-Forest chooses to target her. And he has the gold for a Portal Key if that's what he wants to go. But seems like he's choosing to buy something else as he has 250 gold over Portal Key value banked up. So
Bombardier could be in some trouble here as he's trying to defend this tower. The ports are coming in. Trample misses from Cthulhuphon, and now he could be the one who's in trouble as he's put into the tower. Rally, maybe not gonna go in. Oh, he gets feared into the disable. He goes down. Gunblade is gonna port as well. He still has that double damage activated. Wretched Hag is going to die. I did see her buy a Void Talisman, so maybe it didn't get delivered just yet.
Salforus with the flank. He's actually going to show up right on Forsaken Archer.
Uses the Undying here on the Cthulhu font. He's going to maybe sacrifice himself. Does save the life of Forsaken, though.
Yeah, 10-0 Lord Salforus at the moment, and turning his gaze towards this bottom tower. Seems like it could actually be taken here in a moment's notice if all three of these heroes decide
Top
to commit
lane,
to
Bombardier
it.
and Kraken going at it. There's the airstrike, but it misses. He didn't time it with the sticky bomb as he got pulled in by the release of the Kraken, and now Kraken is on the offensive. He's going to take him out. The missed airstrike costing himself his life, as that could have been the opposite effect of Kraken going down in exchange. And now we see Glacius and Forsaken taking out the Rally once again. The Rally continues to struggle here.
Gotta hand it to Team Tim. I mean, they're still getting small victories despite being so far behind the Salforus, but it's just a question of what's the next thing that Salforus is going to buy, and I mean, will it cause him to be impossible to deal with? I mean, it seems like he's going for a Shrunken Head.
Bottom lane, Invis Gunblade on Wretched Hag. He's going to get revealed by the tower, but it ain't going to matter. That is just a Void Talisman recipe. He cancels the ultimate and goes for the TP, but he's going to get turned on by the Kraken who ports in. That looked like it was going to be a free kill all along, but he decides not to commit for it.
And the Shrunken Head was right-clicked by Salforus, and FA actually has one of her own, so doing pretty well herself despite being pretty underleveled. You know, but like I said, they're actually getting pickoffs with the rest of the team. You know, Gunblade falling prey, but here we go. Salforus and the whole team is actually surrounding FA at the moment. This could be very bad news.
Does FA know that this is going on? She's playing very defensively. They're going to run into Glacius, kill him. FA doesn't have a TP. It's just a matter of them finding him. If they look for him up here, he is dead.
It makes me wonder if they checked his inventory on the scoreboard prior to, you know, looking for him. But he might be able to get out now that they're chasing the Cthulhu.
Yep, Cthulhu going to be sacrificed here once again. And, you know, he took out the Ancients prior to this movement to the top lane. FA is all of a sudden 535 gold per minute. Nothing really to scoff at. Salforus still kind of leading the way, though, with 680. We talked about the Shrunken Head he just finished.
I mean, she certainly scales better than Salforus. There's no doubt about that. But as you said, the presence of the Undying is always going to pose a problem for her in the later stages of the game. So, but you know, she's able to keep up this pace. I think they still have a very good shot at holding this game, considering they have some of the best uphill heroes in the game. Wretched Hag being one of them. And if Cthulhu Font, honestly, I'd like to see him.
Safe here, bottom. He just knows something's up. He won't step up to the creep wave in his own tower. He knows that somebody's lurking. Kraken kind of just gives in.
Yeah, Gunblade going for a straight up Shrunken Head. I feel like I would have liked to have seen more agi items coming out from Gunblade personally. I would have liked to see a Nullfire completed on him. It's probably my favorite item on the hero. I just love the way that agility just makes everything work on Gunblade.
Lane, Bombardier. I don't think he's going to find himself the range. Yep, he's going to fall back. He has kind of quietly recovered. He's 390 gold per minute.
Bot just kind of does this.
Struggling. Yeah.
You just kind of see that he naturally accumulates gold as just a single bombardment basically helped him take out that entire creep wave. Obviously assisted by the fact that he has Spell Shards 1, but this hero can certainly accumulate items in longer duration games, no doubt about that.
So what does Salforus go for now? Does he kind of continue to be this like carry presence? Does he go for more of like a Blink Sheepstick route? Does he just bulk up to become unkillable?
I think he needs, yeah, he just picked up the Blink, which is, in my opinion, it's the right move. And they actually have the timing to really force the issue on the game because they just got the Shrunken Head onto Gunblade as well, so... Salforus is basically impossible to be killed by the Legion lineup within the time span of his Shrunken Head activation. You know, excuse me, Wretched Hag's ultimate being the only ability that actually would go through it. So, damage-wise at least.
Yeah, Blink Sheepstick just feels so good on Self Forest. Meanwhile, top lane, we saw Bomb blink away from a Wretched Hag ultimate. Glacier's gonna get caught here by Self Forest. And Kraken, they're maybe thinking about going on him, but they're not gonna find the range. As we see 3 people from Team Tim running toward the Bombardier. He's gonna blink out. I think he should be just fine. He goes for the post haste.
Cancelled it.
Bottom? Oh, he did cancel it. I didn't even see where he was sporting to. I think either bottom or mid could have been both fine. But they do clean up the tier 2 tower. They do clean up the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Opens up even more space for Donova to enter into Team Tim's jungle.
And it seems like now that the Shrunken Head is 25 seconds away from being up for South Forest, so they have a really good shot of setting up for a 5v5 here at the bottom tower, as it looks like it's brewing as smokes are burned and Cthulhufont's advancing.
Kraken's gonna maybe lead with the Storm Spirit. He catches the Andromeda. Release the Kraken comes down. Catches Rally as well. Kraken is hit with the Undying, but they have already gotten 2 kills. And Gunblade survives with the TP. Does Kraken die to this Undying? He does. That was actually extremely close. I think it was on 1 second left.
Yeah, no, that was... he probably needed about 10 more HP in order to survive that. Kind of a little tragedy, but... you know, speaking of how, you know, the magic damage is just kind of carrying this Hellborn lineup right now, I would like to see Kraken decide to make or commit to a barrier idol as his next purchase, but you know, perhaps he wants to go the Shrunken Head route. Uh-oh.
They're gonna catch Forsaken Archer here. She had her Shrunken down. Maybe wasn't expecting them to go for her. I don't know if that was any Veiled Rots either, but either way, it was a great pickoff from Donova.
Just no vision there
13-0
in that bottom lane, so she just gets caught, you know, kind of on the wrong side of her jungle, given where the creep wave was at and everything. So well played by Donova for, you know, punishing her incorrect positioning there, and they're going to get this tower for free in the bottom lane, and that is the last outer tower. And you know, when you talk about map control, having no outer towers makes, you know, it's kind of the world is your oyster if you're on the other team.
I would love to see Donova do double Kongor now with this map control. They have the Bound Eye. Actually, they lost the Bound Eye on Andromeda. It's currently on Glacius. But I still think that they can go for double Kongor to token and put it on the Sulfuras or the Gunblade. Probably still the Sulfuras. He's kind of the raid boss at this point. On 740 GPM. But he's on 3,000 gold, so if he wants a Sheepstick, he is getting closer to that. But it's Team Tim who's actually the one who heads to the Kongor. We'll see, maybe they can put some base pressure, get a tower, if not force them to TP back here. They are not doing the Kongor the fastest, and they are committing HP on the Kraken and the Cthulhuphont to save Forsaken's HP. So if they force this base, they're not really committing to it, only Hag is here to defend it. They're gonna get it down, and still Kraken and Cthulhuphont are both low on HP, but of course Donova does not know that information.
Bombardier quietly farming up 4k gold. Do you think he's trying to aim for a Staff of the Master? Seems like it is, so he can just continue doing what he's been doing, just you know, kind of tucking himself away in a side lane and just farming up gold, but still managed to be there in spirit, at least with the airstrike.
Yeah, I think we'll either see Sheepstick or Staff. Both are very good for different reasons, especially if they have the Sulfuras picking up a sheep, then Bomb could go for the Staff. Now, that's not to say we won't see a sheep on Bomb at a later stage, but I think there's merits to both items, and it's ultimately going to depend on how they want to allocate items to the Sulfuras, because Sulfuras is one of those heroes where he can just go any number of items and they can all be working out. So if he wants to build more of a carry route on the Sulfuras, he could not opt for the Sheepstick, but it's hard to say that isn't his best choice at the same time.
I mean, it looks like this is going to be a Sheepstick Bombardier, as he is not committing to a Staff of the Master purchase, so this might be a double Sheepstick, and Hag is going to get caught.
Yep, she pops the Void Talisman, goes through the TP. There's the airstrike, though, takes her out. And they committed 2 ultimates for that kill. Can't really say that that's not a good use of the airstrike in the slam. But we have mass TPs from Team Tim back at their base. They see the pressure coming from Donova. 5,000 gold on the Self-Forest. I would like to see them fall back, though. They did force the buyback, which is great. They get a kill and a buyback, force everyone back to the base. And now I want to see them farm up that item on Self-Forest before they take the next engagement, because a level 23 Self-Forest definitely wants to spend his gold and be as farmed as possible. There's the sheepstick on bomb, so he sold something. I think it was a mana battery. Found himself enough gold for the sheepstick. And Self-Forest also has quite a lot of gold to spend. He sells a small item and picks up the sheepstick. So that is 2 huge items at their disposal. 11,000 gold just spent. And that can definitely turn the tide of the next team fight if they can get the sheep onto, like, for say, the Kraken and the Forsaken at the same time, or even the Hag and the Forsaken.
Yeah, if you're Donova, I don't actually know how you hold high ground. If Forsaken Archer gets even close, you can actually see her pop the smoke. She doesn't want to be revealed at all. But
Charge back onto Gunblade. He pops the Shunken Knight. He's stuck in the release of Kraken as Self-Forest blinks in. There's the sheepstick on Forsaken, but he is going to get Storm Spirit and he will die. He cannot get his Shunken Knight off. He will be forced to buy back. The tower is very low. Will they break that as the slam hits onto Rally? Rally will go down, or the slam hits onto Kraken, sorry. Rally goes down. And Andromeda will die. They did not break the tower, but this was, I believe, 2 buybacks in total if you count the Hag buyback pre-team fight. And they did get 3 kills, killing the Cthulhu Font and the Forsaken.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it was a pretty good hold, but they did have to commit a buyback for Forsaken Archer and delay her next item. And it seems like she's still going to want to have to keep buyback on top of, shooting for her next item, because you can see exactly how fast she fell. Kraken kind of even got an ideal initiation, pulling back the Gunblade into tower range, and Self-Forest actually blinked into the Whirlpool himself, and still Forsaken Archer just got looked at and she died. So
they just stared at her and she turned to stone. No.
Yeah.
But yeah, she definitely has a lot of things to play against now with the double sheepsticks. Self-Forest still at 700 GPM. Forsaken kind of slowly catching up. She's trying to build into that Geobane as she's bought the Blessed Orb already. Actually could technically be a Nullstone if she values that against the sheepsticks over the Geometer's Bane. Though that is not also out of the question. She's going to... there are 3 people down here in the bottom lane. Self-Forest is invis, but they have the Bound Eye. Wretched Hag is going to blink in a good spot and TP out. Self-Forest cannot catch him. Meanwhile, Bombardier... Oh, he couldn't get the sheepstick in time on Glacius or the... or the TP stopper.
That was just so close on so many counts. Like, first the blink by Wretched Hag was just super timely. Then the Glacius poured away, and even Forsaken Archer was at risk of getting caught by that Self-Forest blink. So really fortunate timing for them. They are able to complete the items. And Forsaken Archer, feeling confident that she can at least stay alive if the next encounter happens soon, as she does commit the gold for her Geos.
And Blade wants the tower. He pops the Shunken to voice the Kraken charge. Kraken is going to go down. Airstrike also was committed. And they know that Team Tim ported out a lot of their heroes. So maybe they saw them in the mid lane and knew they couldn't respond here in time. The tower does finally fall, as it was very low on life. Bat Blast hits nothing. That is a almost 2 minute cooldown down. Rally jumps in, is going to get locked down. He will fall. There's the Shrunken Head popped here by Self-Forest. They get the ultimate on the Forsaken Archer. The swap happens from Andromeda. Will they be able to bring down this Forsaken Archer? The Shrunken Head is wearing off. Forsaken will die. He does not have a buyback. They did bring down the Self-Forest, though. As Cthulhu is forced to buy back. Bombardier goes down to the Hag, who picks up a double tap.
Wow.
And that was actually a genocide in favor of Team Tim. And that was... How many buybacks was it used? Only the Cthulhu buyback? Wow.
Yeah, it looks like
great hold from Team Tim. And that was without their Bat Blast connecting onto a single target. So I'm very surprised this fight went so well for Team Tim.
Props to Embaboy on FA, just kind of holding his ground too. Realizing that all the spells are committed to him by Self-Forest, so had the Undying applied to him, but he had the Shrunken Head up and just decided to keep laying auto attacks into Self-Forest. And it worked out in his favor, because the right-click damage is certainly, as farmed as South Forest is, a lot of his damage is not coming from right clicks. So he actually understood he could go toe-to-toe with him for a while, and decided that sacrificing himself for the South Forest was the play to go, because if he can just stand even with the South Forest, it actually works out to be a benefit to his team in the end. So really like the hold from Team Tim, and I'm a believer that they can actually keep taking fights at this point.
The lead is only 6,000 from Donova. I think this was once larger than that, maybe even 10,000 if I'm not mistaken. But Team Tim with a couple good holds here. Now they are still lower on the buyback, so that could come into play later on, the longer the game progresses.
Certainly.
With Donova having all 10 of their buybacks across the board. But we have a smoked up Gunblade here. We see 2 players in the area for Legion. South Forest also hunting for some kills. I don't think he saw the Cthulhu actually. Gunblade is going to run in. They're going to force out the trample. They don't want to commit any big spells there. They still have the sheepstick and the grappling shot. Kraken is still hidden in the trees here. Oh, did that Aurora see him? I think they know he's here.
Well, this is a dead hag.
Where
No,
is
actually, Hag is going to turn it around on Bob. That was amazing.
Wow, Bomb committed everything too. His sheep, his airstrike. They caught Kraken meanwhile in the trees there. How do you find me? A good hunch. I think the Aurora actually spotted him, although it didn't hit him. And anyway, that's 2 for 1. Bombardier did die to the Hag, like you pointed out, but they got Cthulhu and Kraken up in the top lane.
Yeah, Wretched Hag had to commit the Bat Blast to get the kill, but now suddenly a Hellflower shows up in Wretched Hag's inventory, which is obviously a huge purchase, and would love to see this paired with maybe a Shrunken Head and just a little bit if he can manage to find the gold for that. And he can be a pretty all-star initiator for his team.
Yep, Hag is definitely almost 500 GPM. She's slowly becoming that backup carry for the Forsaken Archer, who's taken a lot of focus this game.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see Gunblade just struggling to get anything together. He's had that Shrunken Head for a while. I mean, he is going to finish his Geos fairly soon if he wants it, but he might decide that he needs to keep buying. Actually, I think that Puppet Soul really ought to just commit the gold to his next item purchase.
He could be in some trouble here in mid lane. Blinks in, Hellflower comes out, but they don't have the control to keep him in place. There is an Andromeda swap available to them as well. Hag blinks away with the Void Talisman, but she gets Sheepstick by the South Forest, and she will fall. It's team support of Team Tim was not feeling comfortable to go in there.
Felt like that was a very awkward blink by Wretched Hag as well. Not sure if that was like a misclick or something, but definitely didn't seem to port blink into an optimal spot there in the river.
Yeah. We have the Shrunken's activated from Forsaken. Trample comes in. There's the airstrike, but there's the Shrunken activated on Forsaken. She will die to the Undying. She has her last buyback. She will use it. Andromeda falls in the background as now the Sheepstick lands on the Cthulhu font, and there is still 3 pillars alive from Donova, and it is Forsaken all alone without a Shrunken or a Geosbane. And this could very well be the first racks of the game for Donova. It looks like they might have just broken through to the base. And the full racks will fall here. Will they look to get another one is the question. They have the mid lane kind of pushing in their favor. And we see almost 5,000 gold on the Bombardier, 4,000 gold on the South Forest. We have room for some more big items coming our way. But right now the attention is on the secondary racks as Bombardier just sold something for a Restoration Stone. He goes all in. And he will have that being delivered to him. Most likely for the next team fight, as 4 players are almost respawned here for Team Tim. The tower is going to fall, and now the Raxes are open.
Yeah, everything is ready up on Wretched Hag.
They're going to clean up the creep wave with the piercing arrows. They have Bat Blast ready to go. They did not commit to this. Rax, it is on 27 life. Wow. 1 auto attack from a single person makes or breaks the Rax falling. That is actually crazy.
Really want to see a Frostfield plate picked up on
South Forest?
South Forest. Yeah,
I had thought about that myself.
It's
just
my
to kind
item
of bulk
choice
them up.
here. It's going to hurt FA's DPS output as well. And
Here's
okay,
a jump. They sheepstick the Kraken. Kraken doesn't have a buyback. He's going to fall. Sheepstick from the Restoration Stone. There's the airstrike. Bombardier lands a great airstrike. Does a lot of damage to get through the Von and Glacius. He's going to sacrifice himself. And now Gunblade is in the background on the Forsaken Archer. She will fall, and she does not have a buyback. The swap comes in on the Glacius, and that will do it. Dawn Nova has come back from down 1 game to win both Game 2 and Game 3 here in the loser bracket finals. They are moving on to the grand finals of Cycle 4 here. Final thoughts on Game 3 and the series, John?
Just, I mean, I really only got to catch, the third game that I casted with you just now, but what a monster Salforus. I've seen Salforus picked up a lot in a lot of these games, but that is the first time that I've actually seen him kind of take over the game, at least in such a fashion, and be kind of like the main carry. Because honestly, when you look at the other heroes that they had, they had the Bombardier. Well, the Bombardier did work recovering, but certainly kind of their priority farmer out of the gate, Gunblade, really didn't seem to show up. I mean, he certainly was in there, but he just didn't seem to be the premier carry that you want him to be. It seemed like that game was almost all Salve and Bomb in many respects. So a lot of respect to Janko there, piloting that Salforus and just carrying his team through to the end. And really looking forward to Donava Brigada versus Busno GG, which is your team. I got to say, your work is cut out for you, Wig.
Sure
if you want to try and take this cycle number 4. So I wish you the best of luck, and I'm excited to cast your game versus them in the next series.
Thank you very much. So 18-1, the final score of Salforus as he finishes with 709 GPM. Definitely the standout performance here, leading his team to victory and moving his team on to the next series. So that will conclude this one. We will go on a short break as we have the finals coming up. Best of 3 coming at you between Donova Brigada and Buskno GG. You don't want to go anywhere as we got the last one of Cycle 4 coming up after a short break.
right, welcome back everybody to the concluding best of 3 series here of the Paradise League HoN tournament, cycle number 4. We're coming at you real hot here, having Bust No GG taking on Denava Brigada here. This is going to be one hell of a best of 3. I'm your main shoutcasting host, Easy Full Clan, going to be joined here in the co-casting seat by Trulta. Trulta, have you been paying attention to any of the games today or the previous series previous series yesterday? You know what we're in store for?
I'm hyped for this. I'm curious to see how Bust No GG is gonna do when they now are back with Satellitium, because they had a different player right yesterday. Just to
They
see the
certainly
difference there.
did, yes.
Yeah, they
And
had a different player. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly who it was, but yeah,
It was
Sate
the
is back.
Pop My Sweetie or
Yeah,
whatever the guy's name.
yeah,
I think
yeah.
people are saying it's Eston, but I don't know. I don't know that guy a lot, so.
Right, gotta have my pops for sure. And but not this game. It's going to be Sate here, rounding out the original roster, and we know he is certainly a fantastic player. So I'm sure they're going to do just fine. But props to Pops over there, helping them get to this spot and potentially scoring 4 points to potentially score their way into the grand finals of this last HoN tournament. And we have bans and picks going out already, so we need to go over those. Devo, Monkey King, Engineer being banned by What You Got, and Ophelia Magnus Valkyrie being banned by Puppet Soul. So very standard bans, except for the Devo, but we have been talking about that one for a long time, so don't need to keep going down
that rabbit hole.
road, that road over and over again. And it's a first pick Nymphora followed by Moira Rally. So, these 3 heroes we've just seen pick banned over and over again. Well, really, I don't think Moira or Rally have been banned that often, but Nymphora definitely one of those heroes we've seen banned. And What You Got obviously opting to pick it up first here, followed by the Wretched Hag. So oftentimes we see Wretched Hag being banned against Bust No GG when they have Sodalidium in their roster, as they do here, but it does escape the banning phase and is available, and they pick it up here. So safe to say that will probably be picked up by Sodalidium, though I believe I have seen Panty Sucks, aka Probusk, play Wretched Hag in some of these matches, and they do have a third pick Balfagor. So excellent stuff here. I actually had a little chat in the caster's box with What You Got, said, hey, show me a Balfagor game here, and he's making my dreams come true as they do have Balfagor secured into their lineup. So before they start banning out the second wave of bans, how do you like these 2 drafts so far?
I see a lot of typical stuff. We have the standard Nymphora that we've been hyping for a long time, that we all like, and the Wretched Hag has been banned a lot, so and now she's coming back again. She was banned very much in the early stages of this tournament, in the early cycles, and now she's being picked again, so they kind of dropped that one. They figured other heroes are more important to ban, like the Valkyrie, who Tim started to pick, and now everyone's picking it, and now it's even become banned. So it's kind of interesting to see how the meta shifts and what's more important now for the teams compared to what was important in the beginning.
It's important for the meta to even have game situations like these where you have top teams facing off against each other, because like you said, you start to see the amount of success that a particular 5v5 team or a particular player of team of 5 players actually have a lot of success with a particular hero like Valkyrie. And you think, okay, well, now we need to start picking this hero or working it into our own drafts, or certainly not allowing them to continue dominating us with this hero pick. So really like to see a healthy bit of meta development taking place in the course of these cycles as we approach the grand finals at the end, towards the end of June. But we have Corrupted Disciple, Electrician, and Deadwood being banned by Puppet Soul, and Defiler, Kronos, and Lodestone being banned away by What You Got. So all heroes that we've seen picked and banned many times in these settings. However,
The Deadwood ban is an interesting one. We have seen that one picked up quite a few times, but it kind of makes me wonder if that's a targeted ban for some kind of pick that Puppet might have in mind. How do you feel about the Deadwood ban? I find it to be very interesting, personally.
I'm not sure why. Honestly,
I think I see why.
Yeah, I can see the Predator now. I agree. Yeah, that's a good ban. Yeah, for sure. Like I've seen Busk run it, but it's not like I felt like it was a very strong combination with Nymphora, Hag, or Balfagor, right? Because there's no setup there for his grasp and stuff. So I didn't really like. Of course, you can TP a Deadwood plus someone in with the Nymphora and kill a lot of people or like anyone that's alone. So it's a good like burst, quick kill one person. But as you said, the Predator now, that makes sense.
Yeah, I really like Puppet Soul actually seems like he had the Predator in mind in order to potentially address the Balfagor. So since he had the Predator in mind, saw that they kind of need a second support on their roster, so opting to ban out the Deadwood as it is a fairly strong second support. But as you say, no setup stun as it is in a tri-lane kind of makes that hero feel a little bit weaker. But these are also obviously very skilled players, so they could certainly land a freehand Rotten Grasp regardless. But we actually have the Kraken pick following the Predator or preceding the Predator, but very nice little draft on the Hellborn side. But the Legions draft is completed, the final two picks being a Prisoner 945 and a Gemini pick. So Prisoner obviously to help deal with the innate magic immune status of Predator with that physical control ultimate. So I really like this pick, and it actually does work very well as a second support hero, as we have seen it kind of do some work in a tri-lane setup. So really interested to see exactly if Slaske can make it work in a tri-lane. And of course, Gemini, very strong agility carry, relevant at all stages of the game. Probably my personal favorite hero in the entire hero pool at the moment. So really love to see it played, and I know that it's very powerful. And curious to see exactly how Puppet Soul responds with his fifth pick now that he sees exactly what the Legion's lineup is.
I'm not concerned, but it's like the Rally Predator doesn't really... Oh, there's the Soul Stealer. Yeah, we've seen that before as Puppet Soul's hero, I guess.
Interesting, yeah. But, so we actually...
I just wanted to say that the Rally goes with the Predator, right? Because when he magic immunes, you can't push him.
This is true, yeah. So Rally will not be able to save the Predator through his own Stonehide, but...
Which is usually what Rally is for, right? He's not a core, he's a second support. He's supposed to help his cores, and when Predator has his magic immune on, you can't help him. So that's kind of but he synergizes well with everything else. Like the Kraken gathers people for him to hit. He can leap in with the Moira stun on him. Like he synergizes pretty nicely with the rest of this team.
Well, even with a potential compel of Predator, prior to activating Stonehide, let's just say, or I don't know. There's a lot of ways that can work, but yeah, certainly there is that kind of there is that drawback of the interaction between the compel and the Stonehide. But Rally, there are 3 other heroes, not including himself, to compel around. So I think he's still going to have a bit of utility for sure. But yeah, we are going to see a Predator Moira Rally tri-lane here in the bottom lane. But before this match continues, got to tell you and our viewers about the 2 sponsors of this Paradise League HoN tournament. It's Community Gaming and Polydoge, guys. Community Gaming is a platform for running tournaments for games like Valorant, Super Smash Bros., Hearthstones, and all kinds of other games. They are all in one, and they help supercharge events of all levels, from community grassroots tournaments to the tier 1 professional events that you see right here on Twitch. Go to communitygaming.io or join their Discord to experience it and learn more about it. And Polydoge is a digital currency with one of the most vibrant communities on the powerful Polygon network. It offers a wide variety of fun interactions to its holders in the form of NFTs, apps, airdrops, and access to different DeFi platforms ready to use on Polygon. Experience it for yourself at polydoge.com, and make sure you type
!ad in the chat or scroll down to the panels or description for the sponsor links, because the more traffic that they get, guys, the potential for this prize pool of $10,000 to grow is certainly possible. So make sure that you give the sponsors of this tournament, your support, because they are supporting us. Now back to the game. It's going to be Balfagor mid versus Soulstealer. So this is not a matchup that you see every day. Would you say so?
No, and I think Soulstealer is not going to have a problem with that because he just cleans his crepes, right?
I think so too, yeah. Soulstealer actually feels like a pretty good hero to run against a Balfagor. Kraken actually, no time to breathe because he is getting pursued by 3 heroes. He's kind of in no man's land, has the health pot ready, but the Nymphora Zeal stun is going to be up very soon. The Ball and Chain is ready to go, and he actually has Splash skilled, so he's not going to be able to gain any kind of distance with Tsunami Charge, but he is trying to pull neutral creeps here, seeing if he can get a death neutrals, but it is going to be a quick bloodlust here at 1 minute into the game for Prisoner 945, who quickly finishes his power supply and has 100 gold left in his pocket. So very nice stuff. So Gemini getting some free farm there in the top lane while they run Kraken down for his life.
A good choice by Boss to just be like, guys, I'm gonna farm you. You can chase this guy. I'm not gonna waste my time in the lane.
Yeah, definitely.
This is the thing carries should really take note of, because this is something I see a lot of carries do. They will like chase people for endless amounts of time, which is not worth it. You want to get the farm in the lane, right?
Especially in those early stages of the game, right? Where it's only a level 1 hero and it seems like a full wave of creeps is actually worth the amount. But Balfagor taking level 3 Demon Hands after a compel, and he's actually going to fall to Soulstealer, who gets hooked into the tower, but unfortunately the tower auto attacks are on the creep wave, but Soulstealer is trapped, and Slaske finds himself a second kill here on Prisoner 945, going to be able to buy an early red boots.
He's happy with that.
Yeah, fantastic usage of the second support Prisoner, already finding 2 kills and picking up or guarding this double damage rune top. Wretched Hag actually almost missed a kill on her. She got down to 30 HP against Predator and Moira. Honestly, Kraken taking a lot of heat here as well. Gets stunned by Nymphora, is able to Tsunami Charge away, but Gemini is going to almost connect the Twin Fang stun, just not quite. This is pixels away from landing, and that would have definitely been a dead Kraken had it landed. So very nice for Janko to live in that situation, but Ball and Chain is going to miss in the mid lane, and there is no time to take a breath here in the caster's box, as this game is just jam-packed, full of action right out of the gate. As Kraken is under fire again, Gemini has no mana, though he has the Lunar Tier, but he's got a big creep wave that he's going to want to clean up here. Yeah, he's going to want to make sure he has that in his pocket before he starts to make any more moves. But
the Legion team trying to shut down the Soulstealer, we've seen it been pretty strong in the last few games that we've seen. Not Puppet, sorry. It's Inner Hunter playing Soulstealer this time, not Puppet Soul. They actually swapped it. I didn't see that even. I thought that was going to be the other way around. But we've seen Soulstealer be pretty strong. As he gets a hook on the mid lane, Rally just jumps away.
Yeah, and honestly, Prisoner 945 a pretty damn good pick against Rally. You know, the shackle preventing the usage of the compel on I mean,
it's a good on against the Predator and the Kraken as well then. So, like, it's a pretty baller last pick.
Yeah, I really like this Prisoner pick, and they actually have a lot of tools to deal with this Predator. I think that Gemini actually has a fairly good time against Predator in general, just as a carry, and then Wretched Hag and Prisoner 945 offer a lot of, you know, control of the Predator through Stonehide. You know, application of the Bat Blast through a Stonehide is fantastic, but as I am ranting on about this, Kraken falls to Gemini and then Nymphora in the top lane, missed that completely, and then in the mid lane we have a dead Balfagor. So Balfagor having a really hard time keeping anything together, and Moira has the illusion behind the bot tower. Predator needs to be careful here because Prisoner is trying to line up that hook. Not going to be able to find it, at least for the moment. The hook does connect onto Moira, who is going to get blocked by the blink of Wretched Hag. So very, very nicely placed blink by Wretched Hag. Excellent stuff.
So Wretched Hag and Prisoner 945 getting a very secure kill on the Moira. Now Predator forced to back as he has no life regen. Is about at about a quarter HP. Trying to gin up with some Runes of Blight, but honestly,
TP coming in with health pot. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, so Moira making sure to take care of her carry, but at the same time, we get Kraken just going toe-to-toe with Gemini under the tower. Once again, Balfagor needing to be very careful here in the mid lane as Rally is once again starting to flank. And these are level 3 Demon Hands that Soulstealer has. And if he connects all 3, as it seems like he's going to be able to, this is definitely a dead Kraken. Not even needing the third one, but Wretched Hag and Prisoner 945 saw the notification, thought that they were going in. Trying not to miss a beat here because there is just action in all 3 lanes, yeah. Top rune is going to be contested by Rally, who is standing on top of it. And actually, Nymphora is able to snipe it in spite of Rally standing on top of it. And I'm actually impressed he was able to do that because I have had that happen to me where a hero is standing on the rune spawn and it feels like it's very impossible.
If you stand in the right spot, you can't click it. I've done that.
Exactly. Oh, the Twin Fang stun does connect onto Kraken, and the ulti form is used from Gemini, and Kraken is made short work of in the top lane. So Gemini having a fantastic time here. 400 GPM, top farmer of the game. But that's not to say that he's going to have a secure game, as Predator and Soulstealer both are having a damn good time as well, almost being even with them.
It's an early tower, holy.
It is an early tower, so that is going to be a nice chunk of change for the entire Legion team to help them get some very nice items as we approach the end of this lane phase. Predator.
It's curious to see how both. Oh,
Moira gets hooked into the bottom tower. Yeah, these are fantastic hooks, and Moira is going to fall. The shackle, excuse me, the leap comes out on Wretched Hag, but unfortunately not enough damage to take her out. But Predator does have a little bit of support coming from Rally, and they were looking for Hag, but they're not going to find her. But Prisoner is the one under fire at the moment. He might fall, but the port is here from Nymphora, who is going to throw down the pod. The shackle is applied, and there is not going to be any continued combat here in the bot lane, as both teams are going to respect each other. But Nymphora actually walking into no man's land. It takes a compel and a poisonous leap, venomous leap rather. The pod comes out to actually extend her life, and the shards of Harkon are actually not going to hit anything.
I guess, against the Prisoner. It was going to hook all of them into the tower.
Gemini actually made an attempt on Soulstealer, who has a haste active, but just barely missing a stun or something. But Ward gets countered by Nymphora, who's able to gain the space to not get hit by that Shards of Harkon.
People in the bottom lane.
Say it again?
6 people in the bottom lane.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is definitely...
Rally is moving out now. But yeah, what an active game.
And I actually like this. You know, Kraken just he's got level 6, but he really has nothing in terms of gold value. And so Gemini just feels really, really safe here, 1v1. And that's what this hero wants. This hero wants solo XP all the way. You know, obviously you want to protect it and the tri-lane setup to make sure that it gets a nice time farming the lane. But if you can, the idea is to just give it as much solo experience as possible, as hitting level 11, especially at an early stage, is very important. Rally is going to compel onto Balfagor. He was invis. The Hell on New is probably going to be used here, as Balfagor is not going to be taking a third Demon Hand. The long range one was already used. Oh, the hook narrowly misses in the bottom lane on Predator, but Gemini going pretty heavily on Kraken. Not going to be able to finish him off. So Gemini has a full laning setup, has his completed boots. We've got an Energizer picked up on Balfagor, which is pretty nice considering the fact that he has been struggling so hard in the mid lane.
He has a decent chunk of last hits. He has some good farm. Like, yes, he died a few times, but Doing pretty good, and he can also always just turn to the jungle a little bit if he has to. The
Absolutely.
rally was sitting mid for so long, but you see Legion has wards on both runes, so he probably saw the rally.
The
pick it
Venomous
up.
Leap comes out on Wretched Hag, but the Prison Break is coming out on Predator, but this Nymphora Zeal does miss, and now it's Predator pushing the issue on Nymphora, is going to get that third auto attack, maybe the Compel comes out, Nymphora is going to fall. So it's a 2-for-0 here in the bottom lane, as Gemini and Balfagor farming the Hellborn jungle and now making their way behind Soulstealer in the mid lane. Could potentially find a quick kill, but he does have a haste in his bottle, so going to be a very hard target to bring down. But Rally actually considering showing up here as well. And could we see some sort of compel into Soul Burst happen? Soul Burst coming out, not dealing too much damage on Balfagor. Rally in a lot of trouble here. That stun narrowly misses Soulstealer. He's going to be able to walk away with the haste rune, so Balfagor finding a nice kill on his nemesis of the game, Rally. As Wretched Hag is spotted underneath this ward and is going to get leapt on by Predator, but the hook is going to bring Predator into the Arcane Vortex. He's going to activate the Stonehide and be able to port away. Have no superior cancel for it.
That Nymphora Seal was dead on, so that was a good Stonehide.
But Moira with no... She does have boots, but Prisoner is very fast. Barely misses these hooks. I mean, Slosky is just on fire with this ball and chain at the moment. Just dunking, you know.
Didn't expect anything else, in all honesty. I was excited to see him play that kind of hero. Kraken is behind them in the mid lane.
I see that, yeah.
Set up something here. There is a Prisoner.
We have a big purchase coming up here on Soulstealer, who's got 2,500 gold in the pocket with an Invis rune, which is, of course, a very, very handy rune for lining up the ideal point-blank Soul Burst. So, any thoughts into what you would like to see Hag, you know, get gone on the bottom lane? Can't even finish my thought as they find another kill on Prisoner 945, Kraken and Rally, that is.
That's a big kill for Kraken right there. He killed the Ultimate Warrior streak. That's a lot of money for him. He's happy about that.
Yeah, now over 200 gold per minute. And that can certainly propagate forward. But what would you like to see a 2,800 gold in the pocket of Soulstealer turn into?
Is he gonna go Blink or Shroud?
I don't know. I mean, Shroud actually seems like it could be pretty nice. There is a Nymphora port going deep into the Hellborn jungle to supplement the forces of Gemini. They're actually going to show up behind mid lane, but there is a ward of sight here that they are going to walk over, and the jig is up. They are aware that they're being flanked. Hag is going to put the HoN onto Rally, but gains a lot of distance by compelling himself forward. And they're just going to turn this aggressive port into a mid lane tower push, and honestly, they might be able to manage it. There is no ports coming out yet. The fortification was used, but Soulstealer is level 11 with an active Invis, but he is going to get spotted out by Gemini. The Hell on North comes out. The Soul Burst is active. Gemini's going to miss the stun. Soulstealer falling very quickly to the damage of the 4 heroes. Wretched Hag better watch out, but she's staying in the pod to get healthy once again. And Moira joining the party, but in the meantime, Predator finds a kill onto Prisoner 945 and just barely lives himself with just about 50 HP. So wish I could have seen that one up close, but he actually right-clicks seems like a finished Thunderclaw at this point. So that's a very early Thunderclaw on a hero like Predator who, you know, with the innate lifesteal is going to have a fantastic time turning that into farm central at various points of the map. Especially with the Soulstealer on his team. Yep, double damage Hag. Looking for something to happen here. Prisoner 945. No prison breakup, but still seeing if he can make something happen in the bottom lane. Predator activates the Veiled Rot.
They see the Moira, and she's busy, yeah.
Yeah, Moira is going to get got, but here we go. Predator is once again going on Hag, and the Shards of Harkon are actually not going to connect onto Wretched Hag, but they do connect onto Prisoner. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we actually have kills on Balfagor and Nymphora as that third kill comes out in the bottom lane for Prisoner. So it's a 3-for-0, and Wretched Hag better watch out again. She is going to blink forward, but right into the hands of Rally potentially, who misses the compel, but she has nowhere to go. She does finish him off with the double damage auto attack, but Kraken getting kill credit there on Wretched Hag in the bottom lane. So it's basically a 4-for-1 exchange in favor of Donava Brigada, and things are looking quite swimmingly for them, honestly, as we get an answer to our question as we see Soulstealer picking up the Blink and purchasing a Glowstone. So he making his intentions of going towards a Staff of the Master very clear, and he should be able to finance it probably by the 20-minute mark if he's able to keep up his current GPM. So Predator getting pulled back into the tower. Prison Break is active. It does pull him back. The very nice usage of the Stonehide there right before the Prison Break stun goes off to give him the maximum duration to finish a port following that. So very, very nicely played by Puppet Soul.
Stone cold. He just stood still, wait for it. Oh, TP.
Yeah, Kraken's going to get spotted by Balfagor. The Twin Fang stun is going to connect. A lot of damage coming out of the Kraken, but damn, what a nice soul burst right on top of that. Nymphora port, Hunter on Soulstealer just demolishing Nymphora and Wretched Hag as they try to provide the team support. What a play.
That was flawless. That was fantastic. Oh, Gemini now.
Gemini getting caught by Predator is going to be able to Twin Fang away, but hey, here's the Shards of Harkon making the stun come out as well, and Gemini needs to be careful here, trying to run away, but this is a very, very fast Predator as he is hasted, but actually able to get around the tree edge, but still gets leapt on by Predator, and that's a fantastic kill coming out of the top farmer of the Legion team, slowing him down a bit. So we see Predator and Soulstealer lurching forward in their GPM count. Honestly, this is a scary Soulstealer as he's only 700 gold away from finishing his Staff of the Master. And these two heroes, by the way, actually synergize fantastically. The Dread Aura just coming out to assist Predator's physical presence, and Soulstealer just being such a beefy magic damage presence. So kind of taking away the efficacy of Void Talismans, for example, which are a pretty natural item counter against a hero like Predator.
Yeah, or Force Staffs. I mean, tablets are also very nice. I'd like to see tablets now on the Legion side.
At least for the first 2 seconds. I mean, this is a recent addition, fairly recent addition to the Predator Venomous Leap that it actually restrains for the first 2 seconds of the debuff. I'm not sure if you or our viewers
that is
were
something
aware
I've
of
not
that.
seen, no.
Yeah, it's actually
Restraining for 2
extremely
seconds,
strong.
yeah.
Yeah, and so it makes
tablets
it...
don't work anymore.
yeah, for those 2 seconds. But it actually just makes it really difficult for a hero like Wretched Hag, for example, or even Gemini to escape. Here comes the Prison Break onto Soulstealer, who's going to get stun comboed by Prisoner and Gemini, so a very, very important kill, finding their way onto Soulstealer, but he does still have the completed staff in his inventory in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Kraken and Rally are taking a pod. They are getting demolished by the Hell on New Earth. Moira throw down the Arcane Vortex on the two in the back. Balfagor able to port away. Wretched Hag and Nymphora trying to make the escape, and looks like they're going to be able to do it, but Prisoner 945 and Gemini are both here. Looks like they want to make something happen on this Predator, who, by the way, has a completed Hyper Crown in his inventory, so what a farming machine he's going to be. This is, man, if you are Bust No GG right now, and you see this Hyper Crown Predator in the game, you have got to be worried. Ports come out. Wretched Hag and Nymphora are showing up, but Predator's just going to be able to walk away. So now, I'm pretty curious what Predator goes in this spot. I mean, he's obviously got the full farming setup with the completed Hyper Crown. You know, whether he's going to transition into something like... I don't even know. Could go a Shrunken Head for additional magic immunity. Maybe even just push for Dawnbringer for more auto attack presence, or even something, you know, I actually wouldn't mind seeing, and I'm wondering if he's going to decide to go this. I would actually really love to see a Geo's Bane on Predator. It's kind of a niche pickup, but it's, to me, it seems like it actually has a lot of relevance here, as they do have Prisoner 945. It can actually cancel the Prison Break ulti.
I think the Nullfire might also be a choice.
Nullfire could, yeah, for additional attack speed.
And so you take the mana, which is pretty nice. You have both Moira taking mana, you have Predator taking mana. They're not going to have any mana to fight with, which is pretty nice.
And,
PK on Kraken, that could be also even more scary for the Legion team. So now they can actually
Rally
catch
has one
people.
too. I didn't even notice that Rally has one. They actually catch Gemini here in the middle lane. The pod, too late to be able to save him. There's just too much damage from the ulti combos of Rally and Kraken. They are still being pursued here. Wretched Hag, Balfagor is going to be kind of caught in the middle of multiple heroes, but this is a little bit of what he wants. Might be able to get this hell on North here. And wow, that was a big wombo combo coming down on the faces of Kraken and Rally, who were just a little bit too far forward of Predator and Soulstealer, who are going to be backing for the moment here and just deciding, well, can't push forward with the team fight, but we have a farming setup that we can utilize while the space is given to us.
The kills on Gemini is also very key for the Hellborn team, as he's
Yeah.
the saving grace for Legion. As Legion has been dying a lot, yes, but they've had, most of the time they've had the Gemini farming, but now he's died 2 times. So that's not very ideal for them in any shape or form.
Absolutely not. And we can see, he's got a decent setup himself, as he's got a completed Searing Light and obviously going to be pushing forward towards that Dawnbringer, but Predator Soulstealer needs to be very careful here. There is no long range jump, but Balfagor is pushing forward with the Energizer, but yep, there is no dust, and he has an Invis rune currently active, so just going to be playing very carefully right now, but there is the potential for him to put a Soul Burst down on somebody's face, especially this Nymphora, for example, if he finds her.
Doesn't burst the Balfagor, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think you can burst Balfagor through this, especially because it's only a level 2 Soul Burst, but...
He wants to, though. He wants to very badly.
He wants team support, for sure.
But he has team support coming. The more I can pop a illusion here, and then they can go on this Balfagor. But there is team support for Legion as well, and the Prisoner has his ulti up, so if they stack up, it's going to be lethal once again for Hellborn, because, yeah. Bottom?
Absolutely, yeah, bottom lane. Wretched Hag is getting pursued very heavily by Rally and Kraken, who... Kraken has that portal key ready, but deciding to not go forward and miss that kill. Big kill coming out on Prisoner 945, and return kill on an even bigger target, the Soulstealer.
Yep.
So Prisoner is certainly happy to trade himself for the powerful Soulstealer in this spot.
That was a very nice attempt by the Mora. She tried to cancel out the Hell on Earth a little bit with her ulti. Unfortunately, a tad too late. She has a PK now, too. There's so many PKs on this Hellborn team, man.
4 portal keys on the Hellborn side. This is
he might be
super
going.
Scary stuff.
Sorry. He might be going for the Geos. He has a Firebrand on
That's
the
what I'm
Predator.
saying, yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, it could become a Frostburn into a Dawnbringer, but...
Of course, yeah, but still, like, you might be right.
Sometimes I am, it doesn't happen often, but...
We take the wins we can get here.
Exactly. But yeah, I mean, honestly, if you are Busno GG facing up against this, double core of Predator Soulstealer who are having a really nice time in the early stages of this game, plus 4 portal keys, you have got to be worried. Obviously, they're a very strong team and can, collect themselves in dire straits, but yeah, I'm worried for them, and but I'm eager to see Balfagor get his hands on a staff this game. It seems like the pacing is more or less going to allow for that. It's not getting too far afield for them yet. And Staff of the Master on Balfagor is a pretty damn big deal, especially if he's able to follow it up with perhaps a Blink after that. But there is an Nymphora port coming deep into the Hellborn Kongor pit, and he is porting there to place a ward, and it looks like he wants to, I guess, port away, but he's kind of second-guessing his desire to do so. But gosh, there are a lot of Hellborn heroes next to him. Got to be worried.
Help. Thank God couriers don't give vision anymore.
Yeah.
Because that's gonna fly right over his head. Look at that thing.
Yeah, no kidding.
Neum.
It almost feels like Kraken knows he's there, but of course we know that there's no way that he could. The Moira illusion is actually going forward. Gemini with the finished Dawnbringer. And I think there is an item coming to Predator, so we're going to see exactly what item route he went. It is a Searing Light, so he's actually going the route of Dawnbringer.
He is.
So I was wrong after all about the Geo's Bane, but Dawnbringer is certainly very strong on Predator.
Absolutely.
And,
There is a finished one on Gemini as well.
Okay, yep, Gemini actually goes on Kraken, puts the full combo out on him. The Whirlpool comes out. The Hell on Earth is here to finish, but here comes the rally, considering going in, but second-guessing himself, turning around. And, you know, other items that have come into the game. We've got the Gnome's Wisdom on Wretched Hag. Looks like Prisoner is trying to put the finishing touches on a portal key of his own. This is a level 16 Gemini who actually is, alongside Soul Stealer, the second highest level in the game. Level 16 Gemini is really, really strong, so
yeah,
would like to see them, you know, it looks like they're going to be committing to the Kongor on their side of the map, and after this I would like to see them try to make a play, especially prior to any sort of Shrunken Head on Soul Stealer, which he's actually getting pretty close to if he would like to finish that. But it seems like they're going to lose this tier 2 bot tower.
opting for a Kongor instead.
Yeah, which I think it makes sense. It seems like they might not be ready to fight quite yet. Might be waiting on that PK Prisoner. But if Soul Stealer's able to get Shrunken Head, it's going to be tough stuff for them to bring him down. There's a lot of sustained damage presence between Soul Stealer and Predator at the moment, and it seems like they're only going to have enough damage for one, unless there is some sort of misplay position-wise by the Soul Stealer and the Predator. And of course, it's
calmed down a lot, and it's evened out a lot too. Like you can see the green bar is actually slowly ticking as well because they're getting so much farm. As Moira,
and Moira is going to catch Balfagor. Balfagor going to be taken out, so didn't notice that. Thank you for catching that for me. There's a port coming into the bottom lane. Gemini running away from this tower as Predator is here to defend it. Predator now level 16 as well, but he might need to be careful. We'll see how quick his fingers is. Looks like Gemini wants to try and land a Twin Feint stun on him. And
kill him alone with the Hag, I think. There's
definitely
no way.
not. Not without Bat Blast, which still has another 15 seconds. They realize that, so there's the Shrunken Head purchase on Soul Stealer, so, you know, Bust No GG, certainly not out of the game, but I would say the path to victory has just been made a lot harder for them as the Shrunken Head has been reliably purchased by Soul Stealer at this point. A lot of their damage does come in the form of magic damage.
Big pickup as Nymphora picks up a Void Talisman. Very understandable.
Prisoner actually deciding to not go for the portal key, it seems, as he has 2,600 gold banked up. And, you know, makes me curious. What does he go? Yeah, I wonder if he's going to be going maybe a Staff of the Master. It's actually quite nice to be able to throw down his ulti from a distance. And then let's just say give it to Wretched Hag, but not really sure, honestly.
It makes the ability superior physical ranged and applies shackle to the target reducer.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting interaction. Obviously, there's not really the superior physical aspect doesn't really come into play. It doesn't seem like anybody is going the route of Void Talisman yet, but Predator getting that kill. Hellborn getting that kill onto Kongor. So Kong for Kong. The top tower under threat as there is a double damage Gemini whacking it, but forced to back. Doesn't want to play too risky as he is spotted here by Soul Stealer. The Compel comes out. The Soul Burst is imminent. My goodness, he just gets dropped by the Soul Burst Soul Stealer. Did you see the damage?
I didn't see because he just died.
Yeah. There wasn't even no need for the Seismic Slam, and you can actually see so the Soul Burst actually, I'm not sure if its damage gets increased by the Staff of the Master effect as he gets additional. It does because he gets additional souls.
Exactly, yeah, and it's based on souls, right?
Yeah.
Oh. As Predator dies bottom, that's a big kill. That's his first death. I didn't even see that.
I didn't either, and I wish I could have cast it for the viewers, but was just trying to study this Soul Stealer staff effect. But really, you can see one of the things that made that kill happen so quickly is that increased cast speed it gives him. I mean, it feels like that Soul Burst just comes out instantly now. So it's such a fantastic item. And honestly, another thing that just makes this hero powerful these days is, okay, here's the buyback on Predator. The Arcane Vortex is going to miss, but Predator is going to go on to Balfagor, and Balfagor is certainly going to be dead to rights here, as he cannot withstand the auto attacks of Predator.
That's still so important. They got a kill on the Pred, and then they made him buyback as well, and
Yeah.
they got a tier 2 tower. I think they're totally fine with swapping out their Balfagor for that.
Seems like
That
it,
is
yeah.
so important for them. It's and it also shows that like if Hellborn does one misstep and Legion gets some kills, they push down towers super fast with Balfagor and Nymphora, and also Gemini hitting, of course.
Absolutely. And answer to our question about Prisoner's items, he actually opts to buy the Spike Bola, so a pretty nice choice, honestly. But here is the kill combo coming out once again onto Gemini, gets dropped in the exact same fashion. Now, Rally's going to pay for it with his life, but it's a price that I'm sure he is happy to pay as they find another kill onto the position 1 farmer of Busno GG.
So frustrating. Because you have like 3 people next to you, so you're like, I'm safe here, but you're not, because you're just insta-dead. It's...
Yeah, that damage combo is actually insane. Soul Stealer going to be able to blink away from that ball and chain, but...
Yeah, nice word behind the trees there, shows the hook.
Yeah, I mean, Soul Stealer and Predator just having a game here. Predator over 600, Soul Stealer nearing such, and has another item decision coming up as he has 4k gold banked up. So at this point, I feel like I want to see. It seems like he's got the full setup for, the soul burst down. I would like to see him transition into an auto attack presence as well, just because there is a spiked Bola on Prisoner at this point. So to make sure that he can supplement auto attacks while Predator gets disarmed, seems like it's very important.
On 4.2k gold, as they're gonna catch this in 4. She has no chance. Poor little thing.
She's got to have a clue that there's a ward there at this point.
There was a ward there from before. Yeah, they saw her walk up. It's just free food.
Yep,
The Soul Stealer sitting on 4.6k gold. What does he buy now, though? That is the question.
Feels like, I don't know, man. I mean, I would honestly just like to see him right-click a Wingbow.
Yeah.
I think it would not be a bad decision at all.
No, I like it.
Especially just because he's got the Shrunken Head already, but you could see him go a little bit, maybe a little bit bolder, something like a Genjuro could be in order. Or heck, he might even want to go a Dawnbringer himself. I mean, it's a very, very popular item route these days. Oh, okay.
Though.
Yeah, he goes the full caster Soul Stealer. I kind of like this. The double Soul Burst coming out. This is crazy.
I think that's also a good choice, because my thought was like, after he uses his ulti, what can you do? Like, if you get a Wingbow, you can keep hitting with your BKB on. But I mean, Resto, you can just do it again.
Well, especially because not a single hero on the Legion side has a Shrunken Head yet. Okay, there's the completed Shrunken Head on Gemini.
He heard you.
Yeah, but I mean, you've seen the last 2 times that he's died, right? He's gotten Compel stun locked into Soul Burst anyway, so it doesn't matter if that keeps happening.
Doesn't matter.
Shrunken Head, who cares if that keeps happening? Balfagor and Gemini actually considering going onto Kraken, who actually gets hit by the Hell on North, but the stun is not going to connect for the Twin Fang, and now the team support is coming in. But this is a full 5v5 brewing. Soul Stealer blinks in onto Gemini. He dies in the same way. Here's the Resto Stone. Another Soul Burst makes its way, and Wretched Hag has got to run for her life. She's going to be able to blink away. Balfagor as well. Just going to be able to skirt and perhaps escape, but Wretched Hag able to potentially live in the trees. What an escape. Balfagor and Wretched Hag able to live, but it's still a 3-for-0 team fight in favor of Danava Brigada, and saw the double Soul Burst coming in hot there in full effect. Excellent. They are going to turn their eyes towards the Legion Kongor and probably their own after it respawns. And this probably goes Legion Kongor, Tier 2 Tower, Hellborn Kongor, token, uphill push. GG. I mean, honestly, it's kind of getting to that point. I mean,
Busno GG is certainly not out of it, but
No, they have decent high ground support though, with the Prisoner, the Hag, and the Nymphora sitting in the back fairly safely, keeping people safe. So it's not the worst. And there's the Jade Spire on the Prisoner, allowing him to hook and get his ulti off from different ranges and stuff. So
right.
they could have a chance to, as I said earlier, like if Hellborn makes the misstep and Balfagor is alive, he can push pretty hard. So if there's no buybacks on Hellborn, that could be pretty disastrous. And he does go for a BKB on the Predator. He just wants to make sure he can just hit freely, and he will be able to. Like 6 seconds on his Stonehide, and then add that up to the 7-second BKB. Like,
Prison Break coming out on Predator. It is going to come off, but here comes the release of the Kraken, and now Predator is free to auto attack, but actually not through this Spike Bola, but he gets stunned, but into the Arcane Vortex. He's going to be just fine, and now the Shrunken Head is able to be active, but he still has to run as he's getting auto attacks pumped into him by Gemini. But Gemini actually has him hooked away from him by Prisoner, and Gemini not able to, actually will be able to finish off Predator. And can he put the combo to finish down Rally? Yes, he can. Not bad. Not bad play from Gemini, but still has to be very careful as he's being pursued by Kraken and Soul Stealer. And they do know that he was there at the last moment. Wow.
That was so well played by Busk. He was so quick there. The sad part now for Legion though is that Soul Stealer is still alive, and he hits towers. He hits them hard.
He did go this caster build, but he's still chunking things for 300 auto attack damage. So
and
you know,
he has
there's that.
4.3k gold again. Like what the.
Probably going to be selling that bottle for. Jeez, I don't even know.
Does it go?
What do we go?
I mean, now is the time for the Wingbow, maybe.
I want to see him. I mean, he went resto, right?
Yeah.
Staff resto. I want to see him commit to the full magic damage build.
Sheep.
Nah, screw sheep. Go Armor of the Mad Mage. He's already got 2 magic armor penetration for himself on the Dread Aura. Let's cut through everybody's 5 base magic armor completely with Armor of the Mad Mage and just go for it.
Does he need that though? That is the question.
He doesn't, but I mean, like, you know, it's just like commit to the build, you know, commit to the Soulburst build. That's what I'm saying.
I think the right click is good. It's a good timing for the right click now, because then they can still, like, of course he already hits hard, but then he can hit the towers. Oh my god, he bought the thingy.
Well, it doesn't build into Mad Mage anymore. It is an Acolyte Staff, so I'm kind of curious. He might just be going Sheepstick to synergize with his Blink Resto, but there is action here as Kraken activates the Shrunken Head. Predator goes hard onto Prisoner, who gets Soul Bursted very quickly, and here comes the Blink Resto Soul Burst onto Balfagor's face, who gets finished. It's a Champion of Newer streak for Soul Stealer, and now it's a 3, it's only 3 alive for Busno GG as their bottom lane is under threat here. And Wretched Hag narrowly dodges that rally stun, but honestly, Gemini and Wretched Hag are in a lot of trouble here as they are caught inside of this whirlpool, and here are the auto attacks from Soul Stealer. Everybody is here chasing down this Gemini. Can he make the escape? Probably not. Needs to do some kind of split form magic, just not able to do it. There's the bloodbath for Soul Stealer. It's a near genocide. Have a buyback on Wretched Hag, but there's not going to be cooldowns up. No buyback available for Gemini. I know that much. This is definitely going to be.
There is buyback on the Hag and the Balf, but Balf is almost up, so I guess it's a fairly early fortification. But they're going to hit down this tower anyway. As Predator jumps back onto this Prisoner, who's not going to have much to say for.
Yep, there's the bloodbath streak continuing for Soul Stealer, and the taunts from Predator doing the sleep animation inside the Legion base. Puppet Soul bad mannering his opponents instead of just ending the suffering and going for objectives. Oh, there's the blink onto Nymphora. I didn't even notice this blink on Predator. Wow, what a purchase.
There's the token as well. How do they get away? They need to somehow stay alive on the Legion just to be 5 to be able to execute their combos. It feels like they never get to.
It does, yeah. It doesn't feel like they can at this point, honestly. Especially with this Blink Sheep Soul Stealer.
Like this Blink Sheep Soul Burst, Resto Blink Sheep Soul Burst. Like this is crazy. But yeah, Predator just posturing so aggressively with the token in front of them and has 45 seconds left on it. So obviously going to be using it to continue pushing down this mid racks. But there is no rally, so it will be a 4v5. And a Shrunken Head was picked up on Wretched Hag, so this is a big purchase.
He opts for the BKB instead of the buyback. I
Be a
mean,
difference maker. Here's a legacy on Balfagor. The hook does come out on Predator, but Predator wants to die as he has the token. 20 seconds left. Legacy was given to Wretched Hag, so definitely some improvement to the team fight Wombo combo here. Rally blinks in, misses nobody. Now they're fighting underneath the tier 4. Wretched Hag waiting. Here comes the Bat Blast, right? Where's the Bat Blast?
They want to use it on the Predator. There we go.
It deletes. We're not casting anything else because I'm just waiting for that Bat Blast to come under the tier 4s. So successfully, taking out the Predator +2, but they do lose the mid racks in the process. So started off with a nice hook by Prisoner. Too late for retaliation.
I mean they push fast now. Them in the
well, buybacks
is up. There are no buybacks. There is a buyback on the Predator, but I don't think he wants to use it here for a tier 2.
Especially because it would be his final.
And there's a double ulti on the mid.
Here he comes, Blink Sheep. I mean, he just gets demolished. You see this Soul Burst just go through his magic, or through his HP bar, just cleans it up, 2/3 of it gone in one stroke. Soul Burst coming out onto Soul Stealer once again. Just going to be able to Shrunken Head and port away. Finds a very important kill onto Gemini to start that off, even being down 3 players. Just
Gemini
flexing.
to push.
Yeah, they don't. That's true. They do not. But now, here comes Soul Stealer and Rally. Rally's Capella is going to miss. Kraken is actually going to get connected by that stun. Moira putting out some stuns in the back line. Prisoner 945 going to fall very quickly to Soul Stealer. The Seismic Slam going to make quick work of Balfagor. Kraken trying to put the finishing touches on this Wretched Hag. She's going to be able to run away for the moment, but now the Hellborn team is up minus the rally once again, and they are going to be looking for another base push to try and secure the mega creeps perhaps, or at least just taking out this range barracks in the mid lane.
They're just gonna CC that one. Predator is top though. If they see him top, Gemini's spawning, and there's no buyback, so it's only Hagen. They're not gonna kill those alone, no.
No, definitely not.
If they had buybacks there, this would have been a good place for them to go. As Predator was top, but they didn't, unfortunately.
Yeah, but now you can see that they're actually deciding to commit to taking the 3rd Kongor for the Legion and stacking these Kongor buffs. I mean, this is another reason why Soul Stealer's Soul Burst just does so much damage. He's got 3 stacks of the Kongor enchantment at the moment. Gonna make it a 4th here. And I guess they're gonna be going for a 2nd token. Probably at this point.
Why not?
They don't really need to rush the issue. Okay, here comes the Prison Break onto Predator, but he's not going to be able to gain the distance. Actually gets deleted by the Bat Blast, so a nice cleanup kill on Predator, who was low from tanking Kongor. They're actually pushing forward a bit. No, they are not, but...
More chilling in the trees. Look at her.
Yeah, I think Hellborn is very aggressively positioned, Novi Pirate. Let me see.
He stole the Kongor? Slasky stole the Kongor. That is also so good. I didn't even see that.
Okay. Didn't see that either. That is going to be denying the token and getting the kill on Predator. That is massive. Holy cow. I mean, obviously, it's probably not... Well, the question is, I mean, is it? Who knows?
It's not game-changing, but it's going to give them a bigger chance. And there's a DD on the Gemini. That was nicely timed to get, as well as there's a Soul Stealer completely alone top.
Yeah, and Soul Stealer, you kind of wonder what... So Soul Stealer's build is 100% complete, right? has the Pegasus boots completed. So you kind of wonder if he's going to transition into something right-click oriented, or if he's going to dump his gold into, let's just say, corrupted sword buffs after holding enough gold for buybacks. I mean, who knows? But
might as well. But he is completed, absolutely. Guy has so much money.
yeah, 694. We haven't talked about the GPMs in a while. This is a 700 GPM Soul Stealer right now. And Puppet Soul on Predator with just a
600.
meager 600. This can't even break 600, dude. Like, come on. Where's your Soul Stealer status at? He
But
actually
it
ranked
is
Brutalizer.
very clear that it is Soul Stealer and Predator that are the key components here. Like, obviously the Kraken ult is doing a lot. The Moira ult and the Moira stuns are also very important together with the rally stuns. But like, look at the chart.
This Moira has been doing work. 17
Yeah, she's
assists
good.
as well. 1, 2, and 17. Just showing off the power of this hero. How
Yeah.
she's able to just rack up assists and just get so many kill participations while also
17.
just staying so safe herself. Right? Two deaths.
Yeah,
This
she
support
uses
hero
her
can just be
illusion.
absolutely insane. Exactly. Right? She's able to do this much work without having to risk herself that often.
Yeah.
They are going to be going for their own Kongor at this moment.
What is Predator buying? He has a Hellflower? I mean, that's not a Hellflower, that's an Arcana, but...
Yeah, it looks like it could be a Hellflower for sure, which...
At this time? There's a Hellflower on the Hag, but like...
There's 2 Shrunken Heads, so I guess he wants to try and cancel them or something, or maybe even put down a silence on the Balfagor before he can get his ulti off. Seems like it could be decent.
It gave some attack speed as well, like, yeah. There's the second one, yeah.
Okay,
like
here's the legacy. Here's the legacy Staff of the Master on Soul Stealer, so he's going to be giving it to somebody. I wonder if he's going to give it to Predator. That would be
Increases
interesting.
attack speed and refreshes venomous leap on kill. Oh my.
Yeah, Predator might be flying around. Let's see, who does he give it to? He hasn't selected his target. Eagerly we await.
Everybody's like, I want it, I want it.
Come on, Soul Stealer. You didn't just buy this for the +5 additional stats, right?
He just had so much money, right?
Yeah, you're going to give this to somebody, right? Okay, he does give it to somebody, and it is the Predator.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so actually, let's see, I think it's 4 attacks to proc the Terror buff on Predator before this. Now it's only 2. They are trying to make a play happen. Soul Stealer actually gets caught. There's the Seismic Slam, Soul Burst. It's one hell of a wombo combo, but Soul Stealer is going to fall down. Gosh, so many casualties happening so quickly. Wretched Hag is going to fall prey to Predator, who is able to just chase everybody kill after kill with this new Staff of the Master effect. And they just cannot get away from the clutches of this Predator. The buyback happened on Balfagor. The Pegasus boots are coming in onto Predator. It's the full squadron minus Kraken here for the Hellborn side. And Gemini buys back to try and defend the tier 4 towers, but defending the tier 4 towers is not going to cut it if your Mega Creeps or if your last set of Raxes are under threat. And that is the game 1 of Busno GG versus Donava Brigada. Donava Brigada taking it in commanding fashion with a very, very interesting lineup.
Display.
Yeah, showcasing 2 heroes, the Predator and the Soul Stealer. Soul Stealer we've seen a bit of, but Predator coming in strong, making his entrance into the tournament. Thoughts on game 1?
Honestly, just a power show. They just picked what they wanted to do and just ran with it. And it's the surprise moment, right? Nobody's gonna see that Predator being picked. And are they gonna ban it next game? Like what? And the blast of the Soul Stealer combined with someone, they just picked people up left, right, and center, and there was nothing Legion could do about it. Like how do you play against that? And the last fight that Legion brought out, they were trying to do something different, right? Sitting in the trees trying to catch someone. They got the Soul Stealer. It was like a last Hail Mary, if you want to call it that, trying to get away, but
yeah, honestly, those kill combos from the Rally Soul Stealer, especially on the Gemini, kind of in that early late game stage, were really slowing down his progress and just made him not able to contest with the carry potential of Predator and Soul Stealer together. And I think the Predator if I might say, just as a closing remark, seem to be kind of a niche pick against a
Yep.
Balfagor lineup. I think
Yep.
that this hero shines and does extremely well against Balfagor, so it's got to be, something to do with the Allegiance draft as to why they picked it. But that is going to be it for Game 1 of Busno GG versus Donava Brigada. We are going to take a short break, and we will be back right after this. All right, welcome back everybody to game 2 of the final series of this cycle number 4 of the Paradise League HoN tournament. I'm going to be your main shoutcasting host, Easy Full Clan, bringing you the action together with my co-caster Trulta here in the co-caster spot. We have Denava Brigada taking on Busno GG here in game 2, trying to clinch the series for the victory of this cycle number 4. Trulta, how was the break? Exactly what are we going to expect coming in here after game 1, where Denava Brigada actually took it very handily over Busno GG?
Man, I was expecting some bans, but they haven't banned anything. Like,
well, they have, but
obviously they have banned something, but they haven't banned anything in relation to the last game, and they're gonna stick with their hag that wasn't banned. There was a huge discussion in this post-game chat, and they're gonna stick to the hag on Busno GG, which was a part of this discussion, and she is pretty strong. Like I mentioned it in the last game too, that she's been banned.
Right. And
Sorry.
what you got taunting in the chat, but there is one ban that was definitely altered, and it is the Nymphora. So Nymphora not going to be available for picking this game. So at least something was addressed. But yes, a first pick Wretched Hag, first pick Magmus on the side of Denava Brigada. But now we have a Wretched Hag into a rally. So two very, very strong heroes, obviously, Wretched Hag being one of them. And I believe the discussion was about how strong Grimoire Bat Blast is, because it is superior magic damage in a cone, unavoidable. So it is certainly a very, very strong ability.
Absolutely.
OP, broken, who knows, but it's in the game and it's shaping the meta, so you got to deal with it right now. Yeah. So after Wretched Hag and Rally, we have Forsaken Archer and Andromeda being picked up here by DB. And this is looking like a fantastic Legion lineup so far, especially having a position 1 FA in your hands. Thoughts on the draft as we see about 50% of each side?
The Legion team is a very straightforward one. We've seen Team Tim run this as well, and we've seen other teams also run this. I mean, basically the Nova Brigada, this is also what they like to run, the Forsaken with stunners. This is probably their tri-lane that they have picked right here as well. So that's a strong tri-lane. We've seen it be super strong before. And then in return, you have 2 heroes with superior magic damage, or not superior magic, but one with superior and then one with physical, which is it doesn't make the Shrunken worse, but it's such a key element to have, that you can actually stun someone through a Shrunken, because sometimes you pop your Shrunken and then you just right click, right, because you think you're not going to be able to get stopped.
Right.
But having that key element is super nice as they move into the bans.
Yeah, bans of Defiler, Lord Salforus, and Lodestone being taken away by What You Got. So taking away some power mids, and of course that token solo laner Lodestone not going to be available to play this game, versus the Meraxus Electrician and Corrupted Disciple bans of Puppet Soul. So taking away some very strong solo laners, as well as a premier carry hero, Corrupted Disciple, that's been very popular these days. So, as we await the 3rd and 4th pick of Busno GG, we realize that they are going to be needing a main carry. They have a mid and what looks to be a second support here. Or, maybe they have an offlane hag. And,
I was about to say, you can run the hag anywhere.
Yeah,
Monarch.
Monarch as the main support, so we're going to see exactly if this rally is indeed a second support rally. Probably is. I think that is pretty much the only way that What You Got chooses to run it, and they do decide to pick up a Pebbles for Sodalidium here. Yeah, it seems like it's going to be a Pebbles mid. So just awaiting the carry hero to basically round out the Hellborn tri-lane. And curious to see exactly what the Legion side needs. It seems like they're going to need a mid and a solo, unless they decide to go for a different second support hero in their tri-lane, as they have the availability of Magmus to run in multiple roles. But usually we see him in that second support role, as he is kind of a one-item hero, just needing the PK to make plays. Zemplar certainly would be interesting. I would invite that.
Wow, is that
This
What the
they always
fuck is
always
that?
troll. I never trust those shadows. It just makes me think ideas, but those shadow picks are almost always there to just troll the spectators box. I'm convinced.
Oh, they got me. What is that hero even? I have genuinely not seen it before. Excuse me while I read myself up on this hero.
Zemplar, it's kind of like, for those of us that know Chaos Knight and from Dota 2, I believe it's
Okay,
kind of like
gotcha. Yeah,
where you
I'm
can
good.
spawn
I'm good.
multiple illusions.
I'm good.
Has some similarities there in the
Okay.
ulti, but that's basically where the similarities end, I think.
That's all I need.
But
No, but it's that would be fun to see something just whack. But we have seen the Drunken Shadow. It might not be a joke because we've seen Junko play that one.
yeah, and it actually, okay, there's the Alonia pick, so that seems like it's going to be the mid pick, and they
Yeah.
just need a solo here. And
No, but-
is it going to be a Drunken Master? Who
No, but
knows?
Junko's playing FA. Drunken can be another solo, or
Ah,
Pharaoh can be another
Pharaoh.
solo.
I like the Pharaoh, yeah.
Pharaoh's nice. They have
they do-
5 heroes with stuns.
Yeah, but they do pick Pharaoh into Rally, so it's just a little bit
Yep.
awkward that Compel is such a natural counter to the Pharaoh
Yep.
wall, but at the same time, I mean, Pharaoh really is a fantastic hero to have in your lineup. Just providing that instant long range initiation as soon as he hits level 6. So not having that portal key reliance, and can opt for going into different items, to supplement his initiation strategies. So very.
He doesn't- Sorry. No, he doesn't need anything, but it's level 6. It's actually
Right.
It's such a it's one of the few heroes that has that kind of strength. Like, he doesn't need a blink, he doesn't need anything to set up for his team except level 6. And he's probably
Exactly.
going to be a solo laner, so
But he gets countered so naturally with tablet purchases and of course the rally. So it feels like his effective initiation window is kind of it's a bit on a timer.
Of course.
into
But
the
like,
game.
he all he needs is that initial right.
Yeah.
Initial, right? I can't talk. The initial jump, because every single person on his team has a way to follow it up in some
It's true,
shape
and
or
at level
form,
16, I mean, Wrath of the Pharaoh is a 2-second superior magic stun, so stun is a stun. But we
Stun is a
see,
stun.
yeah, hey, no wiser words have ever been spoken. But
Maybe
we have
when I said when you're dead, you're dead. That one was
Right,
pretty good
yeah,
too.
not bad. Um, but Ravenor being the fifth and final pick for Busno GG, and so this is a very interesting pick. Excited to see this one. Actually, have not seen Ravenor in any of these games yet. I don't think, to my memory. How about you?
Ravenor I have not seen, no, but it was picked. Didn't Asaf play it once?
Maybe.
Or am I? Yeah, no, I
my
think
memory
he
is
played
certainly
it.
not perfect, but
No,
I'm a
mine
fan of
neither,
this
for
hero.
sure. But it's a fun hero, yeah. Like, it's one of the few carries that I enjoyed playing, because I'm not a carry player in any shape or form. I don't really enjoy it. It's kind of boring. But he's a little bit more active, right? He can jump in and
Oh,
catch
absolutely.
people. So he's quite fun to play. And I mean, if there's one thing we learned from last game, these are active games. There was a buttload of kills last game.
Yeah,
There
and
was
I mean, I think
almost
he
30
works.
kills. Almost 30 kills at 19 minutes.
Was there? I didn't even keep my eyes
Yeah.
on the scoreboard. I just looked at the action. Looks like this is going to be a dual lane Pebbles. Monarch and Pebbles kind of chilling behind this tier 2 mid tower. And then Rally and Ravenor in the bottom. So they're actually doing something a little bit different. Maybe not committing to a tri-lane out of the gate. As we do see the expected tri-lane from DB making its way into the top lane against the solo Hag. So Sodalidium, a little bit of a different situation here, where Sodalidium is playing the solo short Hag, and Doze playing the Pebbles in the mid lane together with What You Got. So trying to eliminate Alonia's ability to have a good time against the Pebbles, is, I think he would. Alonia is a bit of a frustrating hero against a slow melee like Pebbles, but being babysitted by Monarch out of the gate here is going to be very nice for him. But of course they're going to yield total free farm to the FA, but seems like they are going to be winning 2 lanes in compensation. So Ravenor and Pebble getting a healthy start here, at least on the first wave or two.
It
But
appears Alonia is doing quite nicely already, in all fairness.
yeah, still cleaning up 2 last hits, but he's pushing the lane forward, so he will have to be playing very safe in the next couple of waves, as the lane position is going to be probably across the river.
He pushes it in so it comes back, and then he has a better chance, hopefully. But yeah, I just love this Monarch avatar.
The
It's so
skin?
cool.
What
Its
is it,
skin is so cool.
It's like a
The
little
Robo something. It's so cool.
Robo Fairy.
Completely unimportant, but I don't know. I just love it.
There's not a whole lot happening here. As, we're probably gonna miss a kill anyway, right? We're in a bad habit of that. No, try not to do that. Keep our eyes peeled.
We have a nice cameraman. He gets them usually. So
Right.
We trust in him. We trust. It's a Ravenor rally lane, as there is
Ravenor
a
and Rally,
pause.
and actually Pharaoh seems to be doing pretty well against them, having 5 creep kills himself at level 3. Still being able to clean up some XP here.
Oh, it's.
And,
I thought it was Gianco play Gianco. I can't say that name properly. He's playing the Pharaoh, not the FA. I thought it was Gianco that played the FA.
yeah, these players are so strong that they just
Didn't play anything.
it seems like they swap roles around pretty regularly. But yeah, if we can check out these creep scores, obviously it's very even, but Pebbles with the 12-2 creep score in the mid lane versus the 5-0 of Alonia. So Alonia obviously getting a little bit of something, but Pebbles obviously having the best start in the game, closing in on 400 GPM. And with this lane position at the moment, with the creeps being closer to the Hellborn side, might have to be worried for Alonia here, but she has such long range last hit ability with the Glacial Spike that seems like she's probably going to be safe. I think Puppet Soul kind of knows what to do in this situation, as long as he can forego dying the most amount of times. Alonia is just another one of those heroes that you just cannot stop her from accumulating gold as the game progresses if she gets even an inch of space, just because of the nature of her abilities, flash farming everything. But yeah, any thoughts on what we're seeing so far?
I kind of like Hellborn's approach to this, because they knew it was going to be a tri-lane, right? Like we saw that from the Andromag FA. And if you can't beat it, just leave it, right? So Hags being there alone, making it not useful for Legion to keep 3 heroes in that lane. It does open up for Magnus to move around, but there is a hero mid to protect the Pebbles. So the gank is not going to be that devastating, right? And then you put Ravenor bottom with a support that has the ability to rotate if he needs to. So you're securing all your lanes. Or if not securing,
Alonia actually is under fire here in the mid lane. She's trying to gain some space, but she actually is going to fall very quickly to Pebbles and Monarch. So actually, seems I was right in my prediction that she needed to be careful there on top of that creep wave. So very, very important kill coming out for the dual lane in the mid. Excellent stuff, but here comes the flank from Magnus. Going to connect a stun onto Wretched Hag, but Andromeda just too far away to make any sort of follow-up happen.
Yeah, no, I think Hellborn has their lanes down to a T, because Rally is down here to make sure that Ravenor gets his farm, stopping the pulls as much as he can and stuff, and also has the ability to rotate mid if it does come to the Magnus rotating mid, which he is doing. So they have so many options, and they have so much flexibility, and they have their lanes covered. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of exactly the way that they're running this as well. That Bloodlust on Pebbles is going to be super nice to have, as he is over 400 GPM at the moment. Going to be getting an early pair of Steam Boots here following his Boots bottle pickup. And Rally is actually flanking here in the mid. He's going to connect to Compel. No, he's not. He's going to miss on Alonia. The double stun comes out from Magnus. The Crippling Pollen will stop spells from Alonia briefly, and they are able to walk away. So unfortunately, that Compel stun missing. just not able to set up that kill onto Alonia. It feels like she would have certainly died even if Magnus got that nice stun, if that compel hit, but not so.
Putting every single piece of power they have into shutting down this Alonia. They're not going to give her anything. And because they made this move, right, now Hag's going to get some XP top. She's not going to have that big of an issue getting some maybe if not farm, she's going to be able to sit in front and get some XP in this lane. So
yeah, Andromeda doing a pretty good job of forcing her back out of XP
Absolutely.
range. But, you know, FA has got the 370 GPM start, just finished the Steam boots. And so really, you know, it's just going to be up to Hellborn to figure out a way to kind of stop FA's progress later in the game, or maybe even right now, as Pebbles picks up an Invis rune walking to the top lane, and they are going to spot Forsaken Archer, and I think there was a blind. They are just going to dump the Pebbles combo onto Andromeda, deciding that Forsaken Archer was just too far away, taking what they can get. Pebbles just porting back to the mid lane very quickly. But, you know, Ravenor having a pretty decent start himself, 300 GPM in the bottom lane,
Absolutely.
so obviously not as great as Forsaken Archer, but the fact that they have this explosive Pebbles GPM plus this, you know, stable Ravenor game is reading really well for them in the early stages.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, because that's like the only thing that they're not doing with this lineup is that they're not really acknowledging the FA, but they're just banking on Ravenor to have such good farm anyway, and he has tools to
watch
counter.
Out, Ravenor in a little bit of trouble here, as there are 3 heroes in the bottom lane, but the jig is up. All 3 heroes have been spotted. Now Ravenor and Rally know to play safe, and it's a really tough spot for them to be able to go on Ravenor, as Rally is just sitting behind him, ready to push him out with the spell. So, but Pharaoh about to hit level 6, and in the mid lane, Toss comes out onto Alonia. Monarch trying to throw down the crippling paw lane onto Alonia, but the Stalagmites are not going to be there. The Chrysalis going to try and save Monarch's life, but he is going to fall to the final auto attack of Alonia. Smackdown, making it come out in style. So Alonia, you know, getting shut down in the early part of this lane phase, but still not doing too bad at 250 GPM, honestly, all things considered.
He's sitting on 23 last hits to the 30 of Pebbles. I mean, Pebbles has 2 kills, so that helps, of course, on the GPM. But considering they put so much into top lane...
if you're Forsaken Archer, you are in a lot of trouble here as you take a compel into a crippling ball, and Sonar Screams come out, and Forsaken Archer getting addressed earlier than we may have thought.
Yeah, it's really good.
Surprised by the port of Monarch into the top lane. Very, very nice kill coming out, shutting her down. Ravenor, unfortunately, having to play very safe as Rally disappears from the bottom lane, giving him support, but I think it is a price they're willing to pay as they take out FA this early on.
It's a good rotation for sure. Like, those are the 2 you have to shut down here, the Alonia and the FA. Like, the Pharaoh's gonna get his level 6 at some point anyway, and he has it already. Nobody really cares about the Pharaoh, and he doesn't care about dying, but he's gonna go
into the mid lane. He wants to go on this Pebbles, but Pebbles pretty tanky here. He's got the Chrysalis Monarch behind him. It's actually a level 2 Chrysalis, and he actually has Mystic Vestments ready as well on top of 950 HP. So they are setting up for him. They're going to spot the Monarch, but Monarch's pretty far away, and here comes the full force of Magnus trying to connect the Lava Surge, taking auto attacks. There it is. Here's the Wrath of the Pharaoh. Andromeda's even here as well, but the Pebbles combo comes out on top of Magnus and Pharaoh, getting them both very low. The Ball Lightning is going to miss from Ravenor, but he is dumping in auto attacks into Alonia, but the Comet Stun going to stop his advance for the moment, but the Compel Stun will miss, but Wretched Hag is here trying to get a Sonar Scream. Blink Sun finishes Alonia off, and now Andromeda just takes 2 quick auto attacks from Ravenor and dies as well. Magnus better be careful. Lava surges away from Rally, and it is a 2-for-1, so they lose Pebbles, who gets slowed down quite a bit by that exchange, but find 2 in return. So all in all, probably a slight advantage for the Hellborn side, but they do have a lot of ports committed to make that happen.
They get a kill on their carry. That's nice. Like, he gets a kill on Ravenor gets a kill for himself, which is some nice money he wants. There's a Pharaoh behind the tower Invis here. He's chilling.
Yeah, okay.
He has... Are they gonna catch this poor little butterfly? No, they're not.
Deciding it's too close to the tower. He was going to scout out the Pebbles rotation here, I think, or actually may have just missed it.
Does he have follow-up? Can Alonia get there? No, I don't think she can. They can get the Hag top though. She's dead immediately with the combo from the Forsaken and the Andrew right there. As mid?
Yep, mid. Monarch is taking auto attacks, and actually the Chrysalis comes out in nice fashion. Pebbles going to be putting the combo out onto Alonia. It's actually going to slightly miss. And here comes the Wrath of the Pharaoh onto Pebbles, surrounded by 3, but he's trapped in the wall, but finishes off Alonia. Here's the Lava Surge, 2-man stun onto Pebbles and Ravenor. Ravenor throwing down the ball lightning. It's going to connect onto Pharaoh. The toss comes out for extra damage. The compel, the stun lockdown is here, and Pharaoh is going to go down. The second kill coming out for Ravenor. He's enjoying it, has the finished Steam Boots. Very, very nicely played by Busno GG.
This is a different game. I mean, obviously it's a different game, but it's now it's their turn to show off what they got, and they are. It's fun to see these switches. Like, there's no team of the top 4 teams that have been in the top 4 the last cycles, that they're all like, they're winning and losing back and forth to each other. There is no clear one team, which is very interesting.
Absolutely not, but here we go. We've got a 3v3 brewing here. Actually, positions are revealed by that Pharaoh Rocket. Rally takes the stun combo, actually going to get fully locked down by the crippling, but actually gets saved by the Chrysalis. Now Forsaken Archer taking a lot of damage from Wretched Hag. Compel is going to miss on Rally. Here's the Pebbles combo, just deleting Magnus.
Ravenor's here, he wants to catch Alonia.
Trying to catch something. Not going to be able to, though. Just barely missed her.
Yes.
Uh-oh, Pebbles. She's actually getting sandwiched here. She's going to take this ball lightning, and now she is dead to rights. Guaranteed. Puppet Soul finding a death here. Not what he wanted.
4 deaths.
Yep. He's
Last
still
game
doing
he had 5-0 something, and then he died. This game he's 2-4-1. This is not how we usually see him.
He's still okay, though, at 275 GPM. I mean, I know he can come back, and especially on a hero like Alonia, it farms so fast. But, you know, Ravenor is a very interesting carry pick because of the way that it's able to just explode into the game. I mean, if you can just get... kind of curious what the item build is going to be for Ravenor, because I see it so seldomly. You know, I know that items like Elder are very strong on it. You know, Dawnbringer, obviously a clear choice sometimes, but I expect a very early PK. Probably not as a first item, but maybe as a second. But the Compel Stun comes out on Pharaoh, followed up with the Ball Lightning. The Comet Stun is going to stop Ravenor's ability to cast his Ball Lightning. He actually gets trapped in the wall, and the Hellfire Ticks are going to finish him off, so... Panty sucks on Ravenor finding his first death of the game, and that was very well coordinated by Andromeda and Pharaoh.
Absolutely.
Rally looking to put that Compel onto Pharaoh, and he actually needs to be careful. So, I mean, gosh, gotta hand it to Janko here on Pharaoh. Just playing phenomenally this game. Really liking seeing him play his... strut his stuff, I should say.
Strut his stuff.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, in his own top lane, Pharaoh... like, Forsaken is sitting on 112 last hits, dude.
Oh yeah, 500 GPM. He's just quietly ascending the GPM starts, you know, GPM's charts. He tanked that death one time, but honestly, he has just been up there since we took our eyes off of him for about 4 minutes, it seems like. Wretched Hag needs to be careful. Here she goes. He takes the Lava Surge, but they have no vision to dump auto attacks onto her, and just a couple of seconds left until Piercing Arrows came up, so not going to be able to finish him off that way. But certainly a lead here starting to brew for Danava Brigada. 2k gold in their advantage, most of it in the pocket of FA. Pebbles getting stun comboed. Here's the crippling volley. She is going to be saved by the Chrysalis. Now Magnus is taking a lot of damage as well. He's going to fall to the auto attack of Pebbles. Here's the Wrath of the Pharaoh. It's actually going to miss. Alonia throwing long range spells. FA going to be able to run away for the moment, but here's Ravenor on the flanks. He's actually going to run into Alonia and put everything down on her. He actually needs to be careful. The double compel stun, but here's FA for the cleanup. The unexpected turn by FA is actually going to save Alonia, but not for long as Hag blinks in and finishes her off. Forsaken Archer trying to make something happen through the Chrysalis. It will And it is a 3-for-1 big turn by FA, who narrowly escaped there at the beginning of that exchange.
And then the Alonia too. She did die in the end, but she was alive for so long, and you have to kill her fast, otherwise she's gonna get a bunch of spells off, right? She has so low cooldowns, and the Alonia had illusion rune, so she was taking the bottom tower while they were fighting top. She had her illusions bottom, so it was even more of a disaster for the Hellborn team as the gold swing just jumps over to the other side.
Yeah, and I'm impressed by how she's actually managed to stay toe-to-toe with Alonia here, or with Pebbles. You know, she's only 80 GPM behind this dual lane Pebbles, who actually picks up a portal key, by the way. So portal key Pebbles in the game, definitely something that they need to be wary of. Though they do have a pretty large lead, this could be some sort of momentum shift starting to take place with an item on a hero like this. And he's actually going to be in the sights of Pebbles here in the bottom lane. Now Andromeda is near, and I don't think Pebbles can take out a Forsaken Archer himself, as he has to realize that. But yeah, Wretched Hag is actually able to blink away from this Alonia Magmus, but not for long, as Alonia is hasted and will end up falling. So nice little kill coming out for Puppet Soul, who now has 1,000 gold banked up, and kind of curious what item he decides to prioritize here. Has that finished Sackstone? Okay, here Pebbles and Monarch eyeing down Forsaken Archer, but here's the ports into the bottom lane. It's going to be Pharaoh who actually hits the long-range Tormented Soul and might be able to connect the Wrath of the Pharaoh on this Monarch who's trying to escape. Is he going to get it? He's probably not going to commit, as there would be no team support nearby, but Magnus and Rally going to bump into each other in the jungle. Rally turning around, looking to potentially get a stun set up on the Magnus, but nobody really is in range. Magnus just goes ahead and commits the Lava Surge for the escape.
The Gnome's Wisdom finished on the Alonia, and she also took the top tower. This guy is just everywhere, dude.
Yeah, first it was the illusions, now it's the real thing. He actually has a Gnome's Wisdom now, as he is smoking into the mid lane. And I mean, look at the level that he has on Pebbles. He actually is matched, fully matched GPM-wise with Pebbles.
Absolutely.
So, you know, gotta hand it to Puppet Soul here. Just doing phenomenally in the second game. And their team has just really comprised a noticeable lead here. I mean, 7,000 gold. Large chunk of it being the 3 tier 1 towers that they have taken and haven't lost one of their own yet. Which is impressive, honestly. The fact that, I mean, yeah, it just comes from the strength of Alonia to keep a dual lane at bay, long range. It can prevent his tower from getting pushed, right? Because he can just glacial spike it all day.
Pretty darn good. What is the Ravener gonna go for? Do you think he goes for the early blink?
It kind of seems like that's what they need to do.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, look at FA's GPM at the moment, 580. Like, this guy is just out of control right now. And, okay, Pebbles is actually going to run into Andromeda, but able to blink away from that Comet stun, so very nicely done. But yeah, look at Alonia here in the bottom lane, just putting some pressure onto the tier 2 tower. And here comes Pebbles with the blink, but Alonia understands that she's out of position, and Ravenor... Yeah, Ravenor almost picked her off, but what you got going to be falling here on Monarch.
Trying to counter ward. So he saw that ward, right? Yeah, he popped the sentry, so he knows there's a ward there.
Right.
So even if he didn't kill it, he knows there's a ward there now, which is useful information for sure.
Yeah, I mean, let's what items have I missed being purchased here?
Sackstone on the Hag, Striders on Monarch, the Blink on Andromeda? Is that what I just saw?
You may have seen that. That's actually very impressive. Certainly coming from all those tower kills.
But like, is that what you want?
Like, I think maybe in some situations, just because it allows him to stay so far away from FA and still save her, right? Kind of the The risky thing about playing Andromeda sometimes is, if you're relying on just the range of Void Rip, you actually have to stay kind of close to your carry. But I mean, now the Void Rip range has essentially been
longer.
extended by 1100.
True,
so-
true. You look at it that way, yeah. And there's no PK yet on the Magnus. Like she could be a pseudo initiator if she wants to. If they get
Yeah.
the jump properly on Legion, they don't necessarily need the save for the FA.
So Ravenor decides to
PK.
commit to the PK. So, and I think this is the right move. They understand that they can't let the pace of this game go on as it is. They're not going to be able to match the FA at all, as she already has a Nullfire 3 completed on top of a Firebrand, and you can just see her demolishing these these two triples right here at the medium and hard location. And we've already got Puzzle Box 2 on Pharaoh.
Yeah.
Like it's looking real hard to win for Hellborn, as they actually get a jump here onto Magnus. Bat Blast was committed, but it is the lowest farmer on the Legion team that they find at only 159 GPM, but some
Doesn't
kill is
matter.
better than no kill.
Yeah, and it's also you're delaying his PK. Like that's worth
Right.
it any day. But I think the Ravenor, there's the Puzzle Box 3. That's a big timing for the Legion team.
Uh-oh.
They're gonna
Pharaoh
take
is
advantage
gonna
of
go
it bottom.
onto Rally, and Rally is going to fall. Tries to compel out, but not in time, because the auto attacks finish him off. And Aloni actually going to get gone on by Pebbles and Monarch. Is she going to fall? Yes, she will. That's a very nice kill for Monarch and Pebbles if they can escape. Forsaken Archer is smoked, looking to try and make something happen, but not going to be able to get a return kill. So, yeah.
I like the blink on the Ravenor also because he doesn't need damage right now, right? Because they have Pebbles and Hag and Rally to bring the early game damage. So if he can help provide the lockdown, he also has his abilities that allows him to deal damage as well, of course. But still, like he's not the
He has an impressive burst combo himself, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And, if they can delete a key hero or two, like you're saying, with the Pebbles combo, the Wretched Hag, Bat Blast, and maybe even a Seismic Slam, Rally gets in there and assists a kill, and that's another nice kill that they find onto Wretched Hag, or onto Magnus. The gold credit, kill credit goes to Pebbles, so not sure exactly what item Pebbles is going to be able to start putting progress towards. Probably Staff of the Master, maybe Spell Shards, or perhaps even, I think I've seen them go Shrunken Head right after PK, just because they feel like they need to be the main frontliner and stay alive. So wouldn't be surprised to see that either. Geo's Bane being finished on Forsaken Archer, but what I was going to say, just to finish my thought about Ravenor, is, if they could delete some key heroes with the burst combos that they have, as they do have a plethora of them, then Ravenor will actually gain some natural damage from the ulti charges, and then he can kind of run down the remainder of the players. So I think PK, already said it once, but worth reiterating. Definitely the right pickup here. And they're not doing too bad. I mean, they're definitely behind, but there's still space for them to find some way to take out this victory. Yeah.
Wrath of the Pharaoh, or not the Wrath, the ult. Yeah, it is the Wrath of the Pharaoh. Yeah, it barely misses the Hag.
I didn't miss that. Hopefully the camera, or I missed that. Hopefully the camera did not. Pebble smoked in his own jungle, has a glowstone, so deciding to go the route of Staff of the Master, which I really like. Double smoke, Wretched Hag and Pebbles, so they're looking to start something here. Maybe getting a jump off of FA, but Andromeda is here, ready for the swap, and Pharaoh will not have the Wrath of the Pharaoh initiation for 30 more seconds. And not going to have anything happen here. Maybe. Hold that thought.
Come on.
It seems like they are just waiting for Wrath of the Pharaoh to come up. Just need 15 seconds. Here's the swap under Rally. He's actually able to compel himself out, but he will end up falling. Pebbles blinks in with the stun, but gets stunned himself, and there's the piercing arrows. Here's the cleansing wind to help save them. Ravenor is in the front lines, but he and Pebbles both get deleted. Now Wretched Hag tried to Bat Blast from the back, but she blinks in as well, and it's a hat trick for Forsaken Archer under this tier 2 tower. Monarch, the lone hero standing, and they are going to certainly get this tower, and maybe even decide to put their sights on the tier 3 as the fortification was used. And the concede vote!
From Legion?
No!
This early? Oh, from Legion. Okay, I can't read.
That's-
I just hear the sound.
That's BM. Come on, guys.
A little bit of a BM, yeah. Why you gotta do that?
Why
Yeah,
you
I
gotta
mean,
be like that?
it seemed like it was believable from the Hellborn perspective, but I think that obviously it's match point from their perspective, so they're probably going to play it out until it is certainly done. But it's definitely a steep hill to climb. Look at FA's GPM.
Yeah, the FA
700.
GPM. Yeah, she's a big one. Like instead of committing by Hellborn, they get caught in a wonky position, and then they try to make it good again by going in after Rally is already dead. So Ravenor jumps into the FA ulti. Like it's a little bit I don't know what the word for it. It's kind of wonky. I don't know.
I think
Stuttery.
wonky is fitting. Wonky is fitting.
Yeah, yeah, because they wanted to go, and it's like, oh shit, they got him, and then they know they're in a good position to go, right? Because they're under their own tower and stuff. But it just didn't happen the way that I wanted it, and then they stutter, and then it gets a little bit messy. So having someone right there to be like, get back, stop, like to just call it,
Okay.
like get back is something you
I don't
need.
know if you're seeing this.
What am I seeing?
Forsaken
Not seeing?
Archer has a portal key in her inventory, which I don't hate, but it is very, let's just say, it feels a little disrespectful, but actually at the same time, not really, I will say. Just because she has so much
Everyone.
more gold value than everybody else that she can actually decide to put a portal key in her inventory, right? I mean, it's basically kind of dropping down her gold per minute by like 100 at this stage. So she's still basically a 600 GPM FA, but now she has blink, so she has that double damage activated. So they're gonna find that Kong kill.
Sound of that double damage, and they immediately TP bottom. They want to catch these guys who also both have PKs, and they're just gonna opt to get out of there.
Yep. So they're gonna be going. Well, Wretched Hag is getting gone on by Alonia, and a nice little haunt disjoint there by Alonia, and Wretched Hag does fall because she gets connected by the stun of Magnus,
who now has his PK as well. Like, maybe it's just a goal for everyone to have a PK.
Well, Magnus, it definitely makes sense, but we were talking about how he got picked off several times earlier, and they definitely wanted to prevent him from getting it.
Bottom?
They are going to eventually
FA.
get it. But yeah, Ravenor. Okay, FA is actually going to get a seismic slam. She will fall to Ravenor, but Ravenor will fall himself to the piercing arrows. And now Rally trying to juke and jive, but he is running into Andromeda. Pebbles actually, unfortunately, blinks into the trees, has to burn the stalagmites cooldown to get out. Now the lava surge comes out into the eruption. He's going to take a lot of damage here. He's quite tanky with that glowstone and mystic vestments, but here's Alonia to join the party. It's a full genocide here as they eye down that bottom tier 3 tower, and indeed FA is still up as she bought back. And it looks like she's probably not going to join her team in the bottom lane and decide to just continue pushing into the mid tier lane, the mid tier 3.
There is
Magnus blinks into. Gosh, that is a dieback. No, it's not a dieback. That's just a respawn on Wretched Hag, but she gets cornered by 4 heroes. And 2 tier 3 towers fall. It's a 22k gold lead. This could be a double Rax here right at the 27-minute mark. And a legit concede coming out from the Hellborn side, and that is it. Psycho 4 are going to be taken down by Denava Brigada in pretty dominating fashion, taking out their opponents of Bust No GG in 2-0 fashion. Very, very well played and very respectable performance as we conclude Cycle 4 and await next weekend Cycle number 4, and then eventually, of course, the grand finals of the tournament. Denava Brigada making a statement that they deserve to be there. Final thoughts, Trolte?
That is the first time Denava Brigada has won a cycle, if I'm not wrong. So that puts them.
I think so, yeah.
That's my That's my question here, is the points. 'Cause
I think they have.
they get 4 points, so that means they're going to be at 8, which is also what Doghouses is at, because they didn't get any points this cycle. And then they get... There we go. There we go. So Doghouse is 9, Team Tim is 8, and then the Nova Brigada is 8, and Bust No GG is 6. Okay, so it's a very even score in the top there. It's going to be very...
Yeah, I
very
still think
exciting to
it's.
see.
I think any of those teams can definitely show up in the grand finals at this point. So definitely have to wait and see. I think they might be the only 4 that really, kind of have a shot of getting in there. But of course, we do like to see, any new teams or the teams that haven't actually made it all the way to garnering points themselves. Join and participate the tournaments, as they could actually be the ones that prevent some of these teams from making their way into the grand finals and kind of affect it in a secondary way that way. So, yeah, but congrats to Donava Brigada once again. This has been a fantastic cast. Honestly, I really, really like the style of play coming out from DB today. Just the interesting drafts, especially in that first game where they ran Predator Soul Stealer. I love and respect them for working Soul Stealer into their meta gameplay. Such an awesome hero to see. Making a big return here in some of the final days of HoN. I'm Easy Full Clan, joined here by Trulte. It's been a pleasure to cast, and I'm going to hand it over here to Paradise to give you some concluding thoughts and something to await as Cycle 5 knocks on the door.
Thank you so much, John, for your kind words, and thank you for the amazing cast that you gave us today and yesterday, in a matter of fact, and hopefully for the last cycle as well. I hope you enjoyed today's matches. They were very interesting. I do believe personally that this cycle was the most interesting, and I hope you all enjoyed watching it. I just updated the leaderboard for the league tournament, and I'm telling you right now, the next cycle, which is going to be cycle number 5, which is going to take place on June 11th and 12th, which is showing up on the screen right now, is going to be very, very, very interesting. We have 3 teams tied up right now, and Busk, if they do get a win for next cycle, it is going to be very, very, very close for a lot of teams. So we will see how things go when it do happen, and that is going to be on June 11th and 12th for the last cycle. I hope you all enjoyed the show tonight. We will see you for the last cycle, and then hopefully for the grand finale on June 18th. And it's gonna be, well, the last day of HoN, if I'm not mistaken, if my timing is correct. Thank you guys all for watching, and we will see you on the next one. Good night, everybody.